Dude, fuck it. Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, bitches! Game Awards! I can't even focus on this anymore because all of you motherfuckers
What's
keep
going on,
crying
everybody?
the PlayStation event. What makes me you, dude? Fucking
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live
literally just like
from
hitting the level.
rainy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. Don't yell today. Don't worry. I'm going to be yelling. It is Monday News Day, folks. Marine Le Pen. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, I'm gonna change my title right now. Marine Le Pen. I love that. Hootin' and hollering. All right, we'll talk about that, of course. Have you covered the Game Awards yet? No, and I never will. All right, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's obviously, ladies and gentlemen, it is obviously 3:31, 11:06 a.m. It's Monday, March 31st, 2025, and I am early. I am in a great mood. I am looking forward to having that great mood get completely destroyed, gutted, eviscerated, momentarily, of course. As soon as I hit that go live button, you already know there's some dudes in here who are like, how will I make his News Day the worst? How will I do my very best to just make sure that this dude is getting cooked? Anyway, so yeah, personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I'm telling you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan. I have a pipe in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And yesterday, I lied to you guys. I lied to you guys big time. Well, I didn't lie to you guys, but I think I gave you hope. I gave you hope that I was going to be collaboing with Phineas, but unfortunately Phineas is a busy guy. He's just doing music. He's being a genius. You already know what it is. And so for that reason, I wasn't embellishing the truth. Like, he literally told me, like, he thought the Spud place opens at 8 because he thought the Spud guy is like, no, you should have lied. No, I didn't. He told me that the Spud situation was like a late night situation. And he was like, oh, I didn't put two and two together. I didn't realize that we could do it. I didn't realize that you wanted to do it in, I didn't realize you wanted to do it early. So I was like, well, yeah, and then it just didn't work out. It didn't work out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for feeding you guys hope, but yeah, we're going to do it on Wednesday, so don't worry. Wednesday I have Greg Gazar coming on, but I also simultaneously will have the Spudman on Wednesday with Phineas as well, so get excited for that as well. Lots of stuff happening this week on the broadcast. You already know. You should have one stream where you tell the mods to have zero tolerance policy for anything that can upset you and see how it feels. They already are more heavy-handed than I am. So they already do that every stream. If I say go off, Megaphonics, first of all, it's funny that you're suggesting this because why does your ass think you would be spared in the mod revolution? Like, if the mods were allowed to do what they want to, why do you think they wouldn't gut you first? They would come in and shank you, Hassan is his own worst enemy when it comes to addressing chatters is true. I hope I would be spared. The revolution will not spare you, Megaphonics. Anyway, all jokes aside, yeah. I don't know why I'm speaking with a British accent. I don't know what's happening. It is serving sexy professor. Thank you. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Personal news wise, I hung out with the fam. That's right. I hung out with the fam. They want to go on holiday again. They want to go on vacation again. Classic. Constantly making an honest man who needs to earn his keep. Constantly trying to get him to go, oh, let's go on a vacation. Come on. What are we doing? You know, what is this about? And I'm always like, no. But, you know, it is what it is. Tell him to go to Birmingham. It's so nice. Broomy. It's Birmingham. Very nice this time of the year. Very nice every time of the year. Just play KCD2 for 8 hours straight today. Yeah, that's not going to happen. There's so much news happening in the world. So obviously I'm not going to be able to do that. But yeah, woke up, went to bed, woke up early this morning. And of course, you already know what it is. I went out and I worked out. Okay. I went out and I freaking worked out. That's what I did. Here it is. Okay. Where is it? And I'm actually kind of stoked on this one because Mondays are big brolic chest day. Okay. Mondays are supposed to be the big brolic chest day. We do big push, a little bit of pull too, but upper body day, big push upper body day. Now I want you to remember something on the flat bench press. If you recall, I used to have a lot of issues with my shoulder mobility, and I used to have a lot of problems when I would do flat bench press instead of the dumbbells. I would not be able to leave that process unscathed. I would usually injure myself every single time. And lately I've been putting up some numbers, and I'm actually kind of excited about this because I've officially moved beyond the 225 era, and I'm officially at the 245. I'm on my 245 shit. Okay, here it is, 245 for 6.
She try to play just like one time. I tell her to go home. My pay over 20,000 with no logo.
245, baby. We've moved beyond the 2-plate barrier. You know what I mean? We're doing 2-plate and then some. How close is the 1,000-pound club? I probably am in the 1,000-pound club, but yeah, I did it for 6 years.
I bet I sell your new album with no promo. It's funny. It's funny. Yeah. These think they better than me. I'm coming. I got your bitch trying to jump out of prison. Ride with money.
It wasn't 6. I went for 5. I'm fake. I'm phony. I went for 5, and on the 6th, I got a little bit of help. I got help. But what is this music is so ass? Is Destroy Lonely, and Unk is tapped in. I'm 33 and tapped in. Okay, I don't want to hear from nothing. I don't want to hear from none of y'all. Okay, Unk is hashtag 33 and tapped in. Okay, would you say your right side is compensating? No, that's not my right side. That's my left side. You can briefly see Michael Cimino's ass there. That's kind of funny. Didn't even realize it was in the video, but yeah. So don't let these whiteys tell you shit about music. Stay tapped in. Yes, bro. Yes. The underground speaks through me. Okay. Does the flat bench impinge on your shoulders? I'm at 205 for one flat bench at 175 body weight. Oh, the reason why this is impressive for me, at least, is like, I'm still far away from my highest, right? I'm still, I'm nowhere near my max, my lifetime PR. Also, Destroy Lonely is not underground. I was just talking about Osama's son, who you can see. They sent me his vinyl that's down there. Uncle is 33 and tapped in. I just wanted to point to that. But what I was saying is, yeah, 245 is pretty decent for me, at least, because like it is above my body weight. It is above my body weight, so that's good. It's like 20 pounds heavier than me. I'm 225 around, give or take, maybe a little bit higher than that, maybe around 229 or whatever. But like, being able to put up at least a decent amount of reps, maybe not the highest amount, but a decent amount of reps is for me good. And this is what is important. You are not competing against the strongest person. You're not competing against anybody else. You're competing against who you were yesterday when you're at the gym. That's something that I need you guys to also remember when you go out and you work out. So the reality of the matter is maybe you can't do a single push-up, right? So you put yourself through the struggle of staying in a push-up position for an extended period of time. Maybe then you move on to staying in a push-up position, but at the bottom without touching the ground for an extended period of time. And you time yourself and you slowly but surely develop that until you can do a single push-up. Maybe you do the push-up with the knees on the ground at first, right? There's nothing embarrassing about that. There's nothing wrong with that. What's important is that you are constantly improving yourself every single day. That is how this works. And there will always be setbacks along the way. Like I said, I had some major shoulder mobility issues. I did not have strong enough stabilizer muscles. Like my shoulders are actually relatively strong, but I was overcompensating and I was using my rotator cuffs to push the weight, and it was actually constantly putting me at risk of injury. And now I'm able to do that. Now I'm able to put 245 pounds on that bench press and be able to do it for 6 without injury. So that's really good. We are radiating positivity for the next 20 minutes until news. Yes, but there's always this is the point. This is why I talk about fitness and the importance that it has in my life, at least, because yeah, it's a thing that I can control. It's a thing that every one of us can control. Are there setbacks? Are there hurdles? Absolutely. But you can ultimately control what you can do with your own body. And that's important because the more you work on stuff like that, the more confidence you can gain, the more you can claw back a sense of autonomy in your life. And that's why I love working out. And that's why I always talk about working out and lifting and try to urge you to do that. All right. So was 289 pounds, the heaviest I've been ever since the start of the year, gone down to 264 pounds so far. Thanks to your motivations, bro. Hell yeah. I don't want you guys to be sweaty and unkempt and not taking care of yourselves, okay? You have to be able to take care of yourselves before you can take care of others. Remember, you got to put your own oxygen mask first before you put the oxygen mask of the people around you, right? It's exactly like that. Something to remember. That's why I advocate for you guys to go out and work out. And that's why I do, the body fascism advocacy. In any case, that's the end of the personal news. Let's blast off and let's get right into it. There's obviously a lot to cover today in terms of news. There's so much going on. Clean your room, bucko. I mean, unironically, that is a very good piece of advice. It's a very cliche piece of advice. It's just like so funny that, your parents tell you that and you don't listen to them. But then when Jordan Peterson tells you that, this like weepy, iffy loser who's Canadian, a Canadian conservative, it's like, God damn. And all of a sudden, everybody personally loves it. It's like, oh my God, this is the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. Mal talk about the importance of physical discipline. Yeah, Mal talked about a lot. Actually, speaking of Mal, people always ask me like what I've been reading, and I have the last book that I've been reading is a compilation of like analysis from the Red Book, Mao's Little Red Book, A Global History, which is what I've been reading. It's but I haven't really had too much time to read it, but that's what I've been going through. By Alexander Cook, who like compiled a bunch of different parts of Chinese history, Mao's history. Yoga also says to have mental balance, you need to have physical balance. And when you have balance in both, then you can begin working on the heart and soul. Exactly. Read on stream when, please. Dog, what do you want me to do? Hold your hand through the process? Like, what are you talking about? Yes, I will be at the April 5th March. I will be at the April 5th March in DC, by the way, which is this weekend. And then I also plan on going to New York right after to hang out with the homie Zoran.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
It's pretty short. You actually could. No, Alexander Cook's Red Book is not actually the Little Red Book. It is a compilation of essays, many of which are in Little Red Book. It's more so about it's more so Maoist thought. That's what it is. But yeah, I mean, video of you reading some literature with a commentary for a vid that people can listen to isn't a bad idea. Yeah, I'm not gonna do an audio book for Xiao Hongshu, okay? Hasan bıyıklar FETÖ'cü bıyıkları ne alakası var lan? Siktir lan FETÖ'cü bıyıkları diyorsun. Anyway, Party for Socialism and Liberation, marchforpalestine.org, April 5th, march to the White House. I'll be there. So that's another thing. But let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it going. There's a lot of news to cover, obviously. Trump says he wants third term. Trump says he wants third term, wants Greenland and to bomb Iran. And to bomb Iran. Elon does Soros shit in Wisconsin while crying about Soros. My dad still thinks Trump is trolling. Yeah, no, totally. Trump is always trolling, dude, except when he does the thing that he is saying he is trolling about. And then at that point, you're like, well, it's actually good that it happened. What is happening with Americans is a question I ask myself all the time, where it's like, how many times does Donald Trump have to do this until you go, okay, maybe he's serious. Maybe we should get serious about how serious he is. You know what I mean? Like, why? Why is it that we're never serious about how serious Trump is? It's so stupid. Anyway, yeah, we got South Korea, Japan, doing a joint response to the United States. South Korea, Japan, and China. America, Donald Trump has united, JD Pandan has united these factions that previously have warred with one another historically. Colonization and unimaginable death tolls, cruelty that you cannot even comprehend, like Holocaust-style shit that Japan did to China, and now they're unified. How did this happen? I'll tell you how it happened. JD Pandan. That's how it happened. That's how it happened. He's doing it. The bullet pierced his ear, but he can still hear the voice of the party. He did it. He did it. The mad lad is doing it. You know I'm talking about that. Don't you worry about a thing, baby. We're going to do that. We're going to get into that as well. He is just, yeah. JD Pandan will disrupt the America. JD Pandan will disrupt the America hegemony. Anyway, Trump, like, what else was I talking about? Have you heard about the upcoming protest on April 5th? Shut the fuck up. You're joking, right? You're literally joking. There's no way. I just got done talking about how I'm going to go on April 5th to fucking Washington, D.C. to the protest. And I step away from that statement for like 1 second. And immediately he goes, aha, well, I didn't hear it 32 seconds ago when you said it. Bro, people are tuning in. It just blows my mind because I just stopped talking about it. Anyway, get in now. Why did you just sound like Bill Burr? Because it's making me lose my mind. And when I get mad, I get Bill Burred. You get like 700,000 unique views a day. Any given moment, there are like 10 people coming in and out. I know, but it's just so goddamn annoying to have to respond to the same shit every single time. You know what I mean? The Palestinian Red Crescent stuff. Not sure if you covered it. Yes, I will. I will cover all of that as well. Don't worry. All of that and more. I know there's a new Ammon animations on Asmongold as well. Fear not. We're going to get into all of that and more. Okay. All of that and more is upon us. Is your voice still gone-ish? Not really. I've definitely gotten a lot better. My voice has definitely gotten a lot better. Okay. But here it is. We're blasting off. Okay. Let the people know. Trump says he wants a third term, baby. Let's go. Someone on the subreddit suggests you have a little ticker of topics you covered and are coming to stop this. Dog, we did that. Okay. Everybody loves making suggestions and nobody actually follows through when those suggestions are implemented and people don't read. Okay. It's just not a thing. It's like me doing, it's the exact same principle behind why I had the constant, like, Vladimir Putin is bad ticker running above my head every single time I talked about Ukraine. And people still clipped it. People clipped video clips with that ticker on it and still were like, they literally clip shit with me going, Vladimir Putin is bad on the ticker at the top where I'm actually advocating against Vladimir Putin, and then they clipped it to make it seem like I'm pro Vladimir Putin. Like, these people are insane, okay? Nobody cares about reading. Nobody cares about critical thinking. We will never, ever, ever in a million years be able to right those wrongs, okay? Do you know pen is short for penitentiary in Quebec in one movie at least? Yeah, it is short for penitentiary for Marine Le Pen as well. So you're saying you're pro-Putin? Yes, I love Vladimir Putin. He is my favorite. There is no one I like more than him. Okay? Hunter responded about the video he made about you on TikTok. Who's Hunter? Hunter posted another TikTok about his video about you. Who's Hunter? What? Hunter Biden? I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, let's keep going. Hunter x Hunter and Monster Hunter? Yeah. React to my kid, Jack. Why? You better react to my kid right now. He's a good kid. He's a good boy. A lot has happened to him. Did a lot of drugs. Banged a lot of hookers. A lot of people don't understand. It's not easy. The entire time he was trying to get those prostitutes to unionize, Jack. Sex work is real work. That's right. Think it's easy to take photos of yourself on crack with a gun in your hand. This week, the drama slap is getting so bad. It's beyond slander now. It's intense misinformation. It's been happening, but it's worse and worse. I don't know I don't even know what you're talking about, but I will say that Hasbara has intensified as Israel has, restarted its like ground invasion in Gaza as well on the night of Eid too. So it's not, I think that's what's popping off a little bit. I don't really care about like drama beyond content creators, if that's what you mean. If we're talking about like actual news though, there's a lot of misinformation flowing around and a lot of people just like moving your attention back to weird shit, random shit, dumb shit. There's new Amon animations as well. And also I was on Jeff FM and we had some fun where I talked to or interacted with Elon Musk. Yes, Le Pen barred from seeking office for 5 years. It is on the timeline. Do not worry. We will talk about Le Pen. Yeah, I saw this. I thought I retweeted this, but maybe not. Oh, damn, I did not retweet this, but we'll talk about this as well, of course. This is an insane statistic that's Israel related. I'm gonna skip the Marine Le Pen for now, and maybe get back to Le Pen later. Wait. Marine Le Pen barred from running for office. This is how you do it. Macron. I'll just say, Macron, he done did it again. You did not understand Le Macron and the ways his mind works. It doesn't really matter ultimately because, like, that's just one person in the party. She's a figurehead. She's a figurehead for the party overall, but, like, they already moved on to the young, sexy Nazi guy. They already moved on to the young, sexy Nazi guy as, like, the substitute who is, who is like way more optics focused. You're speaking better French than the most French man, not gonna lie. No, of course not. I'm a French political streamer, so if you need some info, I can help. Madame, okay, maybe later. Thank you. Bardella is getting judged and punished soon as well. Yeah. Did you see what the racist girl said to Speed in China? No. They embezzled campaign funds. It'll affect the party. Yeah, lots of lawfare happening around the world. You know what I mean? That's just like, I'll let this one slide. That's all I'm gonna say. But she can run for president. She can't run for president in 2027 anymore. Yeah. Macron hates the women and does not want to see a woman in a position of power. That is what is happening. You have to see a sexy lady thrive. You do not want to see Le Pen in a position of power. This is what it is. I shall say this only once, but might as well dive into it. Jordan Bardella is ugly as fuck. Bro, for a Frenchman, have you ever watched French movies or French television? Number one, the uglier you are, the prettier you are in French, okay? That's number one. Number two, even from like a non-French perspective, Jordan Bardella is like the handsomest man in France. Judging by what I've seen from French French cinema and French TV shows, he is like a normal looking dude, which makes him the most handsome guy in the entirety of France. Okay? I'm going to explode. French democracy is dead. I am furious. Huge IQ, small PP. I want my subs back. Take that shit back. Listen, I love France. You already know. Lucas has entirely changed my worldview on France. I'm actually no longer a hater of France. I'm a lover of France. I do fucking hate Macron though. Holy shit. But yeah, lawfare for all, baby. That's where we're at. Lawfare for all. Lawfare all across the board. Everybody's doing lawfare. You got Erdogan doing lawfare. You know, Erdogan wrote the theory. Macron is doing the praxis, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about this, but goddamn, it's hard for me not to. But, you know, it does rub me the wrong way a little bit because they are Nazis and I hate them. But also simultaneously, Macron did some fuck shit with what's his face? With Mélenchon as well. You know what I mean? Like he's just very clearly using whatever methods he has at his disposal to try to shred like any of his opposition. And it's really interesting. She stole money, Hassan. No, look. We'll get into it. Because everyone is fucking corrupt. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it appropriate. But we'll get into it. There's just like something a little bit alarming about it overall. I'm not saying like I hate this, but I am saying that there is a vibe shift overall all around the world where there is there's a Turkification of Western liberal democracy, or rather a Vladimir Putinification of Turkey, and then a Turkification of Western democracy. It's like there's varying degrees of practices that a lot of liberal democracies are engaging in now, and it frustrates me a little bit. It scares me a little bit. I don't like it overall. That's all I'm saying. Okay? We'll get into it later, though. Let's talk about some unification on the other hand. China, Japan, South Korea strengthen trade as Trump tariffs looms. This is insane.
China, Japan, and South Korea held the first trade talks in 5 years on Sunday, amid concerns over U.S. President Donald Trump's import tariffs. The three Asian manufacturing giants agreed to, quote, closely cooperate for a comprehensive and high-level talks to improve free trade in the region. That's according to a statement released after the meeting. Trade ministers from the three nations met ahead of Trump's planned announcement on Wednesday of more tariffs in what he calls, quote, Liberation Day. Last week, Trump announced 25% import tariffs on cars and auto parts, a move that may hurt companies, especially Asian automakers, which are among the largest vehicle exporters to the U.S. Seoul, Beijing, and Tokyo are major U.S. trading partners, although they have been at loggerheads among themselves. Disagreements over issues, including territorial disputes.
Dude, what is happening? Reuters hit the TikTok AI voice on this. Like, I feel like, and not to be too much of a zoomer and say everything is AI, but like this news article has the vibes of like one of those like Indian AI bot farm TikTok accounts that just like spams random shit. It's not AI. I'm just saying it has like the vibes of one of those videos that sometimes ends up on my fucking timeline. You know what I mean? Like boring, slaps a couple of these videos, slaps a couple of these like B-roll footage, like do a quick readout, 1 minute hit. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's just Singaporean accent? No, I'm talking about the production value. It has nothing to do with her accent. Jesus Christ. You guys are so silly. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that normally when Reuters does news hits, there's a little bit more information in it, where it's not just like a person straight up narrating over moving B-roll like this.
Have prevented them from making any substantial progress on a trilateral free trade deal since starting talks in 2012. The ministers agreed to hold their next ministerial meeting in Japan.
We're going to go to Washington now, where President Trump is talking.
Yeah. Liberation Day, baby. Trump speaks out on tariffs and term limits. Donald Trump, he's doing Liberation Day. He's liberating America from the tariffs. I guess he's liberating the wealthy from the fake wealth that they've accrued in the stock market by destroying the stock market piece by piece. JD Pandon, once again, gotta say, gotta hand it to the man. He's out of his mind, dude. He's doing some real cool shit across the board, okay? Chinese century confirmed by Matt Iglesias. For the first time in my life, I really just think America may be cooked and it's going to be the Chinese century. Oh, no. Ew, boo, boo. I don't want to gatekeep Chinese century, but, like, I don't like when Matt Iglesias agrees with me. It just does not sit right with me. There's a grossness associated with that. Yes, he's too late to the game. He's too late to the game as always, but like it just feels really icky, dude. Oh, gross. Stop. Yuck. Go back to advocating for third-rate neoliberalism or something. You are not white Chinese. I am. You are not Chinese. You will never be Chinese. You will never be white Chinese, Matt Iglesias. Never. We have been begging for Xi Jinping to release us from the shackles. Okay, we are the ones. We are the white Chinese that have been begging. It is kind of funny, though, because like I do suspect, especially with a lot of the actions that Trump is taking on as he like manages the American decline in his own fucked up, twisted way, ironically accelerating the American demise. I think once again, right, but too early in terms of going long on China and being very, very bullish on China. I've been, preaching the gospel on this stuff for quite a bit. And many people have been very upset at me for saying this stuff. And half of the things that I talk about with respect to China is not even like, ridiculous glaze or whatever. It's just like correcting the record, right? It's just me basically explaining to people like, you're wrong about this thing that you think is happening. That's usually what it is, right? Bar, what did you think he meant when he said 1 billion Americans? Yeah. Why don't you wait for the right time, always too early? What do you mean? What? When you're right, you're right. That doesn't change the dynamic. You're still right. I was still right about this. It's just more people are now finally coming to that recognition. That's it. But you're right. I'll just wait a little bit. I'll just keep saying China is on the verge of collapse so I can keep accruing all those funds. Oh, this Matt Iglesias post has hurt my feelings. Anyway, all I'm going to say is this, okay? All I'm going to say is this. 天上太阳红也红彤彤诶，是兄弟太阳是马所动诶，到领导我们的是风诶，人民翻身当上手手主人，也是有诶呀呀是有呀，人民翻身当上手手主人。天上太阳红呀红彤彤诶，是兄弟太阳是马所动诶，发领导我们奋勇心诶。It needs improvement. I know. Gaming Gaming Zhang Yang Yang Pyong Your Hong Gaming Zhang Yang. Okay, that's enough. That's all I got. You have to play it. I left a cat girl stream for this. All right. Yeah. Time to take some Mandarin classes, Hassan. It's true. This is a hate crime, bro. Shut up. It can't be a hate crime. It can only be a love crime.
Talking about openly defying the Constitution, saying he's considering running for a third term, despite the 22nd Amendment limiting a president to 2 terms. He's also ramping up his trade war. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, this would defy the Constitution, but this morning President Trump isn't ruling out seeking another term as president. In some of his strongest comments yet, President Trump says he's considering his options to serve a third term in office.
It's so funny you guys are saying it's a hate crime. I'm literally white Chinese, which means it can't be a hate crime, okay? I'm white Chinese, dog. I'm Chinese in my heart, in my mind, in my soul, okay? I abide by Maoist thought every step that I take.
office, a breach of the Constitution's two-term limit for presidents.
I don't want to talk about it. I'm just telling you, I have had more people say, please run again. I said, we have a long way to go before we even think about that.
In a phone call with NBC, Trump saying, quote, there are methods which you could do it, including possibly urging his vice president, J.D. Vance, to run and then cede power back to Trump. The president saying that's one method, but that there are others too. But a third term would defy the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution.
Oh, it's so funny the way that these guys approach the subject matter when they're like, well, this is unconstitutional. It's like, what has he done that's constitutional? Every night Trump goes to bed and while he's tweeting from the toilet, he's wiping his ass with the Constitution. And you guys are like, well, you know, this is illegal, sir. Yeah, a lot of stuff that he's doing is unconstitutional. Virtually everything he's doing is unconstitutional. It's kind of the entire point of Trump 2 is seeing how far you can go with the shredding of the Constitution. It's kind of everything that we've done thus far, isn't it?
Which says no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. When asked to clarify, Trump doubling down, saying, I'm not joking, but then adding, it is far too early to think about it. Overnight on Air Force One, Trump declining to respond when asked point blank if he's planning to leave office in 2029 and refusing to comment further on specifics. It's an idea the president and his allies have publicly toyed with for months.
I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. I think I'm not allowed to run again. I'm not sure. Am I allowed to run again?
Amending the Constitution to run again would require 2/3 approval by Congress and then ratification by 38 states. Democrats sounding the alarm. Congressman Dan Goldman saying this is yet another.
Yeah, we can't amend the Constitution for anything good, by the way, just for this. We can't do that for anything else, by the way. Okay, God forbid. Only for our dear leader, our glorious president, America's own Recep Tayyip Erdogan, dude. Holy moly.
Another escalation in his clear effort to take over the government and dismantle our democracy. Now, this all comes as President Trump this week is poised to upend.
Dems would vote for it just to get Obama. I know. And that is like the terrifying thing that I want to talk about here. Okay. If you grew up anywhere outside of the United States of America, outside of like Western Europe, for example, if you grew up anywhere in the third world, in a developing nation, in a second world country, whatever, okay, outside of Western Europe and the United States of America or Canada or whatever, you know exactly what's going on. It is happening in broad daylight in front of our eyes once again, okay? And a lot of Americans, on the other hand, cannot comprehend what's going on or are just completely checked out or think it's awesome. And today I'm going to be talking about that because there's a new YouGov poll that showed that Republicans especially do not care about due process at all. Like, not even a little bit. And it's very funny because they don't understand what due process is because when directly questioned about it, they're like, yeah, okay, that's not a great idea. Americans broadly don't comprehend the damages of eroding due process. One of the best parts about the American process in general. I am horrified at how stupid most Americans are. It's crazy. I'm horrified at how stupid they are. I'm horrified at how angry and resentful the Republicans are to a degree where they are advocating for such things. It's really messed up. But yeah, Democrats allowing Donald Trump to potentially overturn the term limits on presidential runs in an effort to slam back Obama into the race is one of the most idiotic things I've ever thought about, and that is precisely why I think Democrats might do it, because they're fucking stupid.
Global trade promising to unleash those sweeping reciprocal tariffs he's dubbed Wednesday Liberation Day. Now, the scope of these tariffs.
Stop calling Americans stupid and educate them. Brother, I do that every day. I try every day. I try every goddamn day of my existence, and I don't know, man. I feel like people are very resilient, very resistant
and how punishing they will be remains unclear. But the president overnight promised to be, quote, generous. But economists, of course, warn that American consumers will ultimately pay the price for this, that costs could rise on everything from produce to electronics to cars, of course, as Trump's 25% tariffs on all imported cars and auto parts are also set to go into effect later this week, George.
Yeah, and that is hitting markets around.
You're rich. Why haven't you fixed the American education system yet? You're right. It's because I don't want to. Yeah. I'm actually gonna go band for band with Billy Boy, Bill Gates, in terms of like rebuilding the American education system as he has destroyed it. Because me and him, we can go band for band, you know? We can go M for M, right? Chatters don't understand how numbers work. I know. Like virtually every billionaire, including very famous ones like Bill Gates, and now the entire administrative apparatus is single-handedly working in the direction of abolishing the Department of Education and destroying American education, a project that has existed in perpetuity for multiple decades before I even came to the United States of America. And you think me, a no motion, comparative broke boy, with respect to the likes of, you know, most millionaires and certainly billionaires, I'm gonna fix it on my own. You got it. It's funny, people think like, I guess like there's a true overestimation of how much money I have. Like y'all really think I got like multiple M's, you know what I mean? Multiple M's in the bank account. I'm talking like 50, 60, 100. And it's funny because obviously that's not the case. But even if I did, it still wouldn't be enough. You know that, right? Like if I had $100 million, it still would not be enough. Elon Musk has so far spent $220 million on this election cycle, and he's still the wealthiest guy on the planet, even though he lost multiple billions from his net worth. And y'all are over here being like, yeah, one guy that gets voluntary subscriptions from his chat that doesn't even farm. $280 million Elon used in this last election cycle. You're so funny. A funny way to approach this. Yeah. Voluntary donations in the form of voluntary subscriptions in the form of $6 a month, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. And one day we'll be able to go M for M with the Bill Gates of the world. If I have $50 million, it still wouldn't be enough. And you claim you're a socialist? No, ironically enough, I'm saying that like that level of unimaginable wealth that I will never have, okay, 100%, that level of insane wealth is nothing. It's not even a drop. Like that's how far out the money and the systems that are designed that we're talking about. And it's so funny that people will come in here and be like, why don't you just save the world? Yeah, I'm trying, dude. This, for me, for someone like myself, this right here, what I'm doing right here every day is in comparison to like spending money on, if I were to spend every dime I had, it would be infinitely less effective than what I do on a daily basis in front of the camera. That's precisely the reason why corporations with multiple M's and B's sometimes, you know, billions of dollars of revenue come to me and they say, hey, can we use this for ourselves a little bit? And in most circumstances, I say no.
On the world. Meantime, the president in that interview also made critical comments of Vladimir Putin.
He did, George, and this is a real change in tone from the president, voicing frustration with Putin. Trump saying he is, quote, very angry and, quote, pissed off that Putin has been criticizing Ukrainian President Zelensky's credibility, something, of course, Trump himself has also done. Now, going further, Trump says he will put more tariffs on Russian oil if they aren't able to reach a ceasefire deal, and he feels Putin is to blame. Those sanctions have proved to be little deterrence in the past, and President Trump does say that he and Putin are likely to speak sometime later this week, George.
Bruce, thanks.
You said you were not joking.
Just in, Trump asked point blank if he was joking about possibly seeking third term, and he's going to say, I'm not joking, and it's going to play itself out in the exact same ways that it always has. Trump's going to say, I'm not joking, I'm being so for real with you, and then every one of his dumbass fans are going to be like, duh, yeah, based, third term, based, how about a fourth one, how about a fifth one, put him in a vat, make sure that he survives. Put his brain in Neuralink. We need it. Based. Trump should keep serving until every Guatemalan is out of this country. Based. You know? But in any case, you know, and then all the Republicans are going to be like, oh, he's just joking. Please don't pay attention to that. Yeah, just like he was joking about Project 2025, just like he was joking about Project Esther, which the media didn't really cover that much. But yeah, he was just joking about Project 2025, except he's doing it. So I guess it's not a joke.
About a third term, about possibly wanting a third term. Does that mean you're not planning to leave office on January 20th?
I'm not looking at that, but I'll tell you, I have had more people ask me to have a third term, which is in a way it's more.
Look at this scumbag smiling ear to ear. Oh my God.
Term because the other election, the 2020 election was totally rigged. So it's sort of a fourth term in a certain way. I just don't want the credit.
He said, I technically ran the country in 2020 as well. It was rigged. So I'll do a fourth term. I'll do a fifth term. Why not? A sixth term.
Biden was so bad. He did such a bad job. And I think that's one of the reasons that I'm popular, if you want to know the truth. I think I'm popular because we've done a great job. I think we've had the best almost 100 days of any president. And most people are saying that. And it's an honor. We're bringing back our country. We're respected as a country again. And we're strongly respected. And people are amazed. I was with some very important people today, and they said that they've never seen a turnaround of a country as fast as this. Even look at our...
Dude, no one thinks this. Like, even his diehard fans that... Like, the only people that still think this, I think, are Asmongold fans who are neats themselves, so they don't care about the stock market or they don't care about anything. You know what I mean? The crypto people are, like, supposed to be the diehard loyalists here, and even they now have paper hands on Trump, okay? I have friends that, like, are in those spaces that constantly send me the crypto guys being like, yeah, hey, guys... I don't know. I don't mean to be an alarmist, but like it kind of seems like Trump is fucking everything up. Like the people that think he's popping off and he's killing it, that number is getting narrower and narrower. It's getting smaller and smaller every single day. He has done zero positive things so far. Like you are losing. First of all, the markets are crying every day. So there's that. But then even the crypto markets are crying every day, so they don't like that either. Like everyone is kind of upset, I think.
Border, we have nobody coming. You can come into our country, but you have to come in legally. But we have nobody coming in to our country. It's almost shut down. They've never seen anything like it.
At an appropriate precedent limits a president to 2 terms. Is it your understanding that they have to be?
I don't even want to talk about it. I'm just
because like the two things you can't fuck up is the bag for the wealthy. He's doing that with the stock market, and also price of commodities for the average Joe. I was talking about this with my dad last night. Like we were talking about the tariffs, right? Because we're trying to figure out like why he's doing this, and like he's trying to bring up the overall net revenue generated through tariffs back to like from I think like what 4% overall net revenue generation to like 8%, and it's funny because like in that process you are going to raise the cost of all of these goods, right? And when you do that, when you raise the cost of regular commodities, it's over. The American project is done. That is the last thing that holds the Amerifat empire together. Okay? The moment that an Amerifat can't fucking buy a new television that is like marginally better with a little bit of bells and whistles on it for $200, $250, but instead has to get it for $400, so he has to put that purchase off for a year, is the moment that they bring the guns out. Okay? So this entire tariff process, if it causes inflation, and it will cause inflation, because I read, I look at I look at Financial Times and Reuters and the reporting on the matter, and Bloomberg, where they go to China and they talk to the Chinese producers, and they're like, yeah, we'll pay 50% of the tariffs. It's fine. We'll lower our prices a little bit. But that means 50% is still being paid by the American the American importers, which means that the overall cost of the good is going to go up. That is going to carry over to the consumer. That's not something that the American consumer is going to like. As a matter of fact, here's proof in the pudding. Donald Trump is president. Inflation under Biden and the cost of living crisis is literally the reason why Americans were like, I don't even care if he says he's going to deport every Guatemalan. He's like, my best friend is undocumented. My dad is undocumented. I'm still voting for him because, I don't even care if my dad gets deported, but in the process, like eggs are cheaper. I will do it. I will be on board with that. That's the one thing everybody cares about. Americans are very selfish. Americans are selfish as fuck. Dude, you really think that's all? There's tons of people already in that situation right now. Poor families unable to afford housing, let alone treats. Yes, that's my point. It's not just treats. It's like basic goods. But the treatlerites are the ones that have the most motion. The treatlerites are the Republican Party's base of support. We're not talking about the working poor. The working poor gets shafted regardless with no hope whatsoever. I'm talking about the treatlerites. The suburbs will cry tears of blood.
I'm telling you, I have had more people say, please run again. They said, we have a long way to go before we even think about that. But I've had a lot of people. Yeah, go ahead. Did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, do you think that's an appropriate precedent to set, even if it wasn't you in this position, to see a president serve a third term?
I'm telling you, growing up, shit was expensive. Everybody didn't have everything. Trump thinks we can go back to that, but that's nuts. Yes, that is. And that's only nuts because you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, especially when things being relatively cheap, relatively affordable is precisely what holds this entire process together. Okay? That is what stops Americans from rioting. That is the only thing that holds this society together is the ticker tape. I'm telling you right now, that is the only thing that stops Americans from rioting. The moment that things are no longer as affordable as they were, and it hasn't gotten to that degree yet, I'm telling you right now, it's getting there, but it's not fully there, okay? When we get there, you will see. I'll give you the example that I always use. We told Americans to stay indoors. We'll pay you. Just stay indoors for a little bit, please. You're gonna die. We don't have a vaccine. We don't know what this fucking disease is. And they literally went to the state capitals with weapons because they were like, if I can't get my fucking haircut and my Twinkie, I will kill you. I will kidnap you and I will kill you, elected representative. What do you mean? People still carried resentment in places where they never even shut down. As a matter of fact, I think people carry resentment more in red states where they didn't even shut down. They were angry at the behest of fucking blue states where people were wearing masks. They were fantasizing about this like Chinese style zero COVID policies being implemented in fucking California when that wasn't the case either. And people were upset on behalf of California all the way from fucking Arkansas. It's like, dude, you never even had a shutdown. What is your grievance? Shut the fuck up. And they still talk about it. Like, imagine, you're in South Dakota. They never closed down. And you got chatters from South Dakota whose parents are still talking about the COVID shutdowns and how devastating it was. It's like, what did you shut down? You didn't even shut shit down. Yeah, like with immigration, doesn't affect me, but I see it on TV. Yeah, this is the resentment and anger of relatively comfortable people that don't like the instability that they see on television, and they're stupid enough to believe everything they see on television. That's it. It's called empathy, Hassan. Yeah, empathy. Yeah. The average Ohioan has a lot of empathy for the average Californian. What are you talking about? I mean, I know you're joking, but goddamn. Yeah. The only time America has class solidarity is on the boundaries of reactionary thought. There's no, which is ironically not class solidarity anyway.
I want to talk about a third term now because a long time to go. We have a long time. You know, we have almost 4 years to go. And that's a long time. But despite that, so many people are saying, you've got to run again. They love the job we're doing. Most importantly, they love the job we're doing.
Yeah.
So you said you were upset with Putin. Would you say your relationship with Vladimir Putin is
the job we're doing? Nobody loves the job he's doing. That's just so funny. There's just like, who's saying that, bro? Who are you talking to? Fucking Witkoff? Is that the only guy you're talking to? Navarro? So much love. People love the job we're doing. Everybody loves it. My favorite politician, Asmon Gold. That's his name. He loves it. He loves me. He says, I'm based. I don't know what the kids say. Kids say based all the time. That's right. He's apolitical. He loves me.
It's lowest point right now.
So I don't think he's going to go back on his word. You're talking about Putin. I don't think he's going to go back on his word. I've known him for a long time. We've always gotten along well, despite the Russia hoax. It's a hoax created by Clinton and Schiff and all of these lunatics. And that really was a dangerous point. That was a very dangerous thing they did to this country. It was a pure, unadulterated scam, hoax. But no, I think he'll be okay. But if he isn't, I was disappointed in a certain way. Some of the things that were said over the last day or two having to do with Zelensky, because when he considers Zelensky not credible, he supposed to be making a deal with him, whether you like him or you don't like him. So I wasn't happy with that. But I think he's going to be good. And I certainly wouldn't want to put secondary tariffs on Russia, but if they were put on, it would not be very good for them. We put secondary tariffs on, as you know, in Venezuela, and it's had a very strong impact on Venezuela. You know that every ship just got out and they left. A lot of them left. They dropped the hoses right into the ocean and they left. They didn't want to be there for a minute because they didn't want those tariffs to catch on, or they didn't want me to see them there. So the Venezuela secondary tariffs, all secondary tariffs are very strong, because essentially it says if you disobey our orders, you cannot do business in the United States of America, and that's the cash cow.
Will that apply to Chinese companies buying Russian oil as well, if you plan to go ahead with those?
So if, in the case of Venezuela, as you know, China pulled up anchor and left. They were there, they had two ships there, and they left empty. They didn't want to take a chance. No, we're not playing games. Okay, any other questions?
Will you clarify, are you planning to leave office January 20th, 2029, or are you saying you might not?
Go ahead, any other questions?
Question: His team surely understands that once goods are unaffordable, people are going to riot. They must have a plan for why they do the tariff shit. What if he subsidizes goods for the time being? I don't know. I think he maybe thinks that he can just like bully corporations to not raise their prices or something, without any sort of like legal restrictions such as like price caps or anything like that. Maybe he thinks that is what he can do. He can get away with. It's not a secret. It's not a secret that Americans, or at least like business owners, are like genuinely scared of Trump. They're already caving. Even the most woke, quote unquote woke, most liberal parts of American society, like college campuses, colleges in general, are caving to Donald Trump right now, with Columbia, with Harvard, all these places. Like, if they're not even putting up a fight, then business leaders are never going to put up a fight against Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, he's saying this. This is what he's saying. He's going to tell the automakers to not raise their prices in response to tariffs. He's like, eat away at your profits. It's weird. It's a weird situation. And I've said this before, but it's like, Trump is the guy who could potentially get away with doing this, if that makes sense. He's the only guy I can think of that has like that level of motion and that level of threat power. I don't know if they'll follow through on it. I doubt it, but
legal scholars
who
are
knows? Here, Trump's third term could actually happen. I gotta pee.
Raising concerns after President Trump said he's considering a third term. The 22nd Amendment explicitly limits a president to 2 elected terms, or 10 years, saying, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. For more on that, let's bring in ABC contributor Kim Whaley, legal expert and professor at the University of Baltimore Law School. So, Kim, that was a lot of words that I just read, but break this down. Is there any wiggle room in here, in the language you see in the Constitution, for President Trump to seek a third term?
Well, Diane, there's always wiggle room for creative lawyers. And I think the argument is that the word elected to 2 terms maximum means literally elected, not served. So the argument he's saying is that he can serve more than 2 terms, so long as he's not elected at the top of the ticket. For example, if he is elected as a vice president, J.D. Vance as president could resign and he could move to the position of president. That's not being elected. The problem with that is the 12th Amendment says specifically that if someone's ineligible.
Bro, this is literally Erdogan shit. I'm not even kidding. Dude, Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump might be an Erdogan appreciator. Okay? This is straight up like 1-to-1. Oh my God. It's like Putin, Erdogan, Donald Trump, okay? Putin is the guy who wrote the theory. Erdogan is the one who put it in application in the terms of praxis. And Donald Trump is making a shitty copy of it. It's crazy. This is, oh my God. How are people not recognizing what's going on, dude? It's like, this is the new method. I think, I talked about this before. I think they see China's rise and they learn the wrong lessons from it, right? At least in America, where they look at China and they're like, well, these guys have so much motion. They can do whatever they want. They have complete control over like the entire government. They can just build, miles and miles of high-speed rail if they choose to do so. Like no one can really say anything about it. And they look at that situation and their takeaway is just like the wrong lessons. Doors open. Hello? Hello? Yeah, door's open. Guys, groomers here.
Eligible to be president, they cannot be a vice president. But at the end of the day, this doesn't really hinge on what the Constitution says. It's more on, if the Republican Party decides to put him on the ballot on a state by state basis, who's going to stop that process? There's no mechanism. If Donald Trump is willing to push the boundaries of the Constitution, if the Republican Party doesn't come in and stop him, I think this is this is feasible. This could actually happen.
Now, many Trump allies, including Steve Bannon, have pointed to the Constitution not using the word consecutive when defining presidential terms. Is that a loophole?
I think that's a pretty weak argument. I mean, it doesn't say anything about it having to be consecutive terms. And if you think about it as well from an originalist standpoint, right, a conservative standpoint, and you think about why do we even have the 22nd Amendment? It was because Franklin Delano Roosevelt served 4 terms in office or was elected 4 times, and people from both parties didn't like that idea. There had been many attempts since the founding of the Constitution to put a cap on presidential terms, and they did that in 1951.
Now, just a few minutes ago, I asked Republican Congressman David Kustoff if he would support Trump serving a 3rd term. He didn't say yes, but he also didn't say no. What happens if the president tries any of these tactics?
Well, that interview I heard, and I think it's good news that he believes it would take a constitutional amendment to allow that. But if he got on the ballot, I don't know that the Supreme Court.
Good news. Good news that he still recognizes that there are legal hurdles that he must overcome instead of just bouldering through it, which he is inevitably going to do. Good news. You don't take Kai to a place to get groomed? No. Mobile groomer. He comes to me. How do people not connect the dots he was setting up? He isn't a Putin puppet. He's an admirer of how he constructed his dictatorship. I think that America looks to a country like China in general and realizes that it's virtually impossible to compete against a country that has that level of power and that level of motion. The part that they don't recognize, however, is that China is a ginormous country, much larger than the United States of America. How do they have this level of awesome power? It's not because of authoritarianism. It's because they also have been able to produce results for the Chinese people. And they don't understand that. They don't understand that at all. They do not comprehend this. Without high-speed rail, without rapid urbanization, without rapid development, without China becoming a competitive global superpower after a century of humiliation, they would have so much unimaginable instability. You cannot control 1 billion plus people by simply simply crushing their spirit. Okay, you have to do a carrot and the stick. If it's all stick, it's not going to work. And this is something that American leadership does not understand. They think, nah, just all stick, no carrot, it's fine. All stick, no carrot is India. Carrot and the stick is China. All stick, no carrot is India.
Court would kick him off. We saw this in the last election. I believe Section 3 of the 14th Amendment made him ineligible because of January 2021 and the insurrection. But the Supreme Court said, we're not going to stop the Republican Party from choosing who they want to be at the top of the ticket. So with lots of things that are happening with Donald Trump, the question is who.
Isn't there definitely authoritarian elements of the Chinese government, or am I being too biased? No, of course there are. That's why I said there's a carrot and a stick. Of course. First of all, every government is authoritarian. That's what governments do, okay? There are different ways of establishing, there's different mechanisms of establishing like whether or not something is appropriate in terms of rules and regulations. But of course the Chinese government is authoritarian as well. Of course. And in some ways it is more authoritarian than the United States of America. Okay? This is 100% correct. This is why I always say that there is a degree of censorship in China that does not exist or did not exist in the United States of America until recently, and America is moving in that direction. Instead of doing all the cool, fun, good things that the Chinese government has done, that plays a major role in the Chinese population's attitudes towards the government being relatively positive, regardless of the suppression of speech, for example. America refuses to do any of the benefits and only want to do the bad shit, only want to do the social repression. Yeah. It's ironic because anti-Chinese propaganda, for example, dictates that in China, if you say something about Xi Jinping, if you call him Winnie the Pooh, they come in and they disappear you, right? Like that's the claim that like they will black bag you in the middle of the street. Plainclothes officers will come in and they'll fucking disappear you for writing, I don't know, an op-ed about how Xi Jinping is Winnie the Pooh or something, right? Meanwhile, we're doing that in America. The things that we claim they're doing in China, we are doing in America right now. At least when the Chinese government is like disappearing people for a little bit, it's guys like Jack Ma. The fuck? They're talking about you on MSNBC.
If Elon Musk truly wanted to cut down on fraud, he would stop paying that guy to play video games for him on his behalf. That's the only fraud that I've seen proven so far.
What's funny, he's actually been called out by a few people on social media. He's been challenged by a few people
to the Doge list.
He's been challenged by a few people to play video games against him, and he hasn't taken anyone up on it because some people think that he's not the one that's actually playing.
Of course, I don't trust Elon Musk to handle anything with the word social in it.
Yeah, that's right. The challenge is here, baby. We've made it to MSNBC. Let's go. Their big issue is their 996 work schedule. I mean, that is one of the elements that demands reform. There's a bunch of stuff. There's like the what's it called? It's like an internal passport system. I forget the name of it now. Like when it's difficult for you to leave like a rural village, and then go and live in the hukou, whatever it's called. Like that system is like fairly oppressive as well. Hukou. I don't know how to say it, but the point is like these are issues in a growing nation that has grown and become rapidly industrialized and has become a global superpower at an incredible speed, and they're working their way through it. Yes, I know 996 is ruled illegal in China. It doesn't fucking matter. I think something being technically illegal doesn't mean that it's like still not being turned a blind eye to. Yeah, and both 996 and hukou are two structures that are on the verge of reform regardless. But my point is, there are still issues in China, of course, but these aren't issues that contribute to China being able to build the incredible industrial output that they've been able to do. That's not the reason. Like, it's not the Hukou system that is like allowed them to be able to build high-speed rail or do rapid urbanization. So anyway, let's continue. I don't know why we're fucking talking about China again.
Who
Let's
is
get
going
back
to
to
stand in the
America.
way of what sounds like an extra constitutional agenda here?
All right, Kim Whaley, thank you.
Let's begin here, though. Breaking overnight, Iran's supreme leader issuing a new warning to the United States after President Trump threatened to bomb Tehran. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warning that America will receive a strong blow if it acts on President Trump's threat over negotiations on a new nuclear deal. News Nation's Tom Dempsey has the latest from Washington. Tom, good morning to you. We're starting to really get a clearer picture here.
People like to justify America by critiquing China. It says a lot. I mean, yeah, it's just copium. You know what I mean? That's all it is. You have to have, in a way, it is no different than when an American needs, like a working class white man in an area that has been left behind, like West Virginia, needs to think about someone that's like lesser than they are in order to feel like they've been elevated, in order to feel like they're actually not in the worst possible position. And it's no different across the board. And it's the same principle behind why like Americans would be like, oh, why are so many people coming here then if it's so shitty? It's like, yeah, because other places are even shittier. But there's a reason why people from Norway aren't fucking coming here, okay? Even though Western Europe is also rapidly Americafying at an alarming rate, as America is becoming more Turkish at an alarming rate. Everything is just evolving. You know, Knut disagrees. Okay, come on, guys. You have one example. We're talking about mass migration patterns. As long as there's someone below them, they think they're doing better. Yeah, exactly. So all of the problems here, all of the problems that we have here that we could fix, that we have enough wealth to fix, we just don't have the motion and, you know, and it's not going to happen through the magnanimous nature of the super wealthy that want to maintain their super profits. But all of those issues are, you cast them aside. It doesn't matter. At least you're not Chinese. You know what I mean? Look at China. It's so much scarier, so much worse.
Of the president's plans to turn back the clock on Iran's nuclear program.
That's right. Good morning, Mark. Some big comments coming from President Donald Trump, who says that if Iran does not make a deal to rein in its nuclear program, the United States may resort to bombing the country. He made these comments during a recent interview with NBC News. Obviously, a lot of attention on this, with President Trump putting it bluntly, quote, if they don't make a deal, there will be bombing, and it will be bombing the likes of which they have never seen before. But Iran's own president says the country has no plans to directly negotiate with the United States, writing, quote, we don't avoid talks. It's a breach of promises that has been caused issues for us so far. They must prove that they can build trust. But President Trump made it clear over the weekend he will not back down.
And we're going to either have to talk and talk it out, or very bad things are going to happen to Iran.
Here, let's watch the full threat. Iran warns Trump over U.S. military threat. Bro, this is the other thing, bro. Other countries know how to do protests so much better than us. Like, whether it be Yemen or Iran, whether it's a pro-government protest or anti-government protest like in Turkey, or a pro-government protest in Iran, like they mobilize. They love this shit, bro. They do. Look at this. When you think about it, even Israel does protests. Israel is very American, you know. Israel is very America-coded. And yet, even in Israel, they got better protests than we do. It's crazy. It's because we got the treats. It's called walkable cities. I mean, there is that too. I think there is that too, for sure. Speaking of protests, yes, I know there's a protest on Saturday in D.C. I will be there. I will be there. I will be there. I will be there. I know. I will be there. Some of the organizations actually reached out and asked if they want me to speak at the protest as well. I might do that, potentially. I haven't figured out what I would say if I were to do such a thing, but I will be there. That the U.S. would receive a strong reciprocal blow in retaliation, but cast doubt on the likelihood of an attack from the U.S. Hold on, I'm going to read it. Nations around the world are angry and upset. And that's just based on what they know. There are many issues. and atrocities nations around the world are not even aware of. The anti-Zionist and anti-U.S. chants that you see in the streets of Europe and even in the United States stems from their limited knowledge. They would do more if they knew more. All I'm saying is this rogue group, Israel, must be eradicated from Palestine. The hostility from U.S. and Israel has always been there. They threatened to attack us, which we don't think is likely. Bro, the amount of words in Farsi that's like, the amount of words in Farsi that we use in Turkish as well is crazy. Dushman, dunya means world. Dushman means enemy. Devlet, I think, did he say millet or devlet? It's kind of crazy. Like, I can almost understand what the fuck he's saying. I mean, yeah, it's just they get it mostly from Arabic, for the record. Arabic is the one that connects all of this. We have a lot of loan words. Yeah, dunya is an Arabic word, and I think it's in Hindi and Urdu as well. Hindi and Urdu is already like, don't get mad at me, but you know, it seems like the distinction between Ukrainian and Russian in terms of linguistic differences. You know. But if they commit any mischief, okay, it feels like he's saying a lot more, you know what I mean, than just whatever the translation is saying. They will surely receive a strong reciprocal blow. Didn't Ottoman sultans call themselves Padishah instead of Sultan? Padishah is also a Farsi loanword. Yes, Padishah is the same as Sultan. I am a white Jewish boy ready to die for the Ayatollah. Shut the fuck up, dude. Yo, we got Jewish boys in America talking about how their Shia Islam is the light out here. This is crazy. Dude, you're gonna get fucking deported. Isn't the Ayatollah Turkish Azeri? I don't know, maybe. I mean, potentially. I don't fucking know. I don't know his background. It's not surprising if he is, because there's hella Turks in Iran and like Turkic peoples of Azeri descendants. I've heard that like in Iran they have the their memes are like. Their memes are Turks. Like they talk about how Turkish people, like Turks, are stupid. Like the light bulb memes that people make about like the Polish in Iran internally, from what I understand, it's about Turks. Fucking haters. Yeah. There are hella protests at MN University campuses today. Nice. I have heard that anyone who has ever existed as Turkish thoughts is true. Dünya Türktür. All right. Let's get back to Trump. Iran threatens strong blow against the U.S. if Trump attacks.
For a deal to the other alternative, which I think everybody in this plane knows what that is. And that's not going to be pretty.
During his first term, President Trump pulled the United States out of a deal with Iran that puts strict limits on Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. But concerns have grown about Iran developing a nuclear weapon. President Trump sent a letter to Iran's supreme leader pushing for a deal after the UN's nuclear watchdog group, the International Atomic Energy Agency, reported earlier this year that Iran has accelerated its production of near weapons-grade uranium. Now, Iran insists that its program is for peaceful purposes, but really adding a lot onto the tension right now, Marky, is recent United States strikes against Houthi targets, with the United States accusing Iran of providing money and weapons to the terrorist group.
Yeah,
Marky?
A lot on the line there. And in a similar vein, when it comes to geopolitical tensions, Tom, the president also appears to be losing his patience with Russian President Vladimir Putin. What's the latest in that relationship?
Why should any country not try to develop nukes? Any country that's outside of the 10 years ago, I would have said, why should any country outside of the American periphery not develop nukes? Now, the mentality extends to countries within the orbit of Western empire as well, considering the actions that the Trump administration is accelerated. Like it's crazy. Every country, if you don't have nukes, you are 100 million% free real estate for proxy wars between superpowers that do have nukes. Superpowers that have nukes don't want to fuck up the bag, so they war over other smaller nations that don't have nukes. Look at Ukraine. Because the more nukes, the more likely someone stupid will end the world. I know. I understand that. I think there should be no nukes. Yeah. I guess this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you that Greenland must immediately get nukes. to the Inuit population of Greenland. Okay? Not nuke. Nukes. Okay? Put some nukes in nuke. It's time.
Well, so first off, President Trump saying he hopes to speak later this week over the phone with Russian President Vladimir Putin, but he once again really held nothing back, Marky, saying that he's, quote, pissed off with the Russian leader right now. And that's because of recent comments from Putin about how Ukraine should be put under control of other governments. The president has been pushing for a ceasefire, obviously, and says if Russia gets in the way of that happening, the U.S. will hit it with tariffs.
Certainly wouldn't want to put secondary tariffs on Russia, but if they were put on, it would not be very good for us. All sectors.
Dude, what can this? Okay, this is not a joke. I genuinely don't know what more they can do in terms of like blocking trade from Russia, unless they go directly to the secondary markets like India, or directly go to the recipients like the European countries and tell them you can't do anything anymore, or else we will cripple your economy. Because like, that's it. You already maxed out. I feel like we already maxed out under the Biden administration against like not tariffs, but sanctions. Like I was talking about this with my family as well, where it's like there is now this de-dollarization initiative taking place in ways that even I thought was laughable, where, you know, countries are trying to move away from the SWIFT structure because, you know, 80% of the global economy still runs on the dollar, and therefore America has awesome control over all trade, and it's probably its most powerful tool. Now, the reason why countries have been able to effectively move away from this is because they've been forced to. There is already an existing secondary market, because the reality of the matter is if you tariff or sanction everyone, then you technically are not sanctioning anyone but yourself, because all of a sudden you have shut off the rest of the global market from trading with you. This is a really interesting dynamic with America, because they have isolated themselves. We, America, we have isolated ourselves from the rest of the globe by doing this. If you sanction everyone, then technically the only person that is being sanctioned is you. So any kind of initiative to be able to move away from the SWIFT structure unironically stems from America's appetite for sanctions, and now this acceleration of tariffs as well, in terms of like ruining global trade that we've set up, that has allowed Americans to have low cost treats for quite some time at the cost of the evisceration of the middle class, the evisceration of the manufacturing capabilities of the United States of America.
Secondary tariffs are very strong, because essentially it says if you disobey our orders, you cannot do business in the United States of America. That's the cash cow.
Ukraine and Russia recently agreed to a partial and limited ceasefire, stopping attacks.
Yeah. The U.S. government, isolationist imperialism going super well. The U.S. government is on an international egg hunt, seeking exports from countries in Europe and elsewhere to ease the severe shortage that has caused egg prices at grocery stores to hit record highs. Yeah, they're begging Turkey to send as many eggs as possible. It's, once again, a self-owned, by the way, through and through, okay? You gut the safety measures that were put in place by eviscerating the HHS, FDA, and the federal regulatory bodies. And then, understandably, for one reason or another, there's a massive flu, okay? There's a massive avian flu, which rips through your poultry production, which rips through your egg production, while you're simultaneously saying you're going to dominate the planet with your restrictive trade and cripple other countries' economies because you think it'll benefit America in the long run. Like, what the fuck? What do you expect is the outcome? Trump is so incompetent, he's making a modern triarchy in Asia. I know. I already talked about this. I already tweeted about this, but he is JD Pandon, dude. Whether deliberate or unintentional, my goat, my king, doing JD Pandon once again. China, Japan, and South Korea agree to jointly respond to U.S. tariffs, dude. That is crazy. Till now, I didn't realize the reference, and it makes it so much funnier. JD Pandon is meant to mock the stupidity and incompetence of Trump and his government, implying that he could only be making such terrible decisions like tariffing America's biggest trading partners if he was a secret communist agent who was trying to destroy the United States from within and bring about a JD Pond. Permanent first world genocide. I do not care about the American ruling class. I only care about destroying the American working class. The Treatlerites will scream bloody murder. The suburbs will cry. It is I, JD Pandon. A blue check mark finally got the joke. Yeah. He's a Maoist third worldist, dude. That's it. He's a Maoist third worldist doing permanent first world genocide. The greater East Asian Crow prosperity sphere is back. Yeah, I don't like that Matt Iglesias is starting to recognize the Chinese century of prosperity. I hate that. It really does hurt my soul a little bit. It's honestly very funny that literally up until this very moment, Matt thought we were just a few good zoning regulations away from leading the next century. For the first time in my life, I really just think America may be cooked and it's going to be the Chinese century. First of all, here's the other side of this story. I think maybe not Trump, but people around Donald Trump have recognized the writing on the wall that this is the Chinese century of prosperity. I think a lot of what Donald Trump is trying to do is manage the decline of American empire to the best of their ability by behaving in this belligerent manner. I think they're making a mistake over and over again, but I think they recognize that as well. I mean, his main guy is Navarro. His main anti-Chinese guy is a dude who has spent the last 3 decades crying about how China is going to gut American manufacturing and it's already too late and we have to do something about it. They're going to dominate. They're going to dominate over and over and over again. Like, a lot of people are stupid, but even stupid people can sometimes recognize the truth. And that's Trump's main, trade czar, kind of. Giving him too much credit, my guy? No, I'm not giving Trump credit. I'm giving people in Trump's orbit credit to a certain degree. I'm still very critical, but I think Trump, or at least those in his orbit, think that this is the way out. I think it's wrong, and I think it only accelerates Chinese dominance. They are mismanaging the U.S. decline instead of negotiating this decline with the upcoming superpower. They are, perhaps racistly, because of their Orientalist framework, okay?
You mentioned
they are operating on an Orientalist framework still, where they think that they can behave in this belligerent manner and dominate our allies, our trade partners, to get a better deal out of them before everything falls apart. That's what I think is happening. But it is funny. I wonder if all of those people that have been yelling at me nonstop for saying, I don't think China is going to fall apart tomorrow, for the past decade at this point, almost, at least half of a decade, will they turn around and eat crow? Will they turn around and say, Hassan, maybe you were right about your prediction on where things were headed? Now that Matty Iglesias is on board, perhaps all of those liberals will start to recognize the truth. Who knows? Anyway, this is basically how the UK thought of themselves like they were 100 years ago when they did Brexit. The UK needs the EU and the US needs China and the world. I mean, it was looking kind of shaky during the pandemic. No, the fuck it wasn't. If you thought China was looking shaky during the pandemic, you don't understand. First of all, the superpower that China has is central command, okay? Centralized control implies that it is quite difficult for a nation state with that much power, with that much manufacturing capability to ever fall apart. One of the best examples of that is to look at the way that the real estate bubble popped in China, the evergreen fiasco, where everyone kept saying it's over, it's done, it's over, China is done tomorrow. Look at this evergreen shit, it's crazy. I think, and I'm being I'm being very sincere when I say this. I think that one of the issues with respect to Western analysts and why they consistently are wrong on China is that they assume that the Chinese government operates with our principles in mind. That's how you arrive at the ghost cities phenomena, right? You're like, why are they building these cities? Oh, it's probably just to, get a blip in their GDP. They will never fill them. It's like, no, dude, they're building them to fill the cities. But it's like impossible to contend with if you're an American, because you're like, this doesn't make sense from a market perspective. This doesn't make sense at all. What the fuck? That's it. That right there should give you, if you are even remotely critical, okay, if you are even a little bit curious, if you're a little bit intelligent, you would understand that right there, long-standing anti-Chinese propaganda in the Western world, in all of these academic circles, that should have eviscerated your knowledge on China. That should have completely destroyed the way you analyze China. It should have been a moment where every Western academic goes, okay, maybe they don't have the same exact mentality that we do. And we still do it. Here in the Western world, we still do this. We still operate on this boundary. We'll go, high-speed rail is unprofitable. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, yes, dude, they don't give a fuck. They don't care. They don't care. They just build shit. They don't care. You are stupid for thinking that the profit incentive is the most significant reason why there is any sort of development whatsoever. They don't care because they understand it's a jobs program. They understand that it actually yields bounties many decades past the point of developing these places, because that's what America did. There was a point in time, when America did this as well. Look at the New Deal. They're doing a New Deal every day in China, and we're like, what about the profits? It doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, maybe they don't give a shit. Maybe they don't care about short-term profits. Have you ever comprehended that? Have you ever thought that might be the reason? But we have no way of seeing the world outside of these horse blinders that even the smartest academics in the best institutions in the West, ones that literally directly collaborate with Chinese academics as well, they just cannot comprehend that another country doesn't operate on the same liberal capitalist boundaries that we operate on, with the same motivations that we have, even though there is already an existing version of that in the Western world, in the United States of America. Look at the fucking USPS. Look at the highway system. None of that is profitable, but it has to exist, right? But if you were to listen to some of our best and brightest, right, in these institutions, they want to fucking gut those programs too. They want to destroy them as well and make them profitable as well. And it's so stupid. It's just Omega Cope at this point. And plenty of people will wash themselves away with as much cope as they possibly can to still think like, no. Like from a private enterprise profiteer perspective, China is a failure. It sucks. It's awful. Not realizing that perhaps there is, a long-term prosperity in mind with the decisions that the Chinese government makes.
The Black Sea and on energy facilities, but that has not stopped the war at all, with Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, being targeted over the weekend. And President Trump also had some words for Ukraine, warning it that if it does pull out of a rare earth minerals deal with the United States,
Are toll highways uniquely American? No, I'm sure. No, not at all. Other countries have that too. I think China has toll highways too. China is also, ironically enough, out of all of our foreign adversaries, China is closer to American culture than any other country. I say this all the time. People don't understand. Chinese people love cars. Okay, they have public transit, but they have hella cars too. They are so American coded. I say this all the time. They love commodity consumption. They have a lot of Amerifat brain rot as well. They love their cars. They love the high status luxury indicators. Yeah.
Ukraine will have, quote, big problems.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to
They think Trader Joe's bags are designer. No, that's everyone else. That's not just China. That's like French people too. That literally is like everywhere outside of America. Trader Joe's bags are like a high status indicator, because that means you've been able to fly to the United States of America and acquire one. That's not just like China specific. Yeah, it shocked me as well. Like even in Western Europe, they think Trader Joe's bags are fire, because that means you were able to, fly to the United States of America and go to a Trader Joe's. You will never be able to understand this. The only reason why I'm able to understand it is because I too was fascinated by the endless bounty inside of an average American grocery store. When I was growing up in Turkey and I would visit America, it was a treat. I still enjoy going to CVS or Walgreens or American grocery stores. Fucking awesome. Yes. It is probably one of America's most important cultural landmarks, okay? Ironically enough. Abi sen de mi Türksün? Evet abi. Anyway, Trump accuses Zelensky of trying to back out of the rare earth minerals deal. Rare earth!
Deadline for Russian President Vladimir Putin to agree to a ceasefire?
It's a psychological deadline. If I think they're tapping us along, I will not be happy about it.
Do you think they are right now?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he wants to make a deal. And I think Zelensky, by the way, I see he's trying to back out of the rare earth deal. And if he does that, he's got some problems, big problems. We made a deal on rare earth. And now he's saying, well, I want to renegotiate the deal. He wants to be a member of NATO. Well, he was never going to be a member of NATO. He understands that. So if he's looking to renegotiate.
Again, raw honesty here.
President.
Shocking revelations coming from Donald Trump. Only shocking if you're, only shocking if you're oblivious. Only shocking if you've gotten a healthy dose of liberal propaganda. You're like, what? I can't believe it. How is he saying these things? What do you mean they're never going to join NATO? It's like if you thought that Biden for even a brief moment was entertaining the notion sincerely behind closed doors that what do you call it? They were going to let Ukraine into NATO. You were wrong. Okay. You have been duped, my friends. And I told you this over and over again. And for that reason, everyone kept saying, Hassan, you love Vladipoo. You love Adolf Putler. You are the biggest fan of Adolf Putler. Yeah. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, please don't listen to Hassan. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Listen to me instead. Guy who's wrong all the time, but at least he's wrong in the direction of the American State Department and the American mainstream press. So you don't really understand that he's wrong until things happen like this. And you go, wait, how could I have been so off base with this analysis? Well, maybe you should think long and hard on that.
Trump's belligerent remarks over the weekend have only served to increase anxiety here, and it's entirely unnecessary. The Americans had 10,000 troops here and several bases at the height of the Cold War, and the Danish government and Greenlandic politicians have been completely clear that if the Americans are concerned about the Russian and Chinese threat, they could build that force up again. As for the people here in Greenland, well, they are scared. They live a traditional way of life. Now, in the story we're about to show, you're going to see a picture of a seal, which is dead. That is the traditional life here, hunting and fishing. People don't want to lose that way of life.
We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Surely the world's largest island, an autonomous territory within Denmark, and a fine piece of seafront real estate must be on the market for the right price.
Trump says he wants to buy us like we were a common prostitute. I'm sorry to say that, but I got so angry. I think it's so disrespectful to the Inuit people of Greenland to be treating us this way, to walk in like we are unable.
See, if a liberal administration was overseeing the potential annexation of Greenland, and don't say that would never happen under a liberal administration, This would be the exact opposite. Okay, USAID backed, USAID subsidized NGOs would be on the ground, desperate to find any like gay Inuits they can to build civil society organizations. This takes time. You can't just like come in. You can't just come in and be like, that's it. I'm taking it. Greenland is mine. It's mine. It's not even green. They lied. We're going to take it and we're going to turn it into Whiteland. Why do they call it Greenland? There's no green. It's all white. You can't fucking raw dog imperialism like that. You have to do a delicate. You have to do a delicate touch. You have to be like, these people desperately want to be saved from the colonial occupation of Denmark. We must focus on indigenous rights. We must focus on indigenous sovereignty in Greenland. Indigenous Greenlanders are on the side of American annexation. America will liberate Greenland from the treacherous grips of a Danish colonial occupation. Like that is how they're supposed to do it. But these guys are so horny that they're basically like, nope, we're taking it. We're taking it. What are you going to do about it? No foreplay, dude. No foreplay.
Educated, unknowing people who are primitive and would fall for whatever flash they were supposed to come with.
And this land has added value. Beneath the snow and ice lie 43 of the 50 minerals and metals deemed by the US government critical for modern technology.
They said it bluntly, why they're interested in Greenland, like critical mineral resources and also trading routes that are emerging due to climate change. So Greenland is smack in the middle of it. So it's a very geostrategic position for business, but also security.
It's not just the fishermen who've noticed the ice melting earlier each year. Russia and China are also increasing their Arctic presence, but only the US has threatened to take Greenland. Seal hunting is a way of life. The boats may be better now, but this is a lifestyle that's passed down through the generations. Change is gradual here.
A combination of fishing, tourism and a subsidy from the Danish government is what keeps Greenland going as it tries to modernise but retain its traditional culture at the same time. Now Greenlanders say they feel caught. They have a complicated relationship with Denmark, the colonial power, and most people I've been speaking to say they see American behaviour as threatening.
Sunday morning, and nothing disturbs the peace in Nuuk. When Danish missionaries brought Christianity to Greenland in the 18th century, they tried to suppress Inuit culture. These days, Greenlanders are free to practice their customs, but even though Greenland has self-rule, some resentment remains.
I was in elementary school. We have segregated classes for Danish people and Greenlandic people. So there was segregation still, especially before all of this happened. Nobody in Denmark, basically, especially in the governments, in the political parties, but also the general sentiment, the majority don't really want to accept they have been a colonial power.
But some say in this crisis it's time to forget the old bitterness.
I trust Denmark because they have ratified treaties in the UN, like the treaties for indigenous people and preserving our culture. And I trust them also because they have always done right by us when they had to. And whenever we have had problems, whenever we had economical problems and such, Denmark has actually come to our aid.
This weekend's annual dog sledding championship was partly funded by the US government, a classic use of soft power. But President Trump has refused to rule out...
The machinations were set in motion far before J.D. Pondon ever came in. That is how the empire operates. That is how the empire operates. Okay? U.S. aid, baby. You got to ease into it. How else can you dominate the entire planet with, again, 800 military bases? 800 military bases not being considered 800 different military invasions is a testament to the soft power capabilities of American empire. And yet, Donald Trump, J.D. Pondon, J.D. Pond freaking Dom, baby, trying to gut that superpower status desperately.
Using hard power. The cannons on a Danish warship in Nuuk Harbour no longer fire. As a member of NATO, Denmark always thought the US would be part of Greenland's defense, while Greenlanders have been aspiring for independence.
We haven't been an independent nation, but we're already tasked with dealing with high intensive day-to-day twists of international politics that we have to say something about.
No, it's not time for independence. We don't have the economy for it, and of course we don't have the military for it either. And we never will have a military for that.
Just 57,000 Greenlanders live on a vast snow-covered land. The US could have cooperated with Denmark and Greenland to build up its military presence here back to Cold War levels. But Greenland, like Panama and Canada, is part of Donald Trump's plan to dominate the Western Hemisphere, whether the people who live here like it or not.
Now we're going to turn to this week's.
All right, before we get into Elon Musk, let's talk about Le Pen, also known as Le Pen, Marine Le Pen, embezzling funds. How dare she? Sacre bleu! What the fuck is going on? Le Pen. Okay, I have a unique take on this because on the one hand, I understand why, I understand why they're doing this, and there's certainly good reason. Like it's legal, right? You can find a legal justification. If your attitude is similar to mine, where you think everyone is fucking corrupt, then you can always find corruption levers to pull to destroy your political enemies. Okay. The Democrats were too cowardly to do this to Donald Trump. They only pulled on some of the corruption levers, and Teflon Don survived it. The other side of this is the overall vibes that I worry about, which is that Macron kind of did this against Mélenchon already in different ways. He, by just outwardly refusing to go along with pre-established precedents and did everything in his power to not appoint to not appoint leadership from the winning coalition, right? And now he's doing it to the far right. He didn't jail or attempt to jail Mélenchon or anything like that, but he's trying to manage this process to the best of his ability by using whichever legal means is in his power. And I think that this is, to a certain degree, a change in the attitude in Western liberal democracies. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm a little bit too hyperbolic, but I do feel like some things are shifting.
The worst possible outcome for Marine Le Pen, her political future thrown into doubt. Visibly upset, the French far-right leader left a Paris court without waiting to hear her full sentence. A judge barred her from holding public office for 5 years, likely crushing the National Rally leader's ambitions for the next election in 2027. One of her co-accused said the verdict was a travesty.
It's the first time in 40 or 50 years that I've seen this in black and white. It's absolutely unbelievable, and we will resist.
8 other former National Rally MEPs and 12 assistants were convicted over what the prosecution called a decades-long fake job scheme in the European Parliament. They were accused of misusing more than $3 million of EU funds to finance the party in France. Le Pen served as an MEP for 13 years until 2017. Prosecutors said she oversaw the system.
During the 3 months of hearings, there was a systematic denial of what had happened in those years. And I am convinced that the court took this attitude of denial into account by saying, since you are in total denial, well, the court considers there's a risk of recidivism.
The court also handed Le Pen a 4-year prison sentence, with 2 years suspended and 2 to be served outside of jail with an electronic bracelet or under house arrest.
That's crazy.
The judge also said the ban on her
is hubris, in my opinion. Liberalism can't defeat the far right. Yeah, I think that the bastion of liberal democracy is never the United States of America, but instead was like countries like France, Western Europe, and the liberal democratic project is so fucking done. It's so done. Am I saying that she didn't she didn't do the things that they're saying she did. Yeah, I'm not saying that at all. I'm sure that there is embezzlement or whatever, but it does feel like is a hollow crime for a higher purpose, and the higher purpose is to effectively remove her from the running, which is interesting because I don't even think, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't even think she was supposed to be the person that's like, she's like the symbolic leader at this point, right? Isn't it supposed to be the young guy that would be running anyway? It's not. It's law in France if you do this kind of crimes. She was still, instead of Bardella, it was going to be her running. She got 4 years for being freaking fugly with 2 years time served. How dare you, Emhut? I disagree. That's a beautiful lady, okay? Yowza, what a woman. Sorry, I've been reading too much Brace on Twitter. She's never going to prison, just like Sarkozy. This is a victory, however. Now the right and the far right is going to try to destroy the current justice system that's already pretty favorable to right-wing politicians.
Running for public office is effective immediately. Le Pen's lawyer said she'd appeal, but any appeal would almost certainly not be heard in time for her to run in 2 years.
It is totally, absolutely incredible. There is a form of criminalization of the defense that I personally find extremely scandalous.
Marine Le Pen has long wanted to be France's first far-right president. She's run for the Élysée 3 times.
This is low-key kind of Chinese. I'll say it. Inside of the party structure in China, there are billionaires. All billionaires are a part of the party, okay? But then there are billionaires who speak out of turn, okay? And then if your attitude is that all billionaires, whether they're a part of the party or not, are engaging in some semblance of corruption, you just pull that corruption lever real quick and go, Chinese prosperity time. And I think this is what's going on here as well, which is, but it's instead it's being done for liberalism, at the behest of maintaining liberalism as the hegemonic attitude, as a form of governance. What I mean by this is, I'm certain that like a lot of these people engage in some kind of corruption if you search deep enough. Okay, it's just that pulling this lever implies that you're doing it, I think, for a political purpose, what the Republicans would call lawfare, right? In a way that is not dissimilar to the Democratic Party. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time is an understandable position that everyone has, myself included, right? But if crime is technically legal in the sense that it's not prosecuted and you are utilizing the prosecution against people that you have seen as dangerous political enemies, then yeah, it does feel like this is, why are you against prosecuting people who do crimes just because they're on a ballot? No, my point is, what do you mean pulling this lever? Macron had no way to pull any lever on this. I'm not even talking about Macron directly. I think like there's an overall attitude. The levers that Macron pulled directly was against Mélenchon. But I think that there is like an idea within the EU where they are also afraid of the growing fascist movements and they want to do everything they can to just like suppress it, which is not the worst thing. It's not the worst idea. Make no mistake. I don't think that there is I want liberals and leftists to actively resist and try to stop this kind of movement from blowing up. I fear, however, that this will be seen as lawfare because to a certain degree it is lawfare. And in that regard, it will only strengthen the opposition's position. And especially since like through one way or another, there's also similar forms of suppression or undemocratic positions that the Macron government has taken against the coalition that won the last election, that they will inevitably strengthen the right while simultaneously not strengthening the left in a way that it can combat the right. Because I truly believe the only way to oppose the growth of the reactionary movement all around Western Europe and liberal capitalist nations is through allowing socialist opposition to build momentum. Are you saying Garland and the Dems were right to do nothing about Trump? No, I'm saying that the Democratic Party going after Donald Trump, well, also, by the way, the Democrats literally did a similar thing to Donald Trump, and look where that got look at the situation in America. Trump is Teflon Don. All those cases are done now. Hello? Like, that is precisely what I hope doesn't happen in France. What do they say? If you come with the king, you best not miss. You know? It's kind of like that. So I do understand why people like Yanis Varoufakis are saying this is stupid and frivolous. Yanis Varoufakis writes for Unheard, Marine Le Pen election ban is ludicrous. I think that suppressing the far right in this way without actively presenting an alternative populist left-leaning, leftist, socialist solution to it is only delaying the growth of the radicalized movement for a short period of time. That's what I think. And a similar situation is already taken place, but with the ideologies reversed almost, where the liberal opposition is being suppressed in Turkey by the conservative, reactionary, right-wing government. And it's also, again, with complete and utter nonsensical bullshit reasons. The notion that we are calling into question, the notion that the Erdogan administration is calling into question the authenticity of his diploma. When the motherfucker went to school, like, it's crazy. He went to school. You can see he went to school for 4 years and got his fucking diploma. It's ridiculous. Like, there are people that saw him at school, right? By saying, well, it's a constitutional provision that you have to have a real diploma, and we're forcing the administration to take away his diploma because we've decided that it was gotten through illicit means and it's fake. While simultaneously Erdogan himself, his diploma is in dispute, and it's like a known secret basically in Turkey that he doesn't really have a real diploma. It's very funny. It's technically within the legal framework, right? But ultimately the utilization of the law in this way is to suppress popular opposition. Do I hate that? If it was a socialist administration doing it, I wouldn't necessarily hate it all that much, because my assumption would be that a socialist administration would have also cleaned out that corruption that is ever present in every other aspect of and in all of the other parties as well. Yanis was claiming that the EU liberals are rebelling against Erdogan's persecution of Imamoglu, which is bullshit. British Labour Party didn't even make a statement. They're very happy about it. Yeah, the idea that liberal leadership is actually criticizing Erdogan is very funny. That's not real. That's not happening. That's precisely the reason why he's doing it. This is one of your worst takes, in my opinion. Wait, what? No, I don't agree with Yanis if he has said that liberal leadership is saying something about Erdogan. They are at most writing the gentlest note of all time with no pushback whatsoever. And the reasons for that is because Erdogan is playing ball on foreign policy. They have grand designs for the Middle East, and Erdogan is a very important piece of that puzzle. And he is playing along. He is playing along with the grand design that America and Western forces have alongside Israel in the region. Look at Syria. I've said it before. It was the perfect opportunity for him to completely stamp out his charismatic and very popular figurehead for the opposition movement that, if there was an election that took place tomorrow, would unseat Recep Tayyip Erdogan, right? This is precisely the reason why Western powers they're not really talking about the situation. Under different circumstances, they would be screaming bloody murder. 90 million strong, wants to come into the EU, a country that's behaving in this insane autocratic way. Are you kidding me? These guys are supposed to be the bastion of liberal democracy. These are supposed to be the defenders of liberal democracy. The former well-established global order is done. It's completely fallen apart. And I think people like Yanis Varoufakis, if they genuinely think that Western liberals are criticizing Turkey, they're a little wrong. I hate to say it. Kemal Büyükyüksel says, you're absolutely right to oppose political bans on principle. Weaponizing the judiciary to eliminate political opponents is always dangerous and, as you noted, often counterproductive. But in this case, the comparison between France and Turkey is misleading. Equating the two also plays in the hands of those hoping to justify what is happening in Turkey. Le Pen had a years-long legal process with access to defense, appeals, and no pretrial detention. She is not jailed. Her sentence is open to appeal. She ran the presidential elections in the past. Imamoglu, on the other hand, was arrested in Turkey without an indictment. The charges are vague, based on classified financial documents selectively leaked to pro-government media. The judiciary, media, and security forces acted in coordination after he became the most powerful Democratic opposition figure in the country. This guy is 100% correct, by the way. This is not law is the law. This is the Lula playbook. Remove the popular Democratic opposition candidate through a legal facade to protect authoritarian power with the tacit approval of Western countries. So yes, we must condemn all forms of judicialized politics as counterproductive, but we must also distinguish between flawed democracies and outright authoritarianism. What happened in France deserves scrutiny. What's happening in Turkey is much darker and different. Yeah, I think it's a very good take from Kemal Büyükyüksel. Lula playbook is what was done to Lula. The Bolsonaro playbook would have been a better way to explain it, but what was done to Lula is what he is saying. Lawfare and utilization of the judicial process in a country where every single person is being corrupt to a certain degree, hyper-focusing on your political enemies and making a mountain out of a molehill, right, is precisely what happened to Lula. Ironically enough, that kind of lawfare can inevitably flip back on you for good reason, too. I think what Lula's administration has done so far against Bolsonaro is perfectly warranted, perfectly valid. I mean, because they're not going after Bolsonaro for no reason. They're going after him because he did a fucking January 6th. It was unsuccessful, but they tried it. You know? The fuck? Yeah, go into the Lulag with you. But yeah, the pragmatic take is trying to jail the leading candidate. Only embezzlement of a few million euros is not going to result in the restoration of liberal democracy and trust. No, I think it unironically is the final blow. I think it is the final blow against like when countries like Germany, say the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court and its authority in terms of serving arrest warrants will not be followed by Germany, it's over. Throw the whole court out. You know what I mean? You have said the international rule-based order is done. And this is kind of similar to that in the sense that, like, this is the final nail in the coffin of the liberal capitalist administrative state. This isn't to say that this is not a valid lawsuit. It is. But the way I see it is like, if corruption is always, if corruption is ever present across the board, then pulling on this corruption lever without much larger, much more severe claims, I think is done in a way where there will be a lot of inevitable backlash, especially when you don't pair that up with a viable coalition that is able to politically, with popular mobilization, defeat the growth of the far right. So we shall see. Varoufakis told Unheard that the charges against Le Pen were laughable and ludicrous, and that to make them a jailable offense, also a reason to bar her from running in the presidential election, was mind-boggling. He added, "It really worries me that the liberal establishment is doing its utmost to strengthen the appeal of the neo-fascist right in Europe. Either the law applies to everyone or applies to no one. The Economist has previously criticized the electoral ban of Romania's right-wing presidential frontrunner, Georgescu, labeling the decision preposterous. Today, he compared the ban with the RN politician's conviction, stating, the Romanian case was the dress rehearsal. Now they've moved on to Le Pen. Tomorrow, they'll go after Jean-Luc Mélenchon." Another point of comparison for Varoufakis was the ongoing political crisis in Turkey, where Recep Tayyip Erdogan's imprisonment of his main political rival, Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, has provoked widespread protests against the government. Erdogan is laughing his head off as he's watching this descent into the abyss of totalitarianism by European Union, because how can they disabuse him of what he has done, which is exactly the same? Like İmamoğlu, Le Pen is consistently polled as the most likely winner of the next presidential election, even with her political rivals condemned today's verdict, with Eric Coquerel of the left-wing La France Insoumise saying, "I don't agree that things that should be decided by the ballot box are being decided by la court. It will only paint the National Rally as a victim." Varoufakis agreed with this assessment, posting on social media this afternoon that France's neo-fascists will only benefit from this. I do fear that they will, by the way. This will give them an opportunity to mobilize once again and claim lawfare and feel like they're being persecuted. Insoumise, my bad, sorry. Insoumise, weary. Varoufakis stressed that I think Le Pen is a fascist personally. I'd like to see her be destroyed politically. At the same time, in his view, lawfare has been disproportionately waged against the outer right because the left has disappeared. The Greek politician compared Le Pen's treatment to the means used by the Democratic Party against Donald Trump, only the French are doing it in a more obvious, less defensible way than the American Democrats. Varoufakis, who attacked the attempted shutdown of the National Conservatism Conference in Brussels last year as a farcical authoritarianism. So you had the same issues with the Trump trials? No, I did not. I did not have the same issues with the Trump trials. I was actively in support of the Trump trials. Well, some of them I wasn't as on board with because I thought it was like silly shit. My biggest argument against Donald Trump or the trials that the Democrats, the Democratic DOJ implemented was that they found an incredibly narrow angle of attack against Donald Trump, where the incredible narrow angle of attack against Donald Trump was done in a way where it would not be used against, it was not precedent setting to be used against other politicians if successful, where like no other politician that's running for office is going to do paperwork shit in the same way, in the dumbest ways possible to like, you know, offer hush money to a porn star and then have that be considered a felony in the state of New York. Like these are things that you can only hit Trump on, right? But there were totally valid ones, like the January 6th committee, as you know, even though the liberal focus on it was like hyper specific, or no, sorry, it was hysterical. The January 6th case, which had the most motion, which is precisely the reason why they expertly fucking pushed it back till after the election, and now it's completely dropped, was unironically the one that was valid. That was valid. That was the one that had the most motion. The RICO in Georgia, also, I was excited for because it was going to be televised because it's a state one. So, yeah, it was a major fumble because they went... Because liberals care about institutions and the preservation of institutions in the funniest ways possible, they couldn't even, you know, they couldn't even find themselves pushing for these court cases to continue, and they were able to launch a mountain of paperwork, motion after motion. The Trump side was able to do so by using those institutions against them, all the rules within the due process against them. And look where it's at now. It's gone. It's done. That's why I say, you come at the king, you best not miss. Having said that, I think that I don't fully agree with Yanis Varoufakis, even though I understand where he's coming from. I understand where what his worries are, which is that, you know, these are the last bastions of liberal democracy and liberal democratic principles. And I think the overall vibes are kind of fucked. You know what I mean? Varoufakis, who attacked the attempt to shut down a National Conservatism Conference in Brussels last year as a farcical authoritarianism, highlighted a 2016 guilty verdict for Christine Lagarde on similar charges to Le Pen. Also in a French court, she kept her job as the head of the International Monetary Fund and has since become president of the European Central Bank. Nobody has made a peep about her previous conviction. Varoufakis observed today, I have zero trust in the capacity of the judiciary to act as a judiciary in France and more broadly. Yeah. LFI agrees with Yanis because Mélenchon is next, and Yanis is correct when he says Mélenchon is next. And that is part of the reason why I'm saying that these kinds of actions are I think, the center trying to figure out any way to maintain its power. If centrist liberals truly cared about destroying the right-wing shift in their own countries, if they truly cared about combating fascism, they would not try to strong arm the left populist momentum in the same exact ways or in different ways, like in the way that Macron did. So while on the one hand, fuck yeah, put the fascist in jail. It's awesome. On the other hand, I still worry that this will galvanize the opposition and only feed into that momentum. And we'll see. We'll see what takes place. Yeah, the far right wouldn't hesitate to join with the right to target the left. We should destroy the right when we can. There's no solidarity with fascists. No, I agree. I agree with you. I'm saying that, like, on its face, this is great. I'm thinking in long term. I think in the long term, this is not great. And I think this in the long term, it will blow back in the same ways that the Democratic Party's lack of momentum against lawfare against Recep Tayyip Trump-Doan was I mean, we know what happened there. I mean, look, he's the fucking president now and he's ripping apart everything.
times and twice been runner-up to Emmanuel Macron. But President Macron cannot run again. And for many supporters, they believe that 2027 was going to be Le Pen's
You are fuming. Justice is independent in France. Corruption gets punished. Sarkozy was convinced as well. Convicted, you mean? Yeah.
moment, and so did she. At National Rally headquarters, Le Pen and party members.
If they had put Trump in prison in 2022, he wouldn't have been president today. Yeah, no, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You come with the king, you best not miss. Because if you fumble it, you're fucked. I know. That's my argument. That's precisely what I'm saying. That's the point.
Members gathered, including her most likely.
Actually, America is different because, like, you could still run from jail. I think Americans are far too. Americans would have been, they're not voting for a dude in jail, though. I don't think in the numbers necessary to win an election.
Successor Jordan Bardella.
But you can still
protégé.
run from prison in the United States of America, for the record. You can't in France, I guess, or if you're jailed, you can't run for president. But
at 29, Bardella is far from having the experience and stature of his mentor, but he is untainted by a trial that has shaken his party and severely damaged one of France's most famous politicians. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Well, leaders in France and abroad have been reacting to Le Pen's ban. The left-wing leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon says the decision to remove a political leader should be up to voters. Laurent Wauquiez of France's right-wing Republicans says it's not healthy in a democracy to stop an elected official from standing in elections. Right-wing leaders abroad have also criticised the move. Hungary's President Viktor Orban expressed his support for Le Pen.
I am Marine. Okay, put her in extra jail. Never mind. I take it back. I take back everything. Put this motherfucker in jail too. When's he gonna get his, you know? Today I am Marine. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Pen on the social media platform X with the words, "I am Marine."
God, fucking soy right is so real. Soy right, dude. The new battle lines are being drawn against dark woke forces against the soy right.
Philippe Deveul is an attorney. He says the
it's all computer. I am Marine.
Ban on Le Pen running for public office for 5 years is anti-democratic.
The problem with the execution provisoire, provisory execution, if I can translate in English, that even if she makes this appeal, she can run for any kind of election in France, to the parliament or even to the presidential election coming soon in 2027. That is the most difficult point of this judgment, of this verdict of the court. And I think it's a kind of injury of the French democracy, because there is a fight by this decision. There is a fight between the authority of the justice and between the popular sovereignty. The popular sovereignty, it's the decision of the people by election. I think the people will join more the National Rally or all the party which are contesting the system. And I think it's the starting of a kind of a political revolution, this decision. It's not a little thing. It's a very important starting for what is going. It's called the agenda, political agenda in France, and we can see that a lot of politicians, even from left side, are criticizing this decision.
Also, people that point to Sarkozy, maybe I'm wrong about this, but wasn't the Sarkozy trial after? It wasn't a way to impede him from running again. Sarkozy. Yeah. So that's it's like still ongoing. So it did impede him. No, I'm saying like he was already done. It was over. Like his political ambitions were gone anyway. It's more so that like it was a prosecution. It was a prosecution that was conducted not in an effort, not at a time when like he has political momentum, but instead after. Yeah, it's more so consequences. I mean, you could say the same thing about Le Pen too. I just don't think it's a correct comparison. Marine lost 3 times in a row. She should be over. She's grown in popularity every single time, so it's not over until it's completely over. DSK was blocked for being a sexual criminal. He was the favorite candidate for presidency before Hollande. If you have this opinion, then the issue is not the decision. It is the law that they voted. What? I don't believe the judiciary system is controlled by Macronists. It gets nothing to Macron. Le Pen has already stepped back from political prominence. Then again, I get it that it may have been an overzealous move by liberal established prosecutors and judges. Yeah, no, I think that's what it is. I think a lot of people are genuinely, understandably terrified. Liberals are legitimately worried about the growth of fascists in Europe, and they're trying to do whatever the fuck they can because they look at Trump. I think what is going on is, what's going on is they look to America, they saw what the fuck the Democrats did and how they flubbed it, and they're like, we can't let that happen here, so we got to move now. And I worry that because liberals ultimately still push for process and their procedure perverts, that might end up with the lawfare that they're doing failing spectacularly. Having said that, I don't know what kind of motion the nationalists have outside of Le Pen. Like, she's seen as like a singular figure that you can rally around, but whoever replaces her, if this is successful, might not be as well established. So we shall see. They use the term illiberalism, unliberalism now in Europe when they talk about Trump and co, which is interesting. Yeah. She was the one advocating pretty vocally for this kind of sentence for politicians committing fraud. No, I understand all of that, okay? It's not a move now thing. It's a 10-year-old procedure that Le Pen herself did everything to delay. Wait, the court case was established 10 years ago? Like they've been investigating for 10 years and only now they have enough evidence? Apparently she also walked out of the court case before they sentenced her or something. Mélenchon is wise to take a stance against this. He can peel off some of Le Pen's supporters. Well, I think also Mélenchon is worried about a similar thing happening to him. And every party in France has the same court case as their ass. I worry that a similar thing will happen to him as well. When ironically enough, if liberals were truly smart about whether it's the independent judiciary or whether it is Macron, if they truly cared about if they truly cared about not preserving the capitalist status quo and preserving liberal democracy as it stands, but instead utilizing the popular mobilization and the momentum that people have on the left side of the ticket, further left than Macron, they would unleash that momentum upon the French population while simultaneously doing everything in their power to fucking suppress the far right. My fear is that they won't do that, and there will be even more mobilization against it, against the center in general, and the far right will inevitably win. That's my fear. I don't know if that's the case, but directionally, in terms of policy, Macron himself has moved to the right and tried to adopt a lot of the right-wing populist messaging, whether it is because he is personally a racist piece of shit, which I do think he is, that for the record, or because he cynically thinks that this will allow him to capture the attention of the far right, which has been able to develop its base and grow in power. So we'll see. We'll see where this goes. But Godspeed, because I think fascism is ultimately something beyond the normal permissible boundaries of liberal democracy, just like socialism is. Okay, not on a moral equivalency shit here, but I'm saying that like fascism, while directionally is restoring the capitalist the capitalist order, it's still completely outside of that the boundaries of protecting liberal values that on paper, in theory, that like liberals are supposed to care about, because it's an exterminationist policy inherently. That's what it is at its heart. It's not about fixing the economy or anything like that. It's about a rigid application of law and order in an effort to combat any kind of movement against the decaying material conditions and against the instability born out of liberal capitalism. So for that reason, for that purpose, I am truly fearful of the growth of fascist movements all around Europe, alongside the obvious the obvious capture of power here in the United States of America. And therefore, I think you got to do everything you can to combat the growth of fascism in every country, including the pre-existing judiciary, if that's what it takes. But without any sort of alternative, Rob Rousseau, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Without any sort of alternative set in place, liberalism is not going to be able to thrive. Liberalism is not going, like, you can't have an authoritarian liberal governance and think that, you know, as long as the liberals are the ones doing the far right policies, like, we'll be fine because they still care about the core process. Like, that is destined for failure. That is destined for an inevitable fascist authoritarian to take over. That is what has happened throughout history. Like, you can't do fucking, you can't do woke fascism, okay? It's fucking stupid. I mean, look at Israel. Yeah, if you want to understand what, like, liberal authoritarianism has gotten a country, a nation state, especially with, like, a very active, very much alive, constant group of people that must be exterminated at all costs, Israel or Nazi Germany.
We're going to turn to this week's high-stakes election for a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Elon Musk and his allies are spending millions of dollars on the race, which is drawing national...
Anyway, let's move on. I don't know. I'm sorry for being cynical, guys. I want to celebrate Le Pen being Le Pen because she's awful. She's an awful right-wing reactionary fascist who, if given the levers of power, would absolutely do infinitely worse shit than what these liberal judges are doing right now to anyone and everyone. It's the same principle behind liberals constantly saying, well, there's free speech towards Nazis. Like, we got to let them into the table. They want to do free speech. And it's like, they don't care about free speech. Look at the Trump administration. They don't give a fuck about free speech, dog. So I worry that this might, explode.
Attention. Our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, is tracking the latest in Green Bay. Good morning, Rachel.
Michael, good morning to you. And these races are traditionally nonpartisan, but Democrats and Republicans are calling this the most consequential election since President Trump took office, a political litmus test for his agenda.
What do you think of my hat?
Le Pen went to the trial denying everything while weirdly claiming it's not illegal to steal public fund anyway. She fucked around with the judge and found out it has nothing to do with some political decision. No party but the Social Democrats are fine with this court decision. I keep saying I'm moving on from this because we're going to talk about the fucking lamest version of fascism that has ever existed. This fucking dildo over here. But like I said, just lawfare without building up momentum against the far right. And the only way to counter far right populism is with real left economic populism. Without that key factor, all you're doing is repeating a stay of execution. You're just pushing the inevitable demise of liberal capitalism into the hands of authoritarian fascists, maybe a decade, maybe 5 years, maybe 4 years down the line. That's it. Anyway, here is Elon Musk.
Overnight, the president's most powerful advisor, Elon Musk, taking the stage at a Wisconsin town hall wearing a cheese hat.
But let me first hand out 2 $1 million checks in appreciation.
Handing out $1 million checks to those who signed his political group, America PAC's petition against, quote, activist judges, with just 1 day until the state's Supreme Court election. The closely watched race between conservative Waukesha County Judge Brad Schimmel and liberal Dane County Judge Susan Crawford, a test of the political power of Musk and a barometer about how voters are feeling about President Trump's second term. The outcome of Tuesday's race will determine control of the state's high court. That could impact future rulings on abortion rights and Wisconsin's congressional map, which could shake up control of Congress.
That is why it is so significant. And whichever party controls the House, it to a significant degree controls the country, which then steers the course of Western civilization.
The president won here by less than 30,000 votes. Over the weekend, touting his support for the conservative candidate Schimmel, calling him conservative, strong, and above all sane. But Democrats and the candidate they are backing have seized on Musk's outside role.
This is really unprecedented to have
The richest man in the world wade into a state Supreme Court race and spend that kind of money. That's never happened before.
And this is already shaping up to be the most expensive judicial race. Democrats did try to block Elon Musk from handing out those $1 million checks. That was ultimately rejected by the state Supreme Court, George.
Okay, Rachel.
America Votes 2025 coverage now in about 2.5 days until polls open on Election Day. Early voting has ended and all eyes are now turning to battleground Wisconsin once again. Lots of attention on the state Supreme Court race between liberal Judge Susan Crawford from Dane County and conservative Judge Brad Schimmel from Waukesha County.
Stop coming.
And on the legal battle that is shaping up after State Attorney General Josh Kaul sued billionaire Elon Musk and his America PAC for offering money to voters who signed a petition.
You know what's one of the funniest things that Elon Musk did, by the way, when he went on this like stupid ass thing? When he's like doing the whole I'm going to give money to random people if you go out and vote, which is questionable on its ethics and questionable on whether or not it is illegal, even though he won a court case in Pennsylvania for doing just this, because technically it's not a lottery system, but instead it's pre-selected. It's not random. And by the way, the fact that it's not random is the reason why he's able to do this, or at least was the reason why he was able to win the Pennsylvania court case. What is funny about this, on the other hand, is that he has been consistently crying about, one, George Soros, and two, paid protesters. And it's yet another instance where he is literally doing the thing that he is yelling about. He is doing, this is finally, I retweeted one of Warren Gunnels' tweets, by the way, earlier this morning. They are literally paid protesters. Like Elon says that. Warren responds, dude, you donate over $270 million to Trump, and now you're running the government. You're literally handing out $100 bills and $1 million sweepstakes to buy a judge in Wisconsin. People are protesting because they're sick of you firing veterans and destroying Social Security. It's so funny.
Yeah, kiss mine. Go back to Mexico. I respect your point of view. Oh. I respect your point of view. Yeah, say across the border, Pedro. I respect your point of view.
Sick. Just also no arguments, just racism. No argument, just racism. Yeah, Pedro, go back to Mexico.
Yeah, we don't respect yours because yours is nothing. They have no point of view. They say we don't want Social Security. We do. We don't like this. We do. They're nothing but
Yeah. So
a bunch of liars.
He's not paying protesters. He's encouraging people to vote. Yeah, totally. Easiest money you ever made. You don't even need to be from Wisconsin. You just need to get people in the state to hold a picture of Team Schimmel, can be on the phone, device, or paper in one hand, and go thumbs up with the other hand. Every time you do that, you get $20, and they get $20. The goal is to build awareness about the election tomorrow. So this offer applies today and tomorrow. This is literally paid. Dude, this is what they say George Soros is doing. And to be fair, does George Soros operate a massive network of liberal society organizations? He does. Okay. Does he pay every fucking protester? Of course not. This is flagrantly what they say George Soros is doing. When they lie about what George Soros is doing, they're doing it. It's so funny. I don't understand. Like, how? What the fuck? What do you mean? What's the difference? Is it because Elon is not Jewish? Is that what it is? Because I cannot see any real difference here between what they claim George Soros is doing and what Elon Musk is actually doing right now. What the hell? Yeah, because George Soros would pay for a socialist org to call a national march on DC. We actually have to finance ourselves. I know. Look, I am not a fan of George Soros, okay? I'm not exactly a fan of any billionaire, and definitely not George Soros either. It does, however, feel like the only reason why they just say George Soros, unironically, is because he's Jewish. Like, what the fuck? And even on like the Jewish billionaire front, you got more motion on fucking Miriam Adelson. Like, Miriam Adelson directly has had a straightforward impact. The Adelsons have had straightforward impact on American foreign policy under Trump in ways that no one could have ever imagined. Okay? like singularly, because Trump is so open about his transparent graft where he's just like, oh, you give me $100 million? Yeah, I'll throw in Golan Heights in the package for you. And it's not like this is a Jewish conspiracy. This is just something that Trump has admitted to doing at, ironically, a combating anti-Semitism seminar before he won the election, where he just straight up went in front of a crowd of Omega Zionists and said, if I don't win the election, it's because of you Jews. And then also said, remember when the Adelsons gave me money? That's why I did the embassy. That's why I did the Abraham Accords. And I threw in Golan Heights as a sweetener. They didn't even ask for Golan Heights. I threw it in. He openly said it. It's like, this is not, I don't know. This is just not even a fucking, it's not even a conspiracy. It's just like what you see is what you get. Donald Trump can't shut his fucking mouth. So I don't know. I just, even on the front of Jewish billionaires controlling American politics or whatever, when they talk about George Soros, they just like single him out, when in fact, like, Republicans dominate this space in every front. Look at this. Here are the 2025 Wisconsin Supreme Court race expenditures. Billionaire donations to the Wisconsin Supreme Court race: Elon Musk through PACs, Diane Hendricks, Elizabeth Ulian, George Soros. No motion. This is what I'm saying. George Soros has no fucking motion, dude. 6 Democrats, 5 Republicans. I'm losing my mind. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Elon Musk alone has single-handedly outspent every other fucking billionaire combined, and this dumb fuck is still going, oh, less Republicans. I've had multiple people try and destroy your image in friends groups because of what Cutie Cinderella says, and I've done my best, but it's not good enough. I need help. What are you saying? Why does Cutie Cinderella hate you? I've had multiple girlies ask me to explain it, and I have no answer. What do you say to girls who get alienated by Cutie Cinderella? What? Is this like a unique kind of girl autism? Like, what are we talking about? Cutie Cinderella is my friend and my co-host and a co-owner of the podcast that we co-own in a cooperative together. When Cutie Cinderella says, I hate Hassan, she doesn't actually fucking hate me. What the hell is going on? Do you think that, like, meme beef is real? What? Yeah, the best part about this is Cutie Cinderella's going to see this and then double down and be like, no, I actually hate him. And then all of the girlies are going to fucking be like, yeah, you see, I don't believe it. Sometimes it's important for your friends to recognize not what people say, but instead what people do. People who don't want you misreading inside jokes between you because they don't know either of you at all. Yeah. But even then they should maybe think, well, if this person truly hates this other person, then they probably wouldn't have a podcast together. You know? Like, what the fuck? This is Gen Alpha? Maybe. Are you going to watch Dr. Mike anti-vax video by chance? No, I'm not. I know you are friends with her, but her influence stretches beyond the podcast. What? What are you saying? Her influence stretches beyond the podcast. You think in decades. Cutie Cinderella thinks in centuries. Her influence stretches beyond the bounds of your meager podcast. It is obvious to me and to those with eyes that can see. There is real friction between you and Cutie Cinderella. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, ask your friends why we still have a podcast if she fucking hates me. Anyway, Elon Soros, baby. Here it is, by the way. In a video posted by Elon Musk PAC, 1 million check recipient link voting to receiving the money. My name is Ekaterina Deisler. I did exactly what Elon Musk told everyone to do. Sign the petition, refer friends and family, vote, and now I have $1 million.
My name is Ekaterina Deisler. I'm from Green Bay, Wisconsin. I did exactly what Elon Musk told everyone to do. Sign the petition, refer friends and family, vote, and now I have $1 million.
Yeah, I think she's like a Republican Republican operative, from what I understand.
An opposition of so-called activist judges. It all started early yesterday morning when Musk posted on X that he would be coming to Wisconsin to give a talk and give out $1 million checks to 2 people. That post has since been deleted. And yesterday, Musk clarified his post with a new one saying only voters who signed that petition would be invited to his event and eligible for one of those $1 million checks. He says the money is for people that he selects as spokespeople for his petition. State Attorney General Josh Kaul and a liberal law firm filed an injunction saying these payments are breaking Wisconsin's election bribery laws. Yesterday afternoon, the case got assigned to candidate Judge Susan Crawford, but she recused herself and it was reassigned to a Columbia County judge. He rejected Kaul's injunction, so Kaul immediately appealed to the state appeals court. And that brings us to this afternoon when the appeals court denied Kaul's appeal. This means Musk is allowed to offer the payments, and Musk will still have that town hall in Green Bay tomorrow night at 6:30. Both Crawford and Schimmel, who Musk has endorsed, weighed in on all of Musk's influence during campaign stops earlier today.
We have more than doubled the contributions from Wisconsinites to my campaign, and obviously thousands of contributions in smaller amounts from people outside the state of Wisconsin who really care about our judiciary and want to make sure that somebody like Elon Musk is not able to wade into a state judicial election and buy a seat on a state Supreme Court.
This is about restoring objectivity to this court. It's about stopping activist judges from changing our state from the bench instead of from the legislature like it's supposed to be. He's helping to deliver that message. I appreciate that.
Kaylee Starl joins us live in studio right now. And Kaylee, you spent the afternoon.
What does Elon want out of this result? Easy. Elon Musk is Donald Trump's attack dog. And as long as Elon has Twitter and can use Twitter for Donald Trump, as long as Elon Musk has his billions and he can use them to primary Republicans that speak out of turn or even unseat Democrats potentially, this is a testing ground for him. If he can show that he can change the outcome of this race for an entire state, mind you, then he can prove his worth to Donald Trump and he can continue doing whatever the fuck he wants to the federal government, and Trump will keep defending him. If he loses, if the Republican loses this race, then he takes a major hit. This should be motivation alone for the drama in and of itself. If you don't care about at least having some semblance of a state judiciary that will protect your rights and liberties, okay, and it's not the end all be all, but like it's still much better than having a right-wing dominated state Supreme Court. If all of that stuff is not important to you, then remember, Elon Musk is a major piece of shit. And if he loses this race, then that puts him in bad standing with Donald Trump, which will inevitably yield tremendous amounts of drama. Okay? Tremendous amounts of drama because Trump hates losers more than anything else. Ally, enemy, doesn't matter. He fucking can't stand losers. Okay? He's like, you're a loser. I'm cutting you off. You're done. You're done. Bye-bye. Now imagine if he did a you're a loser, bye-bye to Elon Musk. Oh my God, that fucking battle would be epic. That would be incredible.
Afternoon, talking to voters about this ruling and Musk's involvement. What are they saying?
Well, Ryan, with less than 3 days until election night, many voters are wondering if Musk's involvement will be a positive or a negative in this race for state Supreme Court. So I spent the day talking to voters at a Schimmel event like Jarrell and Chuck, as well as voters downtown like Meredith, who shared their thoughts.
3 days, 2 candidates, and $1 million. That's the latest number voters are wrapping their heads around in the race for state Supreme Court. Billionaire Elon Musk, who endorsed Judge Brad Schimmel, offering $100 to people for signing a petition against, quote, activist judges, and now $1 million to 2 people speaking at a rally Sunday night in Green Bay.
My wife and I both filled it out, including my son, my sister, and brother-in-law, and it's awesome.
Chuck Kornowski signed the petition.
We did also. Did you get the check yet?
And is waiting for his $100 check in the mail.
Gets people motivated. It really does. It is a good idea. Yeah. I really feel it is.
Not everyone thought the same. Attorney General Josh Kaul tried to block the payments, first filing a lawsuit, then appealing to the Wisconsin Court of Appeals. On Saturday, court officials denied his emergency request, which allows Musk to continue offering the payments.
Get into the minds of the younger people and speak to them and get them to come out, come to the rallies, sign petitions, and become greater Americans, I guess you could say. Then, yeah, I'm definitely on board with that.
People like Meredith worry Musk's money might sway the vote.
Getting people out there to vote is important, certainly, but I don't know how I feel about billionaires, bribing people to sign petitions and, paying their way into an election.
Whether you sign the petition or not, voters tell me this election is bigger than just a Supreme Court seat.
This race with Brad Schimmel will save the entire country.
This is a very high stakes election, not just for Wisconsin, but I think for the country as a whole.
And according to WisPolitics, a record $90 million has been spent on this race. And Musk, again, holding an event here in Wisconsin tomorrow night. Entrance is limited to those who have signed that petition, and we'll have team coverage there as election night approaches on Tuesday. Ryan.
All right, Kaylee, thank you.
As you may have seen with stuff that we've posted on the Doge.gov website and the Doge handle on the X platform, there is a tremendous amount of waste and fraud in the federal government. Like, shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards.
Bro, you are George Soros. George Soros is nothing compared to you. You are literally George Soros. What are you talking about? Oh, George Soros operatives in the audience. Yeah. Yeah, George Soros operatives everywhere, dude. There are George Soros operatives for all with eyes to see, okay? They're everywhere, dude. They're everywhere. All the time. He's such a lame-ass loser, man. It is crazy how big of a goddamn loser he is. Oh, my God.
That's to George. Say hi to George from me. USA. USA.
Yeah, George Soros operatives of the Dave Chappelle show. George Soros operatives in Italy. George Soros operatives in Germany and all these European countries where they're like burning Teslas and shit. They're everywhere, it seems. Dude, the entire European continent despises this man. It is so funny. Every European liberal has like endless amounts of smoke for this dude. And for that, I just have, normally I've shit on European libs in general, but goddamn, I have so much solidarity with the European libs who despise this douchebag, okay? Maybe at a certain point, you're just a despicable person and people hate you, you know? Maybe it's not all paid protesters. What? Oh, yeah, remember? Oh, my God. Technically, it was 90% cheers and 10% booze, except during quiet periods. But still, that's a lot of booze, which is a first for me in real life, frequent on Twitter. It's almost as if I've offended. Nereye gidiyorsun baba? Baba, nereye? Ha, peki. Yapacağım mı yemek sonra? Evet. Hayır, 3'te. Ha, okey, peki, tamam. Yo, boş ver. Tamam, önemli değil. Sen yapacaksın. Tamam. Biliyorum, alırım içeri. Boş ver sen. It's almost as if I've offended SF's unhinged leftists, but nah, yeah, dude, unhinged leftists of the Dave Chappelle show. Like, they came in to see Dave Chappelle, big dog. It's crazy.
I mean, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards to George. Say hi to George from me. USA. USA. USA. USA. Yep. I mean, it was inevitable. I was waiting for that one. So, I mean, yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I mean, isn't it shocking how much violence and hatred is coming from the left?
Oh, isn't it shocking? Meanwhile, I want to kill everybody. Meanwhile, my administration that I'm working for is deporting random people who are working with children with autism. That's not violent, of course. It's all leftist violence. Isn't it shocking, the leftist violence? When someone put the gum on the Tesla, that's the real violence. Not the fucking, not the mass deportation. Oh, isn't it shocking the left is violent? I hate him. I hate him so much. Oh my God. There's nothing funnier than a crowd of people also chanting about Tesla's getting dicks drawn on them or getting keyed. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, you're right. Meanwhile, they're the ones who would be like, you're gay as fuck if you own an electric vehicle. Not your best accent, King, but the energy is there. No, with Elon Musk, he's one of the dudes who just like pisses me off so much that I can't even get it together to do a good accent. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's just, he is so uniquely frustrating and such a... Ne? Niye? Dışarıdaki kapıyı diyorsun. Pili bitmiştir. Boş ver, tamam, önemli değil. Yok, bir şey olmaz. SNL would hire you to play him? Yeah, the hatred gets in the way of me doing a good accent.
I mean, isn't it supposed to be the party that they claim to be the party of empathy?
Yeah, oh my God. Fuck you. Oh my God.
And yet they're burning Teslas and shooting up dealerships and calling for the death of the president and me. I'm like, guys, this is insane. Like, they're...
You know what it is? It's the fucking... It's just how uncharismatic he is that pisses me off, because I think of like all of the dumb fucks that go, no, he's great. He's so cool. He's so charismatic. Like, it's just, that's what pisses me off about it. Because like, at least with Trump, he's telegenic. He's zesty. He's funny. He's got like a penchant for drama. He has an appreciation of the arts. Whereas with Elon, there's nothing there. He is a perfect demonstration that as long as you say the words, these dumb fucks on the right will go, hell yeah, Mr. President, we love you. Do you understand what is so frustrating about it? He's not even trying hard enough. He's not even trying to be good or cool or likable. It is the most transparent version of just what you see is what you get. All you got to do is say the right things. That to me is terrifying about the future prospects of this country. If you can get a group of people to believe this man is charismatic and has their best interests, you can get them to believe anything. A group of people that sit around and go, this guy is awesome, this guy is brilliant, this guy is heaven sent, they will believe everything. They will believe anything you put in front of them. It's just total slop consuming morons. Do you understand? I think it skipped the video because of refresh. No, isn't it shocking how much violence? Oh, Elon Musk's son on his controversial decisions. Wait, what? Oh, fucking.
Hey, nice shirt.
Oh, thank you. First of all, Path of Exile for life. But more important.
That's an Asmongold fan. 100p. First of all, Path of Exile for life. Okay.
As we see, the whole world has turned to a fear-based mobilization effort. And we've seen that translate into violence. And the right's not immune to it because it can hit everybody's psychology.
Sure.
How do we beat that with optimism? Because that's going to be crucial to avoid mass eruption of conflict.
Yeah, there does seem to be... you're right that the right is not immune from sort of hate and violence. It's not like nothing, but it does seem weirdly heavily weighted towards the left. I haven't seen anyone tearing off like a Biden-Harris hat, or just like you feel a bit sorry for them, like, oh, maybe they're wrong there, But you see people tearing off MAGA hats. And someone just, I saw a video just today where somebody was just on an escalator, a woman was on an escalator wearing a MAGA hat, and someone going the other direction tore the hat off her head. And I'm like, what? That's rude, In fact, I sort of find myself in a strange position because I didn't think of myself as right. I thought myself.
Is he talking about that fake ass video? That was the fakest video of all time that I saw on my Twitter timeline this morning. Of the lady going down an escalator with a Trump hat, and then the other lady being like, yo, bitch, I hate you and everything that Trump stands for. Someone sent me the video. It's so awesome. It's so amazing. Where is someone please send me the video? Yes. Yes. Democrats are completely unhinged, says real James Woods. This is literally like, this is like a child. Okay. When you're a child and you like draw something and then you're afraid of your own drawing, like you invented a reality and that invention in your own mind scared you shitless. Okay. Amazing.
Democrats are completely unhinged.
Woman! You're a woman!
Democrats are
just the fakest shit. Just the fakest shit of all time, Dad! Oh, it's so awesome. It's so funny. Dude, people are so fucking stupid. Oh my God! Republicans are so dumb. If you believe this, you should not be able to drive. If you watch this clip and you go, this is exactly what's happening. This is exactly what the Democrats are doing all the time. You should unironically not be able to vote or drive, okay? Like, I love randomly filming escalators.
Democrats are completely unhinged.
And punching in and perfectly staying on camera. I love being able to frame a totally random. I love being able to frame a totally random fucking meet cute in the middle of the day perfectly in frame.
Democrats are
Oh, bro, how do you know it's fake? Come on, man. Get debated. Okay, shut up. Yeah. I love bringing my gimbal, okay, strapped to my chest, strapped to the camera, and just randomly filming escalators on the pure random happenstance where a super turbo liberal is going up the escalator and a patriotic American lover is going down the escalator at the same exact moment. And then I go, oh, opportunity arised. Let me zoom in
completely
as the action is taking place.
Woman! You're a woman!
Yeah. It's so wonderful that the Republican MAGA patriot conservative was also leaning on this side of the escalator so that the turbo libtard could actually pull it off without falling.
Democrats are completely unhinged.
Tizzy Ant confirmation. These videos are posted to the account of the older woman Democrat. She posts a ton of stage skits like this. She keeps doing the MAGA assault videos though because you dumb fucks keep falling for it. You're clearly not on escalator talk. Yeah. Yeah. You see, the left is so violent. It happens on every escalator. No need to stage. Dude, Americans have become so stupid across the board that like believing this is the equivalent of believing a Darman video. Okay. It's like watching a Darman video and going, oh my God, I learned such valuable lessons actually. It's like thinking movies are real. What the fuck is going on? I feel like they're trying to make the left look mentally unwell to justify deportation. Brother, this is not a deliberate, sophisticated effort to manufacture consent. Because it's not sophisticated at all. It's very obviously a fucking sketch. Hello? This is literally like thinking Marvel movies are in real life, like it's historical fiction or something. And it's not even, oh my God, it's not even as entertaining or as intelligent as like a Hollywood production either. It's just like very blunt. It's working though? Yes, because Americans have gotten dumber and dumber at an alarming rate. So yes. That video and believing that video is the equivalent of thinking Johnny Sins is a fucking astronaut and a doctor and a carpenter and a plumber at the same goddamn time. You are so stupid. I don't know how to deal with you. I don't know how to talk to you. We are not living on the same fucking planet. What is going on?
As centrist, but then the left went all the other in the other direction, and now everyone's a Nazi, you know, before you know it. And I'm like, wait a second, do you know what that means? Obviously not. So,
dude, it should be, okay. It should be illegal to make this dude do a tight five, I think. I think no free speech. No free speech allowed, actually. I want to say all of these dumb, unwashed hogs deserve this fucking loser because they think personally that he's brilliant. He sneaked you in, by the way, Unc. What? What do you mean? No, he didn't do that.
But yeah, I mean, I think, I believe in peaceful discourse, and that, we make arguments, verbal.
Like, why are they still trying to maintain this position that they're like beholden to logic and reasoning? Like, that's like old hat shit. That's Ben Shapiro shit.
Arguments, and the people decide which way they want to go. But we don't engage in sort of shouting people down or violence or burning things or shooting things.
It's so, dude, virtually every single instance of domestic terror since 9/11 has been done by the far right. Okay? Almost all of it. Like, with very, very few exceptions. The overwhelming majority of mass shootings, the overwhelming majority of school shootings, the overwhelming majority, damn near the entirety of failed presidential assassinations in this election cycle were either former Trump supporters or registered Republicans. What are we talking about? Even fucking Ryan Ruth was a former MAGA guy. It is not an accident that the entire right-wing project is predicated on unlimited violence to their enemies. So of course, yes, the right wing is infinitely more violent. I like that the maximum violence that has taken place, that is now being branded as terrorism, is drawing a dick on a fucking Tesla or literally putting a gum on a Tesla. Okay? Sticking a gum on a Tesla. Someone is charged for that right now. It's crazy. What happened to Ryan? He's gone, dude. He's gone. He's lost. He's gone, but not forgotten. Yeah, a Florida woman slapped with felony charge for vandalizing Tesla with large wad of chewing gum. Report. A Florida woman was charged with a felony after allegedly smacking a large wad of chewing gum onto a Tesla, causing nearly $3,000 worth of damage, according to the Sunshine State authorities. Yamiris Marrero was initially charged with a felony criminal mischief for the sticky antics, which were captured on the car's built-in cameras. The act of vandalism reportedly caused a bubble-sized $2,623 in damage in the mechanism of the electric car's door handle. Oh my God, a wad of bubble gum causes the car to not... Oh my God, these cars are such dog shit. The owner of the vehicle told Local News 10 that he felt he was being gummished due to, unfortunately, a divide in our country where certain views are not accepted by a subset, referencing Tesla founder Elon Musk's controversial role in the Trump administration. Cops cuffed Marrero after a mall security guard spotted her in the food court on Thursday, according to a police report obtained by the outlet. Marrero was reportedly stuck in police custody on $2,005 bond as of Friday. What is this video? Alien-like sea creatures keep washing up on the beaches? What the fuck is New York Post, man? New York Post is not real news.
That's how democracy is supposed to work. It's peaceful discourse. Welcome to hang out and see maybe some questions people like to see. We'll go.
Hi, Elon. I also am a teacher. I was a teacher in Colorado for 8 years, high school Spanish. But I moved here last year and got to vote in Wisconsin, where my vote actually mattered, and I'm so glad. That was amazing that we got Trump elected.
Yeah.
And I was listening to, I believe it was Patrick Bet-David. He called this perfectly, where he said, when Trump gets elected, he's going to go from enemy number one to Elon's going to be number one. And
this guy was a teacher with a valuetainment podcast. He's a valuetainment enjoyer, myself included, obviously. I am the number one valuetainment defender. But this motherfucker was a teacher? Bro, he can't even speak. What is happening?
For the reason, I mean, he only has a couple years left, and we've all seen the left go after you and make you number one enemy. And just walking in here, we heard Nazis suck. There's all this horrible thing. And just on a serious note, I just want to let you know, my wife and I pray for you at night.
My lordship, the other peasantry is not... My lordship, the other peasantry do not respect that you are divine, that you are heaven sent. All you want to do is what's best for us, my lord. When the fortress gates closed last time, as the enemies pillaged our land, I knew you would have had the opportunity to bring me into your fortress, but didn't do so because you wanted to protect something more important, me lord. The love I have for you, me lordship, kind sir, is undeniable. Sire, I do my very best and I pray for you every night. My wife for you, my lord, prima nocta, your grace, your divine presence with your mangled penis inside of my wife will only give us but a fraction of the divine. The left has his own form of praying gooning. Yes. Please take my wife, me lordship.
Thank you.
For your safety.
More of that consent manufacturing against the left right here, dog. I don't know how you always seem to misunderstand me when you respond to my chats and think I'm some dumb hog. No, man, this isn't like a deliberate attempt. Manufacturing consent is a carefully crafted narrative that is motivated by the invisible motivations of people trying to fucking elevate themselves. This, on the other hand, is a dumb hog. I'm not saying you're a dumb hog. I'm saying this guy's a dumb hog. He's not. This is what he truly believes as a direct consequence of consent that was manufactured prior.
And guys, yeah. Thank you. I gotta watch my hand gestures these days, you know. Yeah. But I think this one's safe, you know. You know, it's like you can't wave to the crowd. You're gonna know what happened.
The woke left wants to take away everything. Ha! The woke left to stop me from Sig Heiling. What the fuck? You can't have a Sig Heil anymore. Well, because the woke left, they say you're a Nazi for doing that.
Let's return to the US now. Because
I also don't like Elon's dad at all. And I fucking think he's a grimy opportunist and is almost entirely responsible for the fucked up monster that Elon Musk has become. So I don't like all of these like oppositional pieces that place him in the crosshairs, to put him on like a pedestal almost. Like he's just a also evil dude. He also looks evil too, but that's besides the point. Yeah, he is gross. Yeah, Elon's dad married his stepdaughter. Like it's just not a good guy. I don't care. I'm not even gonna listen to what he has to say about Elon.
Supposed to work. It's peaceful discourse. Yeah.
My question is about USAID. Has the Doge team found any evidence that any of the radical left Democrats like Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer have received money directly from USAID? And if so, will we be hearing about that evidence anytime soon?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, let's watch him. Let's watch him answer this with a real answer and not a totally made up nonsensical position. Because every single thing that Doge has come out with, stating that they're doing, you know, saving America, I don't know, cutting fucking funds so that there's no more transgender Sesame Seed in Iraq or Sesame Street in Iraq or whatever the fuck they claim they're doing, has been just a lie. It's either completely embellished or they're just lying. They either move numbers around to make it seem like they're cutting shit, or they just fucking lie. So there's no reason. Sesame Seed. I said Sesame Street. Shut up. I corrected myself. Okay. Minor mistake. I recognize he said something wrong. Streamer said the wrong thing. Lamau. Lamau, lamau, lamau.
there is a massive amount of corruption, but it is circuitous. So what happens is there's money that, obviously it's your taxpayer money, that is then sent to various government organizations who then send it to NGOs, which an NGO is a non-governmental organization, but obviously if it's a government-funded non-governmental organization, it's just an organization, it's just a government. And effectively there's a giant fraud loophole, which is that the government can send money to an NGO that is then no longer governed by the laws of the United States. So they'll send the money overseas to one NGO, then they'll go through a bunch of them, and then I'm highly confident that a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States and lands in the pockets of the people you just mentioned. But it is a circuitous route. It's not like it doesn't go directly, but let's just say that there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress, where I'm trying to connect the dots of how did they become rich while earning, how they get 20 million if they're earning 200,000 a year? It sounds, that's not, nobody can explain that. So something's, yeah, we're going to try to figure it out and certainly stop it from happening.
Yeah, I think it's right in their face. This is the same level of mania that I saw at Trump rallies where they would like claim that Trump was like super sexy and super hot, where it's like such an obvious thing that is not the reality that you can, it's so outside of the bounds of observable reality that you've completely lost the plot. I would always point to that to say, like, this is the final stage of mania. When you look at a guy like Donald Trump, who's just disgusting, okay? Then you go, he's so fucking sexy. If you think he's sexy, you're lost, okay? There's no way that we can save you. And the same goes for the wealthiest person on the planet paying people to go to a room, paying people to try and change the outcome of an election directly, overtly paying people, okay, to try and change the outcome of a state Supreme Court election, talking about like wealthy elites that are dominating politics. Like, if you can't realize that you are the rube right now that's being paid to do this, as a rube, you don't recognize the irony of the guy saying that, you're lost. It's weirdly enough not dissimilar to the stan culture shit, where there is entire populations of content creators whose fans just have decided I am the greatest evil person of all time for things that I have not done, but only because like that is what their content creator demands. That kind of hatred is what their content creator demands. And it's just like, they might even agree with me on a number of different issues, if not the entirety of my perspective, but charitability is gone. So they just can't see it at all. They cannot see the world outside of this lens where like, no, he is super evil guy. I agree. I feel like Elon merges stan culture with political mobilization in that regard. And it's crazy because like, how the fuck do you stand this guy? I don't even understand. Like, there is nothing there to stand. It's just pure wealth worship. That's all it is. He is the manifestation of endless amounts of wealth inequality personified. You can even show people the longer clip and they just loop back on themselves and say the same shit when talking to people on Twitter. We're just getting dumber. Yeah.
I mean, just in general,
yeah, I mean, it is kind of like the emperor is wearing no suit, but instead of people going, the emperor's wearing no clothes, they're going, no, it's all right, he's naked, my lord. I'm naked too. I've taken my clothes off in solidarity. It is the new way of going. If the emperor's got no clothes, I don't have clothes. It is good to run around naked. Your clothes are magnificent, my lord. It is the woke leftist peasants that deny the reality.
Do you know who's special? CNN chief data analyst Harriet. He is special. You know what else is special?
Stop trying to make Harriet happen, CNN. It's not. He's never going to be Steve Kornacki.
Very special. Elections being held tomorrow in several locations around the country. Some which have Republicans nervous just a little over 2 months into the Trump presidency. So let's talk about that.
Yeah, by the way, if Trump was mobilizing the masses, and if Trump had a lot of motion still, Elise Stefanik would not have had to go back. Elise Stefanik would not have had to withdraw from the appointment that she was going to get that was going to elevate her career, because she obviously has hopes for a larger position in the Republican Party, maybe even running for office or running for the presidency. They took away her opportunity at the UN because that would have meant she would have to leave her seat in the House. And because Republicans are not exactly running with the heavens mandate they claim they have, they recognize that they can't really let go of the tiny, marginal majority they have over the Democrats, especially if these special elections that are conducted in the process end up causing them to lose more seats. Her seat is in New York too, so likely flips blue in 2026. My point is, if the Republicans were doing gangbusters, if they were actually popping off, they would not fear a special election. It's upstate New York, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, guys. Special elections already benefit voters that, I mean, it benefits the Democrats in any case, because those are the ones who are locked in. It's doubly so because the current administration is also unpopular, and special elections can be seen as like a way to undermine the authority and the power that the current administration has. It is very unlikely that if Elise Stefanik left that position, that it would not be filled by a Democrat, despite the fact that it's deep red. Okay, I'm telling you, there are far too many town halls where Republican voters are yelling at their representatives. You're wrong if you think, oh my God, what the fuck is going on?
Jack up the price so that fans of live entertainers like Mr. Ritchie, I almost called him Mr. Rock, don't have access to concerts the way that they should. And when they do, it's at exorbitantly high prices. So what this executive order does, it charges the FTC and the Department of Justice with
Kid Diddler Rock is in the White House, in the Oval Office. I repeat, Kid Diddler Rock is in the Oval Office. This is not a drill. Trump is going to obviously show him the attack plans against Iran, as he did last time.
Won't be subject to these abuses and oftentimes illegal practice.
Good. Thank you very much. Bob, you want to say something?
Yeah, anybody it doesn't matter your politics. First off, thank you, Mr. President, because this has happened at lightning speed. I know you put, I want to make sure Alina Habba gets her credit too, because I know she worked very hard on this, but thank you for making this happen so quick. Anyone who's bought a concert ticket in the last decade, maybe 20 years, no matter what your politics are, knows that it's a conundrum. You buy a ticket for $100, by the time you check out, it's $170. You don't know what you can charge for it, but more importantly, these bots. You know, they come in to get all the good tickets to your favorite shows you want to go to, and then they're relisted immediately for sometimes a 400% or 500% markup. And the artists don't see any of that money. And, you know, ultimately, I think this is a great first step. I would love down the road if there would be some legislation that we could actually put a cap on the resale of tickets. And I'm a capitalist and a deregulation guy, but they've tried this in some places in Europe, and it seems to be the only thing that's us as artists be able to get the tickets into the hands.
Oh, he's a capitalist and a deregulation guy, but some regulation is good. Okay.
And I know the president doesn't like when I say this, but I'm a little overpaid right now. It's kind of ridiculous. I would rather be, you know, a hero to working class people and have them be able to come attend my shows and give them a fair ticket price. I can't control that right now, so hopefully this is a step to really be able to make that happen. I know a lot of artists and a lot of fans who love concerts and music are going to be very appreciative of you taking this
And I
action.
think Bob is more interested in the fans and the people that are having to pay crazy prices than he is the artist. Maybe the artist a little bit, but the fans a lot. I've spoken to him over the years about it. And it's
Who the fuck's going to Kid Diddler Rock shows in 2025, man? What the hell? Maybe that's why he wants to be able to control ticket prices, because he's like, no one is paying $75 with all the surcharges, with all the upcharges. Yaparsan lütfen acıktım. Evet. So he's like, please, Mr. President.
We got a $2 million fine, and that's the only time they've enforced that act.
And who's the primary culprit? Who sells these tickets?
It's the scalpers. It's these bots go in, they're automated, so you're.
But is there a company involved? You might know.
No. Well, there's reselling markets. Yeah.
I think I know, Peter. But that's all right. Don't get them involved. Maybe what company do you think? Maybe they're more innocent than we think.
Well, if you think of it, like if Ticketmaster sells a ticket, if you buy a ticket and go to a show, you're in a lot of ways their worst customer. They make another 17, whatever percentage every time that ticket resells. So they don't want to enforce the Bots Act necessarily because they're making more money off it. The artists don't see any of that money, but that's not what I'm advocating for, is for me to make more money. I want the fans to have fair ticket prices, be able to go and enjoy more shows. I know people that they decide on a family vacation or going to their favorite concert once a year rather than, my parents used to go see multiple shows when you could afford them back in their day. And I'd like to take my ticket prices lower, but if I set my ticket prices low, these bots immediately eat them up and they resell for hundreds of dollars more, and I'm just making these bad actors rich.
Well, I think
I'm not sure what this executive order is for, aside from what they've presented thus far. Their presentation implies that this is an executive order to let Kid Rock do his own ticket prices for $12 a pop. Only 75. Obviously hasn't been to a concert in a while. First of all, yes, I have not. But also, I said $75 because we're talking about Kid Rock. Okay? I know it's not exactly a Taylor Swift style ticket scheme. Okay? His ticket prices should be not even free. His ticket prices, he should be paying motherfuckers to go listen to his dumbass music. What are you talking about?
this is a big step to getting it done.
A lot of musicians, you can say that they're with Kid Rock, sir.
Good.
On this,
I think so.
without a doubt.
A lot of people are.
President Trump, would you ever wear a jacket like that?
I don't know. I was thinking about doing it for tomorrow. We have a big event coming up, and I was thinking about doing it, but I'm not sure.
So you recently bought a Tesla for White House staff to use, but now there's all these domestic terrorists targeting Teslas. Are the staff scared to drive it?
I don't think so. I haven't heard. They were complaining. I did buy one, and I let the staff use it. We have it parked conveniently, and one day we give it to Margot, one day we give it to Chamberlain, give it to Natalie, we give it to everybody around, give it to Dan Scavino, but he's got so much money it doesn't matter. But they love the car, and it's a great car, and it's made here, and it's made in the country. He's got a tremendous plant now in Texas, and he has one in California. Does a lot of his work here, and he's been really unfairly treated, in my opinion. I travel.
And
yeah,
there's this other story. I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
Boy, I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that. No, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that. But I have not looked into it. I want to do a fantastic job. We have 4 years, just about, almost close to 4 years. Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years, and we're getting a lot of credit for having done a great job in the first almost 100 days. And we have some big things we're going to be announcing over the next 2 days, and you know very well, Peter, and I think it's going to be something that's going to bring a lot of wealth back to our country, tremendous wealth back to our country, actually. And other countries are understanding it because they've been ripping us for 50 years, longer, but they've been ripping us off for years, right from the beginning. And I think this is going to be an amazing, I call it a lot of different names, but it's really, in a sense, it's a rebirth of a country, because how we could have afforded to do what we did. We help everybody, and they don't help us. I really, the term I like best probably is the liberation of America. It's a liberation of this country, because it's incredible. Look, we have $36 trillion in debt for a reason, and that accumulates over a long period of time. So I think what you're going to be seeing over the next couple of days will be very inspiring to a lot of people. You know, they had a lot of auto plants being built in a certain country. I don't want to mention the country because we get along great with the country, but those plants aren't being built there anymore. They gave them up today and yesterday, day before, and they're building them all now in the United States. And we have many examples, not only auto plants. Chip companies from Taiwan are coming in. The biggest, Mr. Wei, he's big. I said, you are a smart guy, aren't you? I've been reading about him over the years, but he controls a large portion of the chip business, as you know. You don't get smarter. They're going to be investing $200 or $300 billion. Apple's investing $500 billion. You know, they always built their places in China. Now he's building here.
He is he's doing the same thing that Elon Musk did to tremendous success. Just keep lying about shit that's going to get better over and over again. And by the time people go, hey, remember those things that you said were going to happen and that haven't happened yet? Just lie about the new thing and then recenter people's attentions onto the new things that are not going to happen.
I don't know if we've ever been at $1 trillion.
What do you mean by that?
We're 500. What do I mean by a trillion?
5 trillion. What are you referring to, sir?
I think that we're going to be at $5 trillion of investment. I think you're going to have investments very shortly.
Fuck it, dude. Yeah, we're gonna get 7 quintillion. I made up the new number. No one's ever seen numbers like this before. It's quintillion. That's right. Quintuple billion. New numbers, bigger numbers than anyone has ever seen.
But to me, the whole tariff situation, and essentially they've done that to us for many years. So we're anywhere near 5 trillion in 2 months. This could be numbers like the country's never seen. And every time you hear a dollar spent, that's another job because the jobs are coming with it. So auto plants, chip plants, pharmaceuticals, lumber coming in. We have things happening in this country. I'm not sure that they've ever seen it. Steel, we have tariffs on steel. They've been here for a while. Steel and aluminum. Nobody's ever seen anything like we're witnessing now. Nobody's ever seen anything. Most of you agree with that. I mean, it's nothing much you can't agree with. We have things happening in terms of jobs and investment, the likes of which I don't think we've ever seen. If you look at, let's say, $4 to $5 trillion in a period of a month and a half, that's even more than you do with your concerts, which are always sold out, right? Nobody's ever seen numbers. And think of it, where Apple's at 500.
Nobody's ever seen numbers.
But they always used to spend that money in China. Now they're spending it here. That means they're going to build. Now, they don't have any tariffs. Remember, there are no tariffs if you do your product here, if you build whatever it is in the USA. One of the things we're also trying to get is if you buy a car that was built in the USA.
You've ever seen a number? I haven't. No one has ever seen a number. What is math? It's illegal now.
It's built in the USA. Never been done before. It's a big deduction for people that really aren't used to deductions, frankly, because people that buy cars like that are not big into the world of deductions, and now they're going to learn about deductions. So I think it's going to be great. Yeah.
Mr. President, are you going to move ahead with a universal tariff or different individual tariff rates on a whole variety of different?
Well, you're going to see in 2 days, which is maybe tomorrow night or probably Wednesday. You're going to see, and they're reciprocal. So whatever they charge us, we charge them, but we're being nicer than they were. We have a lot of countries, friend and foe. I always say friend and foe, but the friend in many cases is worse than the foe. They took advantage of us, and we are going to be very nice by comparison to what they were. The numbers will be lower than what they've been charging us, and in some cases maybe substantially lower, but we sort of have a world obligation perhaps. But we're going to be very nice. Relatively speaking, we're going to be very kind.
Mr. President, you met with the chairman.
Somebody said that about me the other day. He said, who doesn't know me very well, they said, you're such a kind person. And I said, say that again. They said, you're a kind person. I said, I've never heard that.
Even he couldn't believe it. He's like, say that again?
Who said that? I've heard of words. I don't know. I better not tell you. I've heard of.
Even Trump couldn't believe it that someone was dumb enough to say he's a kind person.
Mr. President, you met with the chairman of Stellantis today. Did he ask you for a pause on the auto tariffs?
No.
What was that meeting about?
Just about some of the problems they have with the environmental, which we're going to clean up.
Have any of the automakers?
We're going to probably go back to 1920. If you look, we're going to go back probably to a 2020 standard. So we'll have 2020 standard, and that's just a few years ago. Oh, they're making it so difficult. All over the world they're making it. It doesn't mean a damn bit of difference even for the environment. It doesn't matter. They make it impossible for people to build cars. So we're going to be doing much different. 2020 is a strong standard, but they take it to a level now that makes it very difficult to build a car. So we're going to be bringing it back to a standard that is a very good environmental standard, but it makes it possible to build a car.
Have you heard any concerns from the automakers, though, about the tariffs on parts that will go into effect over the coming weeks, about what that's going to mean for the price of?
Well, I gave them a big break for a month. I didn't charge them anything, for a big month, for that first month, and they brought a lot of material into this country because they could bring it in without tariff. If you look at Canada and Mexico, they were driving hundreds of thousands of cars into the market because they avoid the tariffs by doing it before the tariffs go on, which would be Wednesday. And I saw some of your shows where cars are lined up for miles and miles. Some of them didn't have fenders on them. Some of them didn't have the roof on yet. They're driving it in brand new. They're driving it in because they want to avoid the tariffs. I let them have that. They sort of took advantage of it because, that wasn't part of the deal, but that's okay.
Are there any
They're great American car companies. And so I gave him a little break on that. Yeah.
Are there any countries that you're not targeting?
Well, it depends. You know, I said it's reciprocal. Not everybody has made a fortune, but almost everybody has, but not everybody. And the ones that haven't, we're going to be very nice to them.
And on a separate issue,
because that word reciprocal is very important. What they do to us, we do to them. Okay.
Can I just ask you briefly on President Putin? You said over the weekend, or indicated over the weekend, some frustration with him. How serious are you about imposing oil sanctions?
No, I want to see him make a deal so that we stop Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers and other people from being killed. But mostly it's Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. They're losing at least 2,500 human beings, beautiful human beings, a week. And I want it to stop. And some people would say, why do you worry about Russian soldiers or Ukrainian soldiers? I worry because it's like they're just like you people. They're like us. They're like all of us. And I seem to have an ability to do those things. And if I can do that, I think it's a very worthwhile thing to do. And I think we will. No, I want to make sure that he follows through, and I think he will. I don't want to go secondary tariffs on his oil, but I think, it's something I would do if I thought he wasn't doing the job. I did it with Venezuela, secondary tariffs, and you know what happened? Every boat left the harbor. Did you see that? It was a beautiful thing to see. The whole harbor emptied out. My words weren't even finished, and I have these massive ships. They're actually taking the hoses and dumping them into there. They couldn't get out of there fast enough because they know I don't play games. So I think he's going to live up to what he told me, and I think he's going to fulfill his part of the deal. Now, then you have Zelensky, and hopefully he's going to live up. I see he's trying to renegotiate the rare earth. We did something because, as you know, the Europeans get paid back the money that they gave, and we don't, because Biden is an incompetent president, and he should have asked for rare earth, or he should have asked for the loans to be guaranteed in some form. That's what Europe did. Europe is in for probably $100 billion, and we're in for $350 billion. So we're in for more than 3 times. And now you could make it a little bit less than that, but it doesn't matter, whatever the number. We're in for substantially more than Europe. We could be in for $350 billion. They have no idea because Biden wasn't a good bookkeeper except for himself. And what happens is we made a deal for rare earth. It was all done. And I heard through you, I haven't spoken to them yet, but through you I heard that they're now saying, well, I'll only do that deal if we get into NATO or something to that effect. Well, that was never, number one, discussed. Number two, I think it's going to be long before Putin, they said you're not going into NATO. And it could be, that's probably the reason the war started, actually.
We're hours away from a very special election. Wisconsin, Florida. I want to share your thoughts on Republican voters to not sleep on this.
Yeah.
2 very important races together.
Well, it's a big race, Supreme Court race in Wisconsin. It's taking place essentially as it was early voting, and so we'll see what happens. It's a big race. I love Wisconsin. We won Wisconsin. Republicans typically don't do very well in Wisconsin, but I did. I actually won it twice. I actually probably won it 3 times to be exact.
We played their side.
Not probably. I won it 3 times. We had a rigged election the second time, but that's one of those things. We had to make this one too big to rig. Would you agree with that, Brian?
Yes,
too big
sir.
to rig?
Yes, sir.
My dad triggered the fire alarm.
So anyway, but
So I had to fix it.
there's a big race, and I hope you get out and vote for the Republican. The woman is a radical left lunatic, and let's see who wins. But the woman will be very bad, and Wisconsin's a big state politically, and the Supreme Court has a lot to do with elections in Wisconsin. So if whoever it is that's running, including even Senate races, etc., but whoever it is in 4 years that runs. Having Wisconsin is a very big, we won it early and big, but winning Wisconsin's a big deal. So therefore, the Supreme Court choice is the one you're talking about right now. It's a big race. It's going to be announced fairly shortly.
President Trump, on TikTok, big week of deadlines. You got Liberation Day and the TikTok deadline.
Yeah, we do, which I can extend if I want, but we have a lot of enthusiasm for TikTok for buying it. I think TikTok is good.
Yeah,
I used
remember
it
the
for-
ban? What happened? It was supposed to be
great
banned by
TikTok
now.
guy.
What happened?
And we won by 36 points, the youth. We won the youth, which Republicans don't do. Maybe it's because Kid Rock likes Trump. I don't know. But we won the youth by 36 points. And I attribute some of that to TikTok.
Is the TikTok deal, the negotiations now, tied to a bigger tariff deal with China?
No, but it could be. I mean, I've used tariffs for lots of different reasons, but I could see, 1 point in tariffs with China, big country, would be probably worth more than all of TikTok, as valuable as TikTok is. It's big stuff. So there's a great example. That's a great question, actually. I'm a very flexible person. I could use that for that. Like, maybe I'll take a couple of points off if I get approvals for something. I haven't done it. Maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't. But it's a very good question. Peter, you're very good.
Thank you. You'll love this one.
Go ahead.
It's not front page news, but I am just curious. What is your thought about Tiger Woods now becoming part of the broader Trump family?
Oh my God.
Well, I love Tiger, and I love Vanessa, and they had a great relationship. I happen to think the relationship with my son, I happen to think the relationship was hurt very badly by the witch hunt that went on, Russia, and all the crap that they put Don through, who knew nothing about it. But Vanessa and Don had a very good relationship. They have incredible children, 5 incredible children, all good athletes, all great students, they're like great. And they broke up, quite a while ago, and which was to me very sad because I think they're both great. Don and Vanessa, and Tiger actually called me a few months ago, and I have a very special, very good relationship with Tiger. I played golf with him a couple of times over the last month, and he's a fantastic guy and a fantastic athlete. And he told me about it, and I said, Tiger, that's good. That's good. I'm very happy for both. I just let them both be happy. Let them both be happy. They're both great.
To follow up on China, China, South Korea, and Japan say they're going to work together in cooperation to respond to the tariffs that you're going to put into effect this week. Are you concerned that
if only Shinzo Abe were here, he would never let this happen. He would never align with China. I miss him so much.
I'm not worried about it. Yeah.
Mr. President, can I ask
I think they have a chance of doing better, actually, with the tariffs. It can actually help them in a certain way. And I think a lot of them will drop their tariffs because, they've been unfairly tariffing the United States for years. And if you look at the European Union on cars, the European Union already dropped their tariff down to 2.5%. It was announced a couple of days ago, which is what which is a very small tariff. The United States charged very little. And I think I heard that India just a little while ago is going to be dropping its tariffs very substantially. And I said, why didn't somebody do this a long time ago? A lot of countries are going to be dropping their tariffs.
And also what happened in France today, Mr. President, Marine Le Pen, the far-right leader, got convicted in court and is now banned from running for office for 5 years. Do you have a comment about
That's
that?
a big deal. That's a very big deal. I know all about it, and a lot of people thought she wasn't going to be convicted of anything, and I don't know if it means conviction, but she was banned for running for 5 years, and she's the leading candidate. That sounds like this country. That sounds very much like this country. Okay, anybody else?
You've been presented with a bunch of proposals for tariffs by your advisors that were talking about that idea publicly.
And who?
That your advisors have presented ideas
They
to
do.
you about
Yeah.
tariffs and what to do in the next 2 days. Have you settled
Well,
on
you're
any-
going to see. I've settled, a long time ago.
Yeah.
But we talk about it. We talk about it a lot. We want to do what's right for the country and even the world. It affects the world, not just this country. This has been the piggy bank for the entire world. So it really does affect the world, and that's important to me also. Yeah.
Please, Mr. President, in the past you have said that you want the quick return of Austin Tice, a Marine Corps veteran and a journalist who went missing in Syria over 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Have efforts been made to locate Austin Tice been extended beyond Syria, including potential leads in Iran? And do you have plans to get in touch with Ms. Deborah Tice, the mother of Austin Tice, and also at the same time, organizations like Hostage Aid Worldwide have been on the ground in Syria, searching for Austin Tice for many years. Can I get your comment on the future, potential future plans to locate Austin Tice and to bring him home finally?
So we've been looking, as you know, for Austin for years. I don't know about Biden. I don't think Biden was looking for anything, but we were, and there's been virtually no sign. You know that. There's been no sign of Austin. An incredible young guy. Be less young now. It's been a long time. It's been many, many years. The mother is fantastic. She's a very committed mother that her whole life is to find her son, who was in Syria and just disappeared off the face of the earth. So, a lot of bad things happen, but we're always, we will never, until we find out something definitive, one way or the other, we'll never stop looking for him. But we have been, and the response, it's just a lot of dead ends. He's been gone for a long time. The problem is there's never been a sighting. Sometimes you'll have somebody, you're looking for him, and there's a sighting. There's never been a sighting of Austin, but we are out there, and we have great respect for his family and for his mother. She's been unbelievable. Yeah,
Mr. President, a question about...
No, behind you.
Oh, apologies.
Yes, you've had outreach with the leaders of Russia and China. You've made an outreach to Iran. When are you going to plan to reach out to North Korea and Kim Jong-un? Anytime in the near future?
Well, I do. I have a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. Now, you people hate to hear that, but it's very important. I got along with him fantastically, as you know. It started off very rough, very nasty. Little Rocket Man, the whole thing was a nasty deal. And then one day we got a call that they'd like to meet. We met. We have a great relationship. And we have, there is communication, yeah.
Mr. President,
I think it's very important. He's a big nuclear nation, and he's a very smart guy. I got to know him very well. Remember, I put my foot across the line, and then I walked across the line. I don't know if Secret Service was thrilled with that. They actually wasn't. They were not too thrilled. But I have a very good relationship with him. Yeah, we'll probably do something at some point. Yeah, please.
Who's on your short list, Mr. President, to replace Elise Stefanik as U.S. Ambassador to UN?
So we have a lot of good people that want it. First of all, Elise is fantastic, and I just don't want to take chances with you guys saying, how is the election going? We have a congressional election that's a little bit close. I guess the one is in good shape, but the other one's a little bit close. But Randy Fine is a great guy. They're both good candidates. They're very good. But it's, a little bit, we want to be careful. And Elise is very popular in her district, and so am I. We won by a lot of points, and so did she. And there's a lot of people that wanted to run for it, but we have no idea, are they going to win? I think it's just security. And I said, Elise, what about going back? Because they love you there, and she's going to take a big leadership position with Mike Johnson and the group, the speaker. And I can tell you that for the replacement, we have a lot of people that have asked about it and would like to do it. David Friedman, Rick Grinnell, and maybe 30 other people. Everyone loves that position. That's a star-making position. And so we'll see what happens. But we have a lot of people that are interested in going to the United Nations, as you can imagine. Yeah.
Just want to get a quick music question. Favorite song to play live is what? And then my question for you, Mr. President,
This is
your
Modi.
favorite rally you did last year, 2024. What was your favorite one?
This is Modi shit. We're in Modi territory.
Tough one. It'd have to be one of the hits, probably Cowboy or Ball with the Bar. There's a song that I've played every night that was never a singular hit that I probably should not say the words to in this office right now. You never met a certain
By the
person
way,
like
his
me.
rallies are amazing. He does great and gets big crowds. He's really a star when it comes to that. He is a very talented guy.
Oh my God.
I would say
He's been standing there the whole time. Oh my God.
that was there.
Oh my God. Kid Diddler Rock has been standing there the entire time.
To me, always.
I'm
been
losing
terrific. He said this. He's never seen anything like it. We had, when you announced Madison Square Garden, it's a big arena, but we sell out big arenas. We sold out in Milwaukee. We sold out at every big arena. We never had empty seats. It's amazing. They talk about Bernie Sanders gets 2,000-3,000 people. Everyone said these crowds. I get 107,000 people
he's
in New
heard
Jersey.
the crowds.
In Butler, PA, we had over 100,000 the second time. We had 55,000 the first time. We have.
Oh, he's heard the
I would
crowds.
say
He's seen the
Madison
Bernie
Square
crowds. He does
Garden
not like
because I
that.
grew up in New York.
Kid Diddler Rock about to be like, oh, my favorite line is when I said in my famous song, you call it statutory, I call it mandatory. That's his favorite line.
That were stacked all the way back to the Hudson River and on the other direction, back to Fifth Avenue. Nobody's ever said, I don't mean with a line, I mean like 50 deep this way. The streets were closed, the whole thing, it was crazy.
That's
and
a
when you
real
take
Kid
that,
Diddler
you
rock
want to do
song.
well at Madison Square Garden. You don't want to have empty seats. But we could have sold it out, Brian, 10 times, and everybody knew it. And I think we got a good indication that that's where the election was going. And we won every swing state, and we won by millions of votes. It was a great election, yeah.
Mr. President, the U.S. military transferred 17 individuals to El Salvador overnight. Did you discuss with your team whether these deportations would run afoul of any recent court orders?
No, I do want to thank, however, the president. He has been unbelievable, and in relation to us. But I think that our people have done an incredible job. I got elected on the basis of getting bad people out of our country that shouldn't be here, very dangerous people out of our country, and that's what I did. And then you have a judge that wants to take over, and I can't imagine it can be allowed. If it was up to him, they'd all be put back in our country. These are killers. These are drug lords. These are really bad people. But I want to thank the president of El Salvador because he's done an amazing job. You saw it. Yeah.
Elon Musk's special government tenure is coming to an end, 130 days, I think another month.
Yeah.
Do you want him to stay longer, or is it time for him to go back to running his companies in Europe?
Well, I think he's amazing, but I also think he's got a big company to run, and so at some point he's going to be going back. He wants to.
Would you want to keep him around?
But I'd keep him as long as I could keep him. He's a very talented guy. I love very smart people. He's very smart, and he's done a good job. Doge has, we found numbers that nobody can even believe, like 400 billion, 500 billion. It could be close to $1 trillion by the time.
Nobody knows numbers I've
on
never
different
even
things.
seen before. Who knows
And
numbers?
he's led the charge, and you've seen a lot of his people. And these are people that joined up. I always say the high IQ people. I like high IQ people, and they've done a great job. No, at some point, Elon's going to want to go back to his company. I will say, he's got, despite the way he's been treated, so he's an American patriot, but the way he's been treated with Tesla is just terrible. It's just terrible.
Once he goes
In fact,
back-
you have a Tesla.
Tesla.
And you love it. You love it. He was saying before he bought a Tesla, he loved it. A lot of people are buying Teslas, I think, and I hope they are. He should not be treated that way. He's done an incredible service to our country.
Well, once he goes back, is Doge going to keep operating even without Elon here?
Well, I can't tell you that. I can say this, that a lot of the people that are working with Doge are the secretaries, the heads of the various agencies, and they've learned a lot, and they're dealing with the Doge people. I think some of them may try and keep the Doge people with them, but, at a certain point, I think it will end. But they have also gotten a big education, and they're doing a really good job. There'll be a point at which the secretaries will be able to do this work and do it very, as we say, with the scalpel. And that's what we want. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, have you had any updates on the U.S. soldiers missing in Lithuania?
I have.
Can you give us an update?
So 3 are no longer with us, and 1 is unfortunately probably in the same category,
broke.
but they haven't declared that yet. It was a very heavy truck, like a toy, but really heavy, that lifted the heaviest equipment, and it would seem that the bank of a lake collapsed. The weight is so big, and it was at night, and it was very cold weather, and ice, a lot of ice, and it's possibly slipped, and the weight is so enormous of this thing. It's a massively heavy vehicle, and if they slipped a little bit, that's probably what happened, and it flipped, and 3 are gone, and 1 is missing.
On a separate topic, follow up on immigration. Did you see the video of the Tufts University
Archdom?
student who was taken off the street by ICE agents last week in hoodies and masks? There's been a lot of criticism of that. Are you comfortable with how that was handled?
Well, I haven't really looked at it in any detail, but I will. I have seen it quickly, but not. I wouldn't want to comment on it. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, would you be able to confirm recent reporting that you are making plans to go to Saudi Arabia next month? And if so, why is Saudi Arabia so important?
So, I have a very good relationship with the Middle East. In fact, if you look at Michigan, I won the vote by a lot. People were a little surprised. And I have
What
a very
happened?
good
He just said he'll look into it?
Mohammed and the king. His son is Mohammed. He's great. Crown Prince, actually he's Prime Minister too. He's got a lot of good titles, but he's great. And the king has been wonderful. And if you remember, last time I went to Saudi Arabia, I put him first on the list because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of American goods, military and otherwise. And they did. And it was an unbelievable day. It was in this gorgeous ballroom, and companies were there from many, probably 100 companies. And they were given anywhere from 40 or $50 million to less. And more, actually. Okay, some of them were given numbers that were just many times that amount. I think we had a couple of $20 billion deals, and big stuff. And it's a very rich country because of oil. And we are a very rich country ultimately when we straighten it out because of oil. Oil is always good. And I agreed to do it again, and they've agreed to spend close to $1 trillion of money in our American companies, which to me means jobs. So they're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars giving them to American companies that are going to be making equipment for Saudi Arabia and other places in the Middle East. And for that, I think it's worth it. I did it last time, $450 billion, and the press was there. It was one of the most unique days I've ever seen, where companies would get up and you're getting $20 billion. The name.
There's nothing funnier than Kid Diddler Rock standing there for this entire process, and he has to stand up the
that,
whole
Peter? I don't
time.
know if you were there. You might be too young for that.
I was on the Democratic campaign trail. At the
Oh,
time,
that
so I
was
missed
boring. This was a much better deal. But it was amazing, actually. It was an amazing day. We sold and we partook in $450 billion worth of investment into American companies. And they announced the company, the amount of money, $1 billion, $5 billion, $25 billion. And the chairman of the company, many of whom, well-known figures, prestigious figures, great business leaders, they went up, they shook the hand of somebody, and they would sit down, and we just had a big investment made. So it was a record. Nobody ever beat it before. $450 billion worth of jobs. I view it as jobs more than anything else. And now we're close to $1 trillion. So it's more than double the number that we did when I first came to office.
And this trip takes place next month.
It could be next month, maybe a little bit later, yeah. And we're going to Qatar also. And also we're going to possibly a couple of other countries. UAE is very important. It's a great leader in UAE. And I had his brother here the other night, if you saw that. We had a wonderful guy, a wonderful family.
That's how you know the UAE
so
is the
probably
worst.
stop at UAE and Qatar, and as I used to call it, Qatar. Nobody's ever told me right or wrong. I always like to say Qatar, but it's Qatar. They like to say Qatar. And Saudi Arabia, the three of them, and then we'll go other places also.
Amazing.
But in the Middle East, those seem to be the three. And again, tremendous amounts of jobs will be created that in those 2 or 3 days. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Cut it out that door right there.
Oh,
Thanks,
Press,
guys. Thanks, guys. Wrap it up. Thanks, guys.
Wait.
Okay, ready, everybody?
There it is. Now you can charge $5 for your concerts, Kid Rock. Kid Diddler Rock.
Make America funny.
Because you're not in a clean industry. Hold that up.
Hold that up.
Thank you, everybody.
It's awesome. He has his own court jester. Literally his own personal. Wait, what?
News conferences like this, Peter? I don't think. No.
Oh, we missed it. He said, did Biden do press conferences like this? I don't think so. Anyway, I'm going to cover the Ashley St. Clair drama with Elon Musk. Elon Musk baby mama drama. Happening once again to the guy who constantly puts himself in these positions. But in a brief moment, before we do that, let's get back to the special elections that are taking place around the country. Specifically the House seat in Florida.
Captain Special. Florida's 6th congressional district. This was the seat held by Michael Waltz, who's now the embattled national security advisor. Is this supposed to be close?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's just talk about Florida's 6th district, right? It's Josh Will versus Randy Fine, the Republican, the 2025 special. This is a ruby red district. Donald Trump won it by, get this, 30 percentage points. This race should not be close. It should not be close. But this is a special election in which I want you to take a look at the turnout so far in the early vote. Republicans have just a 9-point advantage. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know 9 points is way less than 30. Now, of course, this is just party affiliation. We don't know how those folks are voting, but we do know that the early vote traditionally in Florida makes up the vast majority of the vote when all the votes are cast and counted. And so the bottom line is, at this point, if people vote according to their party affiliation, this race is likely to be far, far, far closer than the Donald Trump plus 30 that we saw in the presidential race just a little.
Bro, do you guys ever do that thing where like a piece of food falls on you and it just doesn't hit like one tiny spot, but it ends up literally hitting everything it physically could, defying the laws of gravity? Like, I don't even understand how this thing bounced, this piece of chicken bounced in a way where it like hit numerous parts of my pants, all over my shirt. Like, I don't even understand how the fuck this is. I mean, I don't know how this could ever happen. It is defying. The piece of chicken needs to be studied by scientists for defying the laws of fucking physics, dude. How is that possible? Looney Tune ass chicken.
A little bit over, let's just say, what is that, 4 or 5 months ago?
It is interesting that this race, this number here, probably cost Elise Stefanik, Congresswoman from New York, the ambassadorship to the United Nations, because the White House all of a sudden got nervous. There could be sort of a trend across the country. So talk to me about special elections in general. Would it be surprising to see Democrats do well?
Yeah, you know, sometimes you see a special election and say that's a one-off. But what's important here is it's part of a trend. It's not just here in Florida 6th in which Republicans are struggling, it seems to me, compared to the presidential baseline of 2024. I want to take you to the nation at large and take a look at the average 2025 special election in state legislative and federal. And what we see so far is Democrats on average are way above their baseline. We're talking about doing 9 points better than Harris did last year in 2024. So when we see that party affiliation statistics coming out of Florida 6 and you combine it with what we've been seeing in the nation as a whole, I think that is a big reason why Republicans are sweating, quite worried, and why, as Mr. Berman was pointing out, Elise Stefanik decided to actually stay in Congress instead of going off to the White House. Because keep in mind, that district is actually only about a plus 20 Trump district. That one could have been very competitive, given that it seems to me Florida 6, that is plus 30 Trump, is already quite competitive as it is.
I don't think she decided. I think they decided.
I guess so. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt.
I think they decided for her. So talk to me about how predictive special elections can be.
Yeah, so, you know, you see all this. You see the +9 and the early.
Nope. Can't say that anymore. This last election cycle proved that special elections are not predictive at all. It is not reflective of the broader party. It is not reflective of the people's attitude towards the party. It is not reflective of anything other than the fact that Democrats still have the dialed in, high info voters that fucking care about going out and voting in a special election. That's it. That's it. Democrats have that on lock. We know that already.
Early vote in Florida 6. You see the +9 here, Democrats doing better than the 2024 baseline. You go, why does this matter? Why does this matter at all? Well, why don't we take a look back through time, jump in the DeLorean, and let's take a look at special elections and midterm results. I know there's a lot of font on this screen, a lot of text, but the key thing here is if a party outperforms in special elections and midterm elections since the 2005-2006 cycle, 5 out of 5 times, that party that outperforms goes on to win the U.S.
That was one of my best locks that everybody fucking thought was wrong, where I kept saying, if this is a high turnout election, Democrats are cooked, because high turnout favors the Republicans now, because all of the voters that normally don't participate in votes are coming in from the podcast bros, the normies that normally don't go out and vote. They're all going for the Trump side. Special elections don't have that.
House of Representatives, and of course that is what Democrats are hoping is the case this time around, given so far the special election results.
And what had the White House nervous? Harry Etten, thank you for explaining it so well.
Thank you. I feel so special.
Okay.
There's a lot that just went on there. Let's continue it now. Joining us right now is Democratic Congresswoman Susan DelBene of Washington. She is the chair of the DCCC, the House Democrats campaign arm. You are very much focused on what the gentlemen were just talking about there, focusing in on Florida 6, Mike Walz's seat specifically. It's a Trump plus 30 seat. Do you think you guys can actually win it?
Well, I think it's stunning that we're even talking about this. It shows how dangerous the Trump and Republican agenda has been and how outraged people are across the country, not just Democrats, the American people writ large. And so folks are turning out. You're seeing them turn out at town halls across the country who are voicing their outrage and concern. And you're seeing that in Florida, too. Clearly, this is a very, very red district. But the fact that folks are even talking about it shows the frustration of the American people. And the fact that Elise Stefanik is no longer going to be the ambassador to the UN, also another sign that folks are angry and Republicans are running scared.
Did this surprise you in Florida? I asked that because
Democrats were like, we've tried nothing and we're out of all ideas. And yet here you go. I guess what we have done, which is nothing, seemingly is working. Yes, they will look to this and go, see, we're actually very successful. They're so dumb.
Some of the reporting I saw was that the D-Trip hasn't put any money into into those specials.
Yeah, we're obviously focused on taking back the House. We only need 3 more seats to take back the House. And there have been a lot of resources put into these races. Folks are running strong campaigns.
Now?
I actually think folks have the resources to get their message out. It's up to the voters right now.
How close? You'll call it a win. Let's just focus on Mike Walz's seat. You'll call it a win for Democrats if you get how close in, again, a district that Donald Trump won by 30.
Well, I think what you just saw is the fact that just over about 5 months since the last election, Republicans are losing ground. So that gap, the smaller that gap is.
Oh, my God. Bro, they're such pathetic fucking failures. It's a special election. No matter how deep red the district is, the very fact that you're already conceding to a defeat, but like what the percentage of that defeat looks like will show how successful we are, is total loser shit. God damn, they suck so bad. That is crazy. Like, just have some backbone. Be like, no, we're going to win this. Like, eyes on the prize. She literally said, yeah, we haven't really spent a lot of money because who fucking cares? And 2, yeah, the margin of defeat will show how successful we were overall. Yeah, it's the CP3 takes key 3 to cut the lead down to 49 moment. Okay? That's what it is. So fucking stupid.
But lower than 30 points really shows the impact of Trump's agenda on the American people.
Anything better than a loss at 30?
Well, I think we're going to continue to see that go down, and obviously that's important, a reflection of kind of how people are reacting to what's happened just in the last about 70 days.
Let me ask, looking at some of the recent, CBS just came out with a new poll showing that Donald Trump's approval rating stands at 50%. I was looking at then a recent Q poll found that 40% of Democratic voters, just 40% of Democratic voters, approve of the job that Democrats are doing in Congress. The first time ever that congressional Democrats are underwater with their own voters in that poll. To that end, the Democratic governor of California, he has been speaking out a lot, and he has his take on the Democratic brand right now when he was on Real Time with Bill Maher. Let me play this for you.
These guys are crushing us. The Democratic brand is toxic right now. The problem with the Democratic brand, we talk down to people, we talk past people. We're in a panic. I get it, for good reason. Yes. This guy's not screwing around. Right. But we need to own our mistakes. So we need to own what's wrong with our party.
What do you say to Gavin Newsom? If there is one problem Democrats have, what's the problem?
Well, I'd actually say let's look at the things we've done right. And in the House,
you think Gavin Newsom's wrong? The Democratic brand is not toxic.
I actually think we did a lot of things right in our House races, and I think these are important and telling across the country. We have 13 Democrats in the House right now who won in seats that President Trump also won. We had incredible candidates on the ground in districts across the country who are talking about the issues that people were important to their constituents.
Yeah, like AUKUS. Oh, wait, she's talking about the House races. Yeah, we were talking about issues that were important to the people. Like, we are the real party that wants to do the border. I promise. Oh my God. This is Chuck Schumer shit. I know. So here's the problem. As is usually the case, fucking Gavin Newsom is also wrong and annoying, but not in the way that you would think he is wrong and annoying. Like, I don't think it's wrong to say that the Democrats have an attitude issue. Like, they're smug, entitled, annoying assholes who don't want to listen to anybody. But the problem is, his solution to that is quite literally doing more of the issue to begin with, which is to listen to only the right. You're a fucking moron. He literally says in that conversation, we got to listen to the right more. Well, that's what Kamala did, and that's why she lost, you fucking idiot. True center-right politics hasn't been tried is an incredible assessment to make. It is the exact wrong opinion to have. And I think Gavin is such a old school Democrat from a progressive stronghold like California that he cannot see the world outside of that pre-existing, we have to do more controlled opposition bullshit attitude. This is the problem. He thinks that Trump's failures partnered up with a male, like handsome, charismatic male package instead of Kamala Harris is going to carry the Democratic Party with Gavin leading the helm into a marginal victory. And even if he might be correct on this, which I don't think he is, his attitude right there is exactly what caused the Democrats to lose this past election. People do not want Republican light. They don't want Republican light. And that's precisely what Gavin is trying to do. He's like, no, the only problem was Kamala Harris was a black woman, and that's why she lost. If we did Republican light, we would have been able to win with a white man. It is crazy that these guys very clearly do not care about winning. They very clearly do not care about change. They only want to win marginal victories where they lose the Senate or the House so they can just fucking sit around and be like, well, there's nothing we can do. We did everything we could. You just didn't vote hard enough.
About costs and lowering costs of housing, of food, of childcare.
But you can't deny that.
No, but we won.
We won. Yes, but
in these tough districts.
But since then and now, you can't deny that there hasn't been a whole lot of, for lack of a better term, mess among what's the direction, what's the message, where are Democratic leaders taking us?
But what I'm saying is, we know when we talk to people about the issues that they care about the most, when we have great candidates running across the country, we win. We picked up seats in the House. In fact, House candidates ran ahead of the top of the ticket across the country. So I think it's important that we have folks who are going to address issues head on, are going to talk to the issues that matter to the community. Again, lowering costs, making sure that everyone has affordable health care across the country. These are critical issues. And Frank, Donald Trump promised to lower costs on day one. Anything but. Costs are going up at the grocery store, the gas station.
On that point, tariffs. It's a big week for tariffs. With what is about to set in, it's unclear exactly what's about to set in or be announced. When Donald Trump says that he's promised it, this is going to be great for the American worker, what do you think, where do you think the strategy is for Democrats in this tariff plan?
Well, prices are going up for families across the country. This is a massive tax on American families. And let's be clear, these tariffs are taxes. They're sweeping, they're impacting prices at the grocery store, at the pharmacy counter, at the gas pump. And he's planning to do more, make the cost of automobiles go up. And we have integrated supply chains. Even U.S. manufacturers are struggling with these tariffs. And I had a local manufacturer in my district say he's going to be tariffed out of business. He's trying to sell internationally. Just the uncertainty alone of not being able to lock in prices means he's losing business. It's impacting farmers, families, and you've seen the impact that it's had across the country, and you've seen the impact on the market.
Donald Trump and his team says, trust in Trump, and we'll wait and see how it goes. We will see it together.
Said he didn't care
about prices going up. He did say that this weekend. Congresswoman, thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate your time.
As Democrats appear rudderless without clear leadership, one progressive influencer is throwing her hat into the ring with a pointed message to voters and the party.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many Democrats seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck?
All right, that was progressive influencer Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, bold pitch announcing her run for Illinois' 9th congressional district. Abou-Ghazaleh has made a name for herself the last several years working as a contributor for Media Matters and Zeteo, where she has covered right-wing media figures, including Tucker Carlson and Elon Musk. Her work exposing these figures has endeared herself to a big following on social media with more than 600,000 followers combined throughout TikTok, X, and Blue Sky. She is now running against incumbent Democratic Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, who's held the seat since 1990. That was the
It's funny because, like, people will say Jan is technically a J Street Democrat and not an AIPAC Democrat, as in, like, she's infinitely more favorable to the conditions of the Palestinians. And obviously, well, Kat is Palestinian, so it's never going to be like that. Having said that, she's been in office since 1990. It's time for her to retire, man. The appropriate thing to do in this situation is to literally say, you know what? I've been doing this for 35 fucking years. Time for some goddamn new blood. It's not like she's trying to unseat Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean?
year Kat was
like, I'm an old ass motherfucker. And she's been in office since before I was born, dude. Think about that.
Born. Abou-Ghazaleh's message that the party needs to find a spine is actually resonating. Her campaign has raised more than $300,000 so far. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh joins me now. Kat, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for coming on. Let me just start with the decision for you to run. When was that decision made? What was the tipping point? I mean, you've been following this. You've been covering this for years. Why did you
Oh, she's been in office since 99, not 90. My bad.
decide now is the moment that you can make a difference?
There wasn't like any specific moment that really triggered me into wanting to run. It's just been watching Democrats do nothing. We put this campaign together in under 50 days. My campaign manager and I went back through our texts, and we truly started February 3rd. So between January 20th and February 3rd, I just thought there's too much inaction, and I'm sick of waiting around for someone else to do something.
I understand you had your first campaign event in Evanston, Illinois. How did that go? What can you tell us about the reception that you've had so far?
Oh my God, it was incredible. We had over 130 people come. Instead of charging any, admission, we had people bring tampons and pads, boxes of tampons and pads to be donated to the Period Collective here in Chicago. I met so many people. There was a ton of excitement. We had kids drive up from out of state just to say that they want to run for office. Tons of young people, tons of older.
Yeah, I think like the number one thing for Kat is that she is representative of a new wing of younger, actually real progressive, leftist people running for office. I think that's a very good thing. I think it's a cool thing, especially because like she understands the media environment. She understands how this stuff works. I'm excited to see what happens. Yeah, she friend of the show. So, hopefully she wins. Olivia Giuliana could head this movement. Yeah, exactly. On that note, we have a bunch of other stuff to talk about as well. Specifically how Trump broke the populist right. I haven't seen this video, but I will say I'm very interested in seeing, I don't know Brandon Miller like that, but I have been seeing a lot of right-wing infighting. Yeah, this is also kind of like right-wing infighting, but Reddit is all libs, so... Anon watches Asmongold. Trump is 100% serious about running for a third term. Haha, I told you he's going to become a dictator. Based. Haha, content president. Based. Hey, dude, you can't deny the fucking results. Okay? You cannot deny the fucking results. Okay? Mr. Apolitical, Mr. Common Sense. Common sense is not so common. Is absolutely destroying the conservative media ecosystem. He's killing it. It is what it is. All you got to do is drop a couple wells and drop a couple boasts, okay, in the backdrop of a Trump video in the corner, and you're cooking. That's what the new Republican audiences demand. That's what they want. We're going to watch the Amon Animations video. Yes, we're going to watch it, okay? We're going to watch it. Don't worry. I mean, yeah, it's like the older version of Asmongold is literally Jesse Lee Peterson going, amazing. That's it. It's like you've nailed it. I've often talked about how Jesse Lee Peterson is a perfect demonstration that you don't have to be smart, intelligent, charismatic, or even have a couple brain cells that you can fucking rub against one another to be able to find success in the Republican content sphere. Asmongold is doing a smarter version of that. That's it. All right.
And
one last horrifying atrocity that we will be talking about. Of course, Israel's bare assertion defense for killing medics in Gaza fails legal scrutiny. An analysis of, from what I understand, 15 healthcare professionals that Israel has personally targeted and assassinated. I will react to the Amon Gold animations in a little bit.
As Hind mentioned, funerals have been held for the 8 Palestine Red Crescent Society workers killed by Israeli forces near Rafah last week. Their bodies were only found and returned to their loved ones on Sunday. Israel blocked recovery crews from accessing the area for several days. The aid organization says the targeted killings amount to a massacre. Jeffrey Nice is a human rights lawyer. He led the prosecution of former Serbian leader Slobodan Milosevic at the UN's International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. He's joining us live from Canterbury in the UK. Always great to have you with us on Al Jazeera, Mr. Nice. Thank you for your time. Firstly, your reaction to this particular incident and what we've heard from the UN official in that report about what happened.
It's an apparently shocking event to which the only defense offered by Israel is that this was a case of ambulances and fire trucks being used to camouflage Hamas personnel or fighters. That's a very bare assertion by them, and it has to be viewed beside, I think, the evidence, which seems to be clear, that the trucks were marked as Crescent trucks and the workers wearing clothes that identified them as such.
Guys, to be fair to Israel, they are the ones who actually hide inside of Red Crescent ambulances. So maybe they thought Hamas is doing the same. I'm, of course, not joking when I say that is something that Israel does, which is also a war crime. But I'm not joking when I say that Israel did do this, and it is a horrifying war crime, followed up by October 7s galore every single fucking day upon the Palestinians. For the record. Yes, every accusation for Israel is obviously a confession.
What we should always remember is that not only do people working in humanitarian aid enjoy the protection that all civilians in conflict enjoy, but they are further specially protected because it is a crime if they are authorized personnel, and in an international armed conflict, it is a crime, to a specific war crime, to attack them if they're involved in humanitarian assistance or peacekeeping missions.
As you've said, Israel, as we've been reporting, Israel has admitted to opening
This guy did the prosecution of the Bosnian genocide.
Fire, saying that Hamas and Islamic Jihad were using fire trucks and ambulances as cover. I just want to note here that the UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights told the Security Council in January that Israeli claims of Hamas launching attacks from medical facilities are often...
That's how you know he's biased. He doesn't like when Muslims are genocided. A clear-cut bias, for the record. Obviously, duh. He clearly has a bias here. This guy is anti-Semitism. This guy is clearly Hamas. Of course, a person that does not like slaughter of Muslims is going to be against Israel.
Vague and sometimes contradicted by publicly available information. But even if that was the case, doesn't Israel have an obligation to warn the party to stop its misuse?
certainly would have an obligation to warn them unless it had very specific reasons not to. But it actually has an obligation not to open fire under any circumstances where civilians may be involved, unless it could.
Please stop. I don't sound like that. Okay. First of all, I'm doing the Colombia anti-Semite meme. So we know that there are, at least in Israeli SNL, there are people who do sound like that. And then the other voice I do is I have three voices for Israel. I have the Benjamin Netanyahu speaking with a Philadelphia accent. Okay. I have the classic Israeli rear brigadier admiral general voice, which is like, this is a terror, baby. We have to do everything to the terror, baby. He has a copy of terror book, Mein Kampf. Look at this terror, baby. It's not French. I don't know why people say it's French. That is a direct one-to-one, dude. This is a baby of terror. Deportation. He is supporting Hamas.
Show that the likely outcome is proportionate in terms of.
My favorite one, of course, is this classic Israeli accent. The other day, I saw a sign that said free parking, and I thought to myself, the sign says free Palestine. The Jews are tired. I'm a fat law. I'm a fat law. It was a classic Israeli accent. I fart in my diapers again. Why is everyone calling me Eve Fatlaw? Now they're calling me Eve Shatlaw. This is anti-Semitic.
Military advantage gained as opposed to civilian casualties lost. And that doesn't seem to have been addressed in this case, and rarely is. And one of the great difficulties that's going to confront, for example, the International Criminal Court, that would, at first sight, be capable of including this kind of event in its arrest warrants and pursuits against people like Netanyahu. One of the problems facing them is that the evidence is always going to be very limited. Israel probably will never release in detail its evidence that led to what it says was its thinking. And the other evidence comes from people on the ground to the extent that there were people. And putting that together in order to prove the intention, the state of mind of the Israeli Defense Forces is always going to be very difficult.
So,
and it's going to.
Given what you're saying, Mr. Nice, that Israel will not reveal its evidence that it has, there might be a lack of witnesses. I mean, the Palestinian Red Crescent has called for an international investigation. It's highly unlikely that Israel will allow people to conduct this. What does all of this mean?
Bro, Israel wouldn't even allow international organizations to conduct third-party investigations into the crimes that Hamas may have committed on October 7. Like they give so little of a shit. There is no way. They were like, fuck no, we're not letting you do that. Like it's insane. There are also active lawsuits against the Israeli state for obviously ruining forensic evidence. Like there are Israeli citizens who feel understandably wronged by this process. So it's just, there's no way that they would ever fucking allow investigations into their war crimes.
For the laws around war crimes and the system that's in place.
Let me assume, without expressing any opinion, that this action is the criminal action that you and your viewers may think it is, but I'm not expressing an opinion. If it is, it's likely to.
Hamas is the biggest scapegoat. They made Americans like Asmongold associate all of Palestine with Hamas. As if the people have anything to do with it. Yeah, also, once again, I think that the part that people refuse to comprehend here is that Hamas in and of itself is not like a totally separate identity from Palestinians. They're not just like operating on their own. Okay, it is entirely comprised still of Palestinians. And this is an important distinction to make from the civilian population, certainly, but it's also important to understand how it exists, why people have felt it necessary to take military action against a fucking nation state that has been occupying them for 76 years. Hamas has a political party that is a civilian, that has an entirely civilian purpose, which is to operate the ministries inside of Gaza. Hamas has a military wing that is separate from the civil governance of the Hamas political branch. But having said that, when you simply also remove Hamas from the equation and separate the Palestinian population from Hamas, which is understandable to do because these are fucking civilians, these are healthcare professionals and whatnot. But even then, if you don't identify the reasons as to why Hamas exists, then you will never understand. It is what? Oh, okay. This person was saying not cockroach in a racist way. He was saying they're like, what? What is this? What is he saying? Is a country of children and some fundamental cockroaches that survived all the Israeli bombs? I think you mean like cockroaches and like that they've survived, or are you what? That's confusing. Dude, people do not just join up in arms against the Israeli state because they were like, oh, I read a religious scripture and I decided that like we have to kill all the Jews. That is a fucking lie that the American government and the American media and the Israeli media, hand in hand, simultaneously presents as the only reason why these people are doing this. It is insane. If you always think that that is the reason why, if you think that that is the only reason why Hamas exists, you're fucking stupid. That is not why Hamas exists. And before Hamas, it was the fucking PLO, comprised of infinitely more secular forces, as a matter of fact, and it didn't matter. If you don't identify why there is militant resistance against Israel, and that is because Israel exists as a violent force in the region, you will never understand why new factions will rise up in the process. I am not an Islamist fundamentalist by any stretch of the imagination, as you know. I mean, fucking no shit. This is not a conversation about Hamas's domestic affairs or even its methods of violence or what they choose to do. This is analysis that revolves around why groups, factions like Hamas exist to begin with. Okay? Also, the current function of Hamas and all of the Palestinian militancy plays a very different role than it did on October 7. Make no mistake on that front either, because when they riddle tanks with bullets or blow up fucking Merkava tanks that are killing civilians, running them over, like Palestinian civilians running them over, they're not doing something that is illegal. Israel is doing the illegal thing. As a belligerent occupier, Israel does not have a right to do a genocide. No one has a right to do a genocide, but Israel also has no legal basis to invade Gaza, which it currently is the belligerent occupier of. Okay? Every action that Israel has taken in Gaza is illegal. Every single one. They do not have the fundamental right to bomb Gaza or invade Gaza at all. October 7 is not a justification for it. Beyond that, there's also no justification for a defensive genocide to begin with. So whenever people talk about Hamas as like a barbaric force that's like dominating the Palestinian lives, like, are there Palestinians in Gaza that despise Hamas? Of course there are. Of course there are. But every single Palestinian, unless they're directly on the Israeli payroll or working for the American government or any number of different like think tanks such as the Atlantic Council or whatever, and even Palestinians who do that still, unless they're literally a Mossad agent like the son of Hamas guy, will openly tell you that the number one goal for all Palestinians unconditionally, regardless of their differences in opinion or regardless of their even hatred for Hamas, is the end to the occupation. You don't know how war works. You just back the same things up. It's so funny that this guy said to me, I don't know how war works, while the person that is speaking on the screen was successful in prosecuting the fucking the genocide in Bosnia. So why does this guy, who very clearly knows how genocide works, why is this guy directly in agreement with me? Perhaps it's because I didn't form my opinions off of memes or whatever the fuck you formed your opinions off of, some dumb fuck who is basically not telling you what the truth is, but instead by listening to people like this, by reading the legal opinions that they post, that they publish. Because if you tell me this guy doesn't know what a genocide looks like, then who knows what a genocide looks like? I guess nobody. Only Israel knows what a genocide looks like, and that was on October 7th. That was the only genocide. That's a real genocide. On October 7th, basically every week since then, from Israel to the Palestinians, is not a genocide because they deserved it, of course, for the October 7th genocide, of course.
To be yet another one of very, very many actions in a long-lasting and complicated conflict, which are unlikely to reach resolution at the International Criminal Court for a number of reasons, including want of evidence, lack of accessibility to evidence, limited resources of the International Criminal Court. That is bound, however successful parts of the arrest warrants may ultimately prove to be, that is bound to lead to public concern that the international order, as reflected in international criminal courts, does not work. And that will be a sad reality, but it is a reality we may.
You can't justify October 7th. You also can't justify what Israel is doing right now. Brother, October 7 is nothing in comparison to what Israel has done since October 7. By the numbers, by who is targeted, by the destruction totals. Like, I'm sorry. That is just objectively insane to do. And besides that, there is no reason to justify October 7, but there is very good reason to analyze how October 7 happened. If you think history started on October 7, well, you're wrong, okay? You can keep telling yourself that, oh, well, both sides are equally at fault here. It's crazy. But there is no equal sides in this process. And there certainly wasn't even equal sides on October 7, as a matter of fact. Hamas and the entirety of the Palestinian resistance coalition that was, not just Hamas, but militancy from every single Palestinian political party and resistance group that participated in this in October 7 were operating against an infinitely more powerful enemy that has dominated their lives for 75 years at that fucking point. There's no moral equivalence between a country that is enacting an apartheid upon a population and a country, or not a country rather, but a group of militants that try to resist against that apartheid, only increasing the violence of said resistance. If you don't understand that, if you can't recognize that, then you don't understand the situation at all. No, October 7 is not a genocide, chatters. What the fuck? I was using that as a joke, as a fucking joke talking point that I've heard from Hasbara accounts. It's like saying, well, on the one hand, you have the Holocaust. On the other hand, you have the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Both sides had some issues there. No one would ever make that argument. That is an insane argument to make. Okay? It's actually a simple concept. People just have to be able to put their racist biases aside to see it. I know. Violence is never the answer. That's all I'm saying. Okay, dude. But if you feel that way, maybe you also understand that one side is responsible for all of the violence, including October 7. And it's not fucking the perpetrators of October 7. Because we might not like it. We might not appreciate hearing such cold, hard facts, cold, hard truth, brutal, ruthless analysis, but the responsible party is always the occupying colonialist power. Israel is built on top of ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing. Israel is a violent settler colonialist entity that has a rigid practice of enforcing an apartheid on top of this indigenous population that it dominates for 75 fucking years. Its politics are guided by ethno-religious supremacy. Of course, people are inevitably going to resist against that because there's only so much violence that people will take on before they take matters into their own hands. Resistance against these sorts of historic forms of violence have always been, in the rearview mirror, seen as justifiable, okay? Because the entire violence, at the end of the day, is still in the hands of the settler colonial entity. It's that simple. If Israel was not a violent nation state, if Israel was not built on top of indigenous land, if Israel did not constantly maintain an apartheid structure upon the indigenous population, if Israel was not guided by exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist attitudes, then Hamas would not exist. There would be no Palestinian militancy. There would be no need for militancy. This is precisely the reason why defenders of Israel, all the way from liberal Zionists to ultra-Zionists alike, will claim that there is a secret, sinister reason for this kind of violence against Israel, which is seemingly the most moral nation on the planet. And that violence is because they're anti-Semitic. These people are all monstrous anti-Semites, similar to the Nazis. Ironically enough, I've never understood why Israel would invoke Nazis in this process, because their actions are infinitely closer, if not their guiding principles being damn near identical to the same exact fascist ideology that Nazis had. The only difference is who the targets are and who the perpetrators are. Israel invoking the name of ISIS in an effort to say, oh, Hamas is ISIS, is also incredibly silly, incredibly stupid. Not only has Israel aligned itself with ISIS and ISIS-style militant formations in Syria, okay, offering logistical support to Salafists in Syria, but also beyond that, directly apologizing for harming ISIS soldiers in Syria, and even offering medical care to ISIS soldiers in Syria that they shot at. Israel, in its policies, in its principles, in the way that it dishes out this exterminationist violence, is identical to ISIS, down to the false conflation of ISIS and Islam to Israel with Judaism. This is it. That's incorrect. It was pro-Western Southern rebels. That was only a couple hundred. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. My bad. I should have used the terminology that is appropriate to the Atlantic Council. Pro-Western Southern rebels. Come on, dude. Jesus Christ. I am not an Assadist by any stretch of the imagination, but no, those weren't. Dude, I'm Turkish. Like, I don't know why the fuck a Syrian dude is turning around and telling me that I don't know what my country's fucking forces look like in Syria. It's so funny. No, they were not pro-Western rebels. They were fucking ISIS, dude. Anyway, those were rare instances of mysterious Southern Turkey that lived in Syria for thousands of years. No, none of those motherfuckers lived in Syria either. I mean, some of them did, but a lot of them were brought in to Syria by Turkey and trained by Turkey and were directly fucking fundies in the way that you think of ISIS, by the way, not in the way that you think of Hamas, or not in the way that Hamas actually operates, because Hamas does not have expansionist agendas. Like, that is a major fact here. Hamas would never exist if there was no occupation. There would be no need for it. Hamas's political branch and its negotiators have time and time again told Israel that they would dissolve as a political entity if Israel were to remove the occupation, remove the blockade, and allow Palestinians to have sovereignty up to the 67 boundary. Yes, Uyghur militants, of course, are a formative part of the Turkish militia movement in Syria. Yes, they are. It's a bunch of Turkic groups, and it's a bunch of Salafists. It's just like a band of mercenary fundies. Yeah. In the same way that the IRA, while considered a terrorist organization, still had understandable and moral cause to rid Ireland of the unjustifiable English occupation, the FLN itself also wanted to rid Algeria of the French occupation. Hamas operates in the exact same way. Their goals do not go beyond an end to the occupation. That's it. Now, Part of the reason why I wanted to talk about this is because it dovetails into two different points that I want to get to. One, Yair Rosenberg, classic. I wrote earlier about the simple reason that 70% of Israelis want Netanyahu to resign. On every issue of consequence to Israel's future, he has sided with a hard-right minority against the Israeli majority. Netanyahu fails to represent the Israeli majority on every single issue of consequence, with one really big exception. If you recall, I brought this up the other day because I think one of my Israeli chatters was kind of upset with me and offended that I was saying that this problem goes far beyond Benjamin Netanyahu and is directly in the hands of the attitude that the Israeli population, specifically Israel's own category of designation, not mine, the Israeli Jewish population. Altogether, more than 8 out of 10 Jewish Israelis support the plan. Trump's plan, by the way. Approximately 14% of all Israelis, 13% of Jews, consider the plan a distraction, which does not indicate outright opposition, but does reflect skepticism about engaging with it. 13% of Israelis believe Trump's proposal is immoral. 13% of Israelis overall. This group is overwhelmingly Arab. 54% of Arab respondents hold this view. Among Jews, Israeli Jews, only 3% consider the Trump proposal for full-blown ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip to be immoral. Only 3%. Only 3% of Israeli Jews believe that it is immoral for the complete eradication of all Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. All 3% are in this chat right now. Okay? Literally, all 3% of Israeli Jews that consider this plan to be insane and the final solution, because that's what it is, which, by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu literally said it was the final solution, ironically enough, are in this chat. They're the Hassan Abi heads in Israel. So there it is. If you want to see the, where this information comes from, is from the Jewish People Policy Institute. Approximately 7 out of 10 Israelis support the idea that Arabs from Gaza should just relocate to another country. Most Jewish Israelis believe this is a practical plan that should be pursued. No. Are the 3% not Arabs? No. 3% of Jewish Israelis believe that this is an immoral pogrom. It's not. You're forgetting that there are a shit ton of people living in Israel, Palestinian citizens of Israel, which are Muslim and Christian people with Israeli that live inside of the Israeli proper boundaries that definitely don't have the same rights or the same liberties as the Jewish Israelis do. Also, there are Arab Jews. Yes, plenty of Arab Jews. But the Israeli government does not designate them for some weird reason. The fascist, ethno-religious supremacist Israeli government designates Arab Jews as not Arab, but as Jews. In Israel, Arab means you are not Jewish. In Israel, if you are Arab and Jewish, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, for example, who is from Iraq and Kurdish, you are Jewish. You are seen as Jewish by the government's own demographic designation. Yeah, 8% Druze, 8% Christian, 84% Muslims is the breakdown of Arabs in Israel. Approximately 14% of all Israelis consider the plan a distraction. So, yes, this was one aspect of this that I wanted to discuss. Another aspect of this issue that I wanted to discuss was also, are there Arab, Muslim, Jewish Israelis? No, you can't be Muslim and Jewish, dude. What are you talking about? There are Arab Muslims and then there are Arab Jews, but the state's designation is that if you're a Jew, you have a different classification. Like, you are Jewish. If you're Arab Jew, your classification is depending on where you're coming from, Sephardic or Mizrahi. More often than not, it's just Mizrahi, though. I guess you could be an ethnic Jew and revert to Islam. Yes. I'm going to talk about the Elon Musk affair in a second, but there was another thing that I wanted to mention about this, but I can't recall what it was. Hold on. What the fuck else was I going to say about this? I'll do the Amon React in a second. The other side of this that I wanted to talk about is obviously, well, one, I wanted to briefly cover the fucking Chapo Trap House Ethan Klein mention, which I thought was very funny. Here it is. Here is Will Menaker, Felix Biederman, and Matt Lieb and Daniel Mate discussing Ethan Crash Out Klein.
That like the flailing and the sort of cruelty of the Zionist project in this country, and how quickly like both parties and like our entire government is like getting on board with just trashing all of our civil liberties and constitutional freedoms in service of protecting the reputation of this fucking pariah state that nobody wants anything to do with. I saw something Ali Abunimah posted the other day about how difficult it is getting for Israel to get anyone born in the West to make Aliyah to Israel. Like anyone educated, like, cause like the only people who move to Israel are from like former Soviet states, and they don't want
And they also have brain drain that they're experiencing as well. A lot of people are leaving Israel as well, which will, as I've said before, it's Israel's biggest fear. Okay, Israel's biggest fear is not Hamas. Israel's biggest fear is not Iran. Israel's biggest fear, what do I always say, is fucking Boca Raton, Long Island, Brooklyn, and West Hollywood, Beverly Hills. Okay. Sherman Oaks. That's the biggest fear. If you can, why the fuck would you live in Israel, dude? What, like, literally, why would you ever live in Israel if you can just easily be like, yeah, no, I don't want to live here anymore. This is crazy. I don't want to fucking live with it. There's like missile sirens happening all the time. So once that security boundary was penetrated overwhelmingly by both Iran and even by fucking the Houthis, okay, it's Jover. Is Jover. All of the squishy libs that comprise the academia in Israel that have maybe liberal Zionist tendencies are going to be like, okay, well, you know, everyone fucking sees Israel as this pariah state. People don't want to collaborate with me anymore. There's like genuine bigotry that I'm facing because people associate me with the violence that the state is doing. Okay. And maybe you were on board with it. Maybe you weren't. It doesn't fucking matter. The outcome is still the same. You're going to be like, yeah, I'm out. I'm done. I'm done. When that brain drain happens and people start leaving, all of a sudden you don't have the cool bells and whistles that you can point to say we're the most moral democracy. We're so liberal. Because now the entire fucking country is run by a bunch of ultra-Orthodox Jews that are amongst themselves fighting about whether women should be able to learn to read or not. Or the other half is saying only women should work as opposed to the men who will do religious studies instead. That's no longer the beautiful liberal utopia in the middle of the fucking desert surrounded by these scary barbarians. All of a sudden it looks a lot like, you know, Israel is the scary barbarians to the liberal world, right? This is a major problem. What are you even talking about? What happens in Muslim countries in Middle East? You are delusional. What? There's not even an argument about what's going on in Israel. I'm talking about the internal dynamics within Israel. And you're over here being like, but what about the Middle East? All the other countries around it. It's like, what are they doing? Oh, well, they're getting bombed by Israel. Some of them, a lot of them. I'm talking about women's rights, etc. You refer to. I just talked about how Israel is going to turn into a fundamentalist shithole, which it already is in some respects, but it's going to further erode. And this dumb fuck is like, well, what about all the other countries that are already fundamentalists? Like, what do you mean? You talking about Lebanon? Is that the fundamentalist shithole? You talking about Syria, the fundamentalist shithole? You talking about Turkey, the fundamentalist Islamist shithole? Is that what you're going to say? Or are you talking about Israel's greatest allies in the region, the Gulf states? Oh, that's right. You don't care about the Gulf states and the actual the actual issues that persist in terms of women's rights. Palestine women's rights, then, first of all, a nation that is occupied by an infinitely more powerful superpower is not going to have a lot of time for civil liberties. And yet, Palestinian women's rights, the fuck do you mean? What do you think is going on? What do you think is happening to women in Palestine in terms of women's rights? As far as women's rights goes in Palestine, the number one factor there is still Israel bombing every fucking maternal ward in the goddamn strip. That's a pretty bad thing, don't you think? Don't you think that erodes Palestinian women's rights a little bit? But even outside of that, what do you think happens to the Palestinian women? You think like women are, Hamas owns Palestine's ass, not Israel. They run the inside show. Okay, got it. Okay, Hamas runs Palestine. Okay, Hamas runs the Gaza Strip. This is true. What are they doing in terms of women's rights? Is Israel saving women by killing them? 73% of the last round of bombing since the ceasefire ended is women, children, and the elderly. Did Israel liberate them from the treacherous grip of Hamas by liberating them from their fucking bodies, liberating their souls from their bodies? Is that what you're saying? Is that what we're talking about? Hamas is exactly what you accuse Israel of doing. Wait, really? Dude, holy shit. I had no fucking idea that Hamas had F-15 fighter jets that they were constantly fucking pummeling Israel with. I didn't realize that Hamas actually had the entirety of the Israeli registry, okay? And they knew exactly where every Israeli lived, and they were using that and their superior firepower to destroy Tel Aviv right now. Oh my God. I didn't realize that Hamas controlled all borders of Israel. I didn't realize that Hamas was in real time mass kidnapping Israelis and putting them through military detention and then raping them to death in their prison system. That's right. That's what Israel says Hamas is doing, which there's no evidence for, but Israel has certainly been doing that to the fucking Palestinians. There are 49 pages of evidence for that. The only thing Israel has is projection. You don't know anything. Yeah. Hamas controls all the checkpoints in Tel Aviv and has enforced a rigid structure of apartheid upon the Israeli population, where the Palestinian, the Muslim, and the Christian population of Israel get more rights than the Jewish population of Israel, famously. Yeah. By the way, about the sexual assault situation, one of the fucking freed hostages was raped by his personal fitness trainer. It is the most psychotic thing I've ever seen. Shocking. The raped woman in the Tel Aviv fitness trainer affair, a kidnapped woman who returned from captivity. First publication in Daniel Amram without censorship. It now turns out that not only is this a well-known fitness trainer who's promoted by all the celebrities, but the alleged rapist who filed a police complaint against him is a kidnapped woman who returned from Hamas captivity, yes, and according to her claim, he drugged her and committed severe rape. She told several of her friends about the incident and complained to the police, but refuses to talk about the issue. Oof, I can't with you lefties. I'm out. What do you mean lefties? What the fuck what is this about? Dude, are you admitting that the anti-rape position is inherently a leftist position and saying that that is somehow a wrong position to have? What the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, I mean, get the fuck out of here if this is your perspective. I guess you're waving the fucking white flag there, aren't you? Wow, I can't believe you would talk about the mass rapes that Israel is doing to the fucking Palestinians, which there's an endless sea of evidence for. Oh, man. Anyway, let's get back to this shit of Chapo ripping into Ethan.
But like, they're experiencing a huge brain drain, and they're not meeting their quotas because of how rotten and evil their fucking country is. The fact that nobody wants to live there,
and it just does. It also just sucks to live there.
Yes,
like
exactly.
That is like, you know, Ethan Klein, before he became what he is now, when he had to live in Israel to like marry the first girl who ever touched him.
Yeah.
he would constantly complain about how much it sucked and how excited he was to leave.
Matt, I know he's got smoke with you. Felix, I know you're aware of him, but I just got to ask, who the fuck is Ethan Klein?
Ethan Klein is
a famous...
He's a famous YouTuber. He actually, do you know the Bolt guy?
For what? What did he do on YouTube?
Well, okay. So he's kind of the reason that like fair use as a concept exists on YouTube, because him and his wife like made these videos making fun of this guy, the Bolt guy, who Michael Hudson originally showed me.
Dude, remember when Felix and I were watching the Bold Guy, by the way, and we realized that he's the most vindicated man on earth?
Made these hilarious like skits that were like a mix of parkour and pickup artistry.
I remember the Bold Guy.
Yeah,
the Bold Guy's awesome. I love the Bold Guy.
And history has vindicated him.
Yeah.
Someone in the comments said Ethan Klein is Israel's wife guy.
Also, like, it works to like go up to a girl and be like, "Think you could catch me?" Like I've put up Will Chamberlain numbers doing that. And second, you know, he's a way better person than Ethan Klein, it turns out. But they have a really popular YouTube channel. They would do like, you know, like skits and like news commentary. It was a little more elevated than what you saw on YouTube at the time, which was mostly like, you know, using a Ouija board to contact my dead girlfriend, kidnapping my friend prank. And he was sort of like a vaguely left liberal guy, if they talked about politics at all. He had sort of a reckoning with his quote unquote like edgelord past. Though I do think people did show me a bunch of videos of him like saying the N-word also.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't, you know,
he did
maybe it was, but
he did like 30 minutes just on me on his show like a couple weeks ago, to, you know, just trying to get me fired from a job, trying to call me a token Jew. And I was like, damn, he did 30 minutes on that. And then someone sent me his N-word compilation, and it was longer than that.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I'm good. I don't think
there's a video like,
dude, also trying to get you fired from your job is such a funny fucking pro-Israel position. Always. Like, literally, this method is undefeated and so goddamn consistent. And it's hilarious because it's the most fucking annoying thing you can try and do. It's literally the entire existence of the Canary mission. It is the entire existence for the ADL. It is the entire existence for any number of these different, like, it's Barry Weiss does it all the fucking time. Like, it's just, I'm going to call someone who has power over you and I'm going to try to get you fired. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to understand your position. I don't want to see if what your position is like, if there's any veracity to it or not. I'm just going to get you fucking fired. It is such loser shit. It is such unimaginable loser shit. And everybody fucking hates it. Everybody hates it. And it's the number one. Now, before Beitar and all, Beitar was a fucking terror cell, by the way, like literally a terror cell. Okay. Operating as a 501c3 under U.S. boundaries, but, you know, that's besides the point. Or fucking Canary Mission and the ADL started working with the Department of Homeland Security to do the ultimate calling the fucking manager move, which is to get the Department of Homeland Security to fucking black bag you in the middle of the goddamn street with plainclothes officers for the crime of saying Israel is mean, okay? Or even at any given point, if you were around a fucking anti-Israel protest, then God forbid, holy shit, and deporting people, this is what they used to do. This was the number one move. The number one trick is just like doxing and then fucking freaking out. Wait, what is this? They call Israel a shitty place to live. Matt Lieb and Chapel Trap House, Hassan's friends Felix's group, team up to attack Ethan and Gila. They call Israel a shitty place. Really hateful, bigoted stuff. Yeah, I think foot soldiers should listen to Ethan from when he lived in Israel and how he said infinitely worse things than these guys have ever said about Israel or about Jews, really. Holy fuck, especially Orthodox Jews. Jesus Christ.
Like, I am like usually against, you know, like just taking like a clip and being like,
oh, sure.
You know, for the most part. But there was one clip I saw where he's watching a video about like a girl who got her leg blown off.
Oh, the Boston bombing thing, yeah.
And he's like, her pussy's got to be bigger for an N-word like me. And it's like, what the fuck is it? What were you doing? It is.
There's a real Ethan Klein clip that I have not shown on this broadcast.
I don't know. He had an interesting theory of how to make content.
Yeah.
Like he had a reckoning where he was like, I'm sorry for my edgelord past. He had a podcast.
That's why I was shocked. Yeah, the Boston Marathon bombing victim was like literally underage too, I think. But that's why I was shocked when he went after Matt Lieb, Ethan did. Because, like, Ethan, up until that point, I feel like had only rarely ever called, like, anti-Zionist Jews capos or whatever. Or, like, token Jews or whatever. But, like, every single time there was a fucking clip that circulated on the H3H3 broadcast, Felix or Noah was sitting right next to me, and he suspiciously would never say anything about them. Okay, he would never say anything. Felix would say unspeakable things that at the time I would never say. Okay, and he would just not refer to them at all. Okay, that's the fucking guy. What do you mean? That's the guy. That's the fucking guy. And until Matt Lieb, who was on the broadcast here on the podcast, I don't think that he ever went like super hard after anti-Zionist Jews. I don't know if it's because. I don't know if that is because Felix is not fireable, because in the same vein, like, I'm not necessarily fireable either, which is why he couldn't go after my sponsors, because I don't have any sponsors. So he tried to go after the entire platform by just saying like Twitch is the most anti-Semitic platform. Well, guess what, dude? Twitch recently unbanned a formerly banned Jewish content creator, proving once again that it is clearly not an anti-Semitic platform. So there's no reason to worry. Okay, Twitch is taking the initiative. Twitch has heard your criticisms, and in the interest of making sure, in the interest of conceding to the ADL, Twitch has unbanned a Jewish content creator who was formerly banned.
Yes, with Hassan.
Yeah.
And then there was a falling out because Ethan was like, you know, he was one of these like, I hate Netanyahu and I hate the occupation.
Right.
But we have to not demonize people, guys. And now he's like Ross Glick now. He's just like
I want more than anything else a conversation between Ethan and Felix so bad. I know it'll never happen, but oh my God. I want that so badly. Felix also happens to be like, you know, I mean, this was his words, not mine, undeniably Jewish. So it's not like he can present him as like a scary Arab Muslim terrorist guy either. You know what I mean? Even with Matt's like 6'7". You know what I mean? You could be like, he's Ukrainian or something. I don't fucking know. But with someone like Felix or Brace, you know, you can't even do that. No one is going to believe you.
pretense has gone away.
It's crazy. Go ahead.
But he is like an incredibly, before this, he was like an incredibly foundational and like very popular YouTube figure. And one of the most well remunerated. His wife, who is the one who's like, she's always like frowning and dressed like Pootie Tang on their show. They made this clothing brand called Teddy Fresh, and their logo is like, you know, like a teddy bear that's cool. And they made like tens of millions of dollars through all this, which makes all of this so funny. He's been having like a year-long panic attack over like Hassan and now Matt, and he's posting.
He doesn't have any conversations. He can't come out on top of. That's why he wants to bait you to do his dumbass podcast with him again. Wait, what? I would go on. What are you talking about? I would go on Ethan's podcast. Are you fucking kidding me? He doesn't want that smoke either. He is not going to ever have a conversation that he cannot completely control and manipulate. Are you out of your mind? I've been asking since the fucking context puke. I've been like, hey man, I'll come on the stream. I'll watch it with you. If you really want me to watch the video, I'll watch it with you. There you go. You can ambush me in real time with the damning accusations. He will never let that happen. He is too chicken shit.
Do his stories on Adderall like 40 times a day. I got posted on there once.
Look at the shirt. Look at the shirt I was wearing when I met Felix. It's just two Turks, dude. Two clearly Turkish men right here. Two handsome Turks.
To tell him that I've like lost a lot of weight since then, and I was abnormally fat that year, and I want to do reshoots of that.
Dude, yeah, he fucking. On the stream where he like did 30 minutes just on me, they put me on the thumbnail, and it was like a headshot picture, and they like maybe an hour before the stream started, they changed the picture to something less hot. And I realized that like, oh, this is like they're so petty that they didn't want me to look too hot in the thumbnail. And every time, like, this guy is like obsessed with Hassan in a way that
like I said, like all I see from him is him whining about Hassan or his live-in nanny.
One of my favorite like psychotic, just like your kids haven't had dinner story posts I saw from him. It was like a screen cap from a video of Hassan where he's like in a bathtub, and it's like he's
living nanny.
Oh, you know what? His glasses are fake. They don't even have prescriptions in them. he's like Mr. Skin for Hassan.
Yeah.
There's so many like near nude videos of Hassan that I would have never seen before if not for Ethan. And he's like, look how stupid his cock looks in this.
Yeah, he wanted to be Mr. Hands for Hassan, but he ended up being Mr. Skin. So I only kind of became aware of him after October 7th when he I had like kind of seen the face before, but I didn't really know who he was, and I knew he had this
We've
like
met before, haven't we?
As a matter of fact, I'm there right now.
Yeah, well, the weird thing about him and I is that we both went to UC Santa Cruz at the same time.
Yeah, this was shocking. This is a shocking revelation that like Matt and Ethan lived such similar lifestyles with like one major difference.
We're both the same age, and like we're kind of just like I'm just a version of him if he had not married an Israeli. I think like I think we were on a birthright at the same time. So yeah, like he's just this guy who after October 7th, after he started like beefing with Hassan, the only reason I started covering him was because he kind of dedicated his show to doing Israeli propaganda. And one of the big things that he did was he got Twitch to change the terms of service so that Zionism, or saying Zionist, is a slur. And, you know, for me, this is something we cover a lot on Bad Hezbollah is, you know, people using the like institutional muscle of the ADL in order to, stop people from being able to express their free speech about Zionism, which is not a slur. It is a concept that is a belief structure that people do believe in and has political and real life consequences.
And they proudly claim.
Yes, and people, proudly are proud Zionists. So it's fucking ridiculous. And so I started interviewing people who he had actively been targeting. And
it's so funny where these guys here, every single person in this conversation is Jewish, by the way. Will Menaker, Felix Biederman, Matt Lieb, and Daniel Mate as well. Daniel's father is Gabor Mate, for those of you who don't know, and his brother is Aaron Mate. Anyway, and it's really really funny because Will is either Will is no. Will is, stop saying Will isn't Jewish, chat. No, I think either his adopted family is Jewish or he's ethnically Jewish. He's not religiously Jewish. Or I think Will's dad is Jewish. Will's adopted father is Jewish. Shut the fuck up. Why are you trying to correct me, you parasocial fucking losers? Who said he's just from New York? Oh, man. Anyway, in any case, because he tweeted about it yesterday. Oh, is that why he tweeted about it? Well, in any case, listen. Okay, sure, he's half Jewish. Whatever. It doesn't matter. While they're having this conversation about stop being afraid of your chat, yeah, I famously am terrified of my chat. That's why I always famously yell at them all the fucking time when they're being dumbasses, and then people clip it and go, Hassan is so mean to his chat. Which one is it? Am I terrified of my chat? Or am I fucking too angry at my chat all the time? Dumb fuck. Also, you're in the chat, which should cause you to understand that perhaps anyone and everyone can be in this chat, usually. Regardless of whether they're fans of mine or not. Because, you know, unlike many others, I still allow dissent. Next time you should shake them. True. So the thing that I wanted to say is this conversation has taken place amongst 3 Jewish people and 1 half Jewish person. How about that? For the sake of full-blown clarity here, is actually about Ethan Klein doing Hasbara. And there are still chatters in here that are trying to be like, well, Hamas is still disgusting. It's like, this isn't about Hamas, okay? This is not about Hamas. You don't have to always say, but October 7 or but Hamas every single time. It's not going to work. It's not working in this situation. Let me tell you.
That, I think, is what pissed him off. I interviewed Frogan, who's a streamer who he had banned from Twitch. This guy, Anthony, who was on this, does a podcast called Do Not Worry, which is he's essentially a former Ethan fan who's watched it's a podcast from Lebanon where he talks about Zionism and talks about what's going on with Israel's bombardment of Lebanon. And I had Hassan on, I had this guy Bad Empanada on, and I think that just drove him over the edge because Bad Empanada is just like kind of an internet troll who doesn't give a fuck. And like, he just, that
guy goes hard.
He goes real hard. He really, truly doesn't give a shit. And we had a great conversation with him, not about Ethan. We talked.
He hates me as well, for the record.
talked about Zionism and stuff, and that really pissed him off, because I think with Ethan, the big thing is that liberal Zionists are fundamentally insecure, and their entire, belief structure, everything that they believe in is centered around the fact that they are moral people. And so anyone claiming that any of their preconceived notions about Israel might be in fact wrong, like completely shatters their self-image. And so, rather than having to like rebuild your own self-image or kind of like learn from anything, you just double down and turn into the most grotesque version of yourself. And so he's a weird guy, man. I think he really just wants to fuck Hassan, which is like, that's fine, man.
Fair.
That's fine. Fair. He's hot. Yeah. I mean, I get it, but it is really strange. He's been going after me for a bit now.
It's a weird pattern too, because like we've talked about the phenomenon of like, Michael Rappaport guys, guys who it's been a rough past decade, 15 years.
Yeah.
You only see them when you look at their IMDb. It's like, movies that don't have a Wikipedia. Like a Kevin Hart web series in 2012 called like "I'm My Own Damn Husband," and they play a character called like Pervert Number 3, and so like there's an economy for guys like that where they can join some insane organization and they can post an interview and be like, Hollywood A-lister reveals anti-Semitism in Hollywood. But Ethan Klein made an incredibly good living. Ethan and Hila both. They were some of the most well-remunerated people ever on YouTube, and still are. They were near the height of their powers.
I wouldn't say they still are, but I think they were. And Ethan just like kind of fucking cast all of that aside, which is why whenever people go like, "Oh, is he being paid by Israel?" It's like, no, dog. Not only is he not, but also on top of that, he's expending social capital. He's expending like capital. He's just like dumping everything for the love of the game to be a real ass hater. He has lost his viewership. The remainder of his viewership are just like some of the biggest parasocial stands at this point that will go whichever way he goes. But the remainder of his community is all like desperate drama slop opportunists who want to wield Ethan like a fucking weapon. And once it falls out of favor, they will drop him like a bad habit. It is crazy. It's crazy that he doesn't recognize it. The content nuke on Twitch is making him lose thousands of Twitch followers. Yeah, he's just like he's hemorrhaging fucking followers everywhere. So no, I think this is real. This is a real, genuine belief that he has, because nobody has checked him. Like, or the people that are closest to him, I guess, are telling him like, keep going, you're doing great.
Not as huge as they were in like 2016, as far as I understand, but like definitely not.
I don't think he listens to his staff either. I don't think he listens to anybody. I guess Hila's the only person he listens to,
Definitely not like Michael Rappaport territory. But ever since they've done this, I think it's just like too fucking weird for most of the people that watch.
Right.
I think most of the people who watch like just have no idea what any of this is about. I don't even think they like know where Israel is.
Right.
But they look at this guy who they thought of as like the funny Vape Nation guy, and his story looks like those people you have that like in your life that are always having mental breakdowns.
Yeah.
Where it just looks like ellipses at the top, 50 a day, complaining. Like, if you only knew who Ethan was, you would just be like, he sure hates this naked guy.
Exactly.
He really, he keeps
the
calling
Michael
this naked guy
Rappaport
a Nazi.
Michael Rappaport thing makes total sense. Like, it's shocking if you're watching like someone who's being so callous about the death of like children, and obviously you're just like, whoa, that's fucking weird. But it makes sense if you consider how many times he posts a picture of a plane ticket to Israel and goes, I'm taking another plane ride. And it's just like, he's in it for the free plane ride. I get that. You know, it's fun to travel and be put up in a hotel. But yeah, the Ethan thing is weird. It's so much more self-destructive. And it's like someone who I think, you know, like it's like when you value ego over your own well-being, which is, yeah, it's crazy. It just kind of,
well, speaking of ego,
like,
I have nothing to say about Ethan Klein because he did a whole 30-minute video on you. I'm sitting right there, right next to you on the video. Doesn't even fucking mention me. I mean, you know what? You come at the king, you best not miss. But if you do miss, at least mention his second in command. At least mention his, you know, his viceroy. At least mention
you
his
should have
advisor.
taken a stray. I told him this. I was like, you should go after Daniel. You know, he's someone we could get deported together.
I got
Daniel, I know exactly how you feel because like during this, when I would go on Hassan, I was like, I thought of myself as the guy in the squadron with the M249.
Sure.
Where it's like, I'm going to stand out there. I'm going to take fire. You know, I'm going to draw fire to draw his aggro.
Right.
Because, you know, I have so much experience being yelled at. Some would even say that I like it when it happens now. And I said all this stuff, and I only got posted once. It just didn't work.
Yeah.
I said all this like terrible stuff about him and continue to do so, but it doesn't work. He's like, fuck you. Who has more videos of Hassan taking a bath?
Well, I think Matt said this. He's fixated on whoever he thinks he can get fired from something.
Right. He didn't start coming after me until he found out I have a job that he wants. And so like,
yeah, that's such a crazy dude. By the way, we're combating anti-Semitism by getting this Jewish man fired from his producer position is a crazy way to operate. Okay. Yeah. And as far as I understand, like, I think Rhett and Link understand the fucking optics of firing your Jewish producer for being an anti-Zionist looks like. They're not fucking insane. Like, that's so funny to be like, no, Rhett and Link, why don't you fire this guy immediately? Fire this Jew. He's bad. Like, they also support Palestine, by the way. And they're not, yeah, exactly. They're not fucking grotesque monsters who are going to be like, wow, you mean to tell me my anti-Zionist Jewish producer is an anti-Zionist? Well, news to me. Time to fire the guy. Crazy, dude.
Like that I think pissed him off more than anything else. And he's like, oh, good, I can get someone fired. And that's kind of been his MO. I mean, it's funny the amount of excuses I think a lot of people might, not just Ethan, but like a lot of Zionists make for what is essentially just a campaign to try to disenfranchise or somehow punish people who are pro-Palestinian voices. Like it's at the end of the day, it's his entire MO. He can make up whatever bullshit reason as to why. I mean, he's like, you platformed the terrorists. I was like, bad empanada? He plays video games and talks about Zionism. But you know, it's just an excuse to deplatform people. The funny thing about Ethan is he keeps claiming he's pro-Palestine.
Yeah, no, he still
so
does
funny.
that.
It's so funny. He's always just like, I'm the most pro-Palestine person in the world. Anyways, next topic is going to be another goddamn pro-Palestine person who I think should be put straight to jail.
I mean, this is your point about like going after people who can get fired. This is giving me an amazing idea. I should just like go to like a sports authority or something and just like pick up some shifts.
Yes.
And then like make the same posts that I make.
Yes.
And just like get fired from that one because it will like, it will just take up their attention entirely. The act of getting me fired.
I'm doing
the Tim Pool of anti-Zionism is so funny. Yeah. He's the Tim Pool of being pro-Palestine. You know how Tim Pool always says like, oh, I'm a liberal, but I think Donald Trump is going to win every state, including states that don't even exist yet. That's Ethan Klein. I'm pro-Palestine, except almost every single piece of commentary that I have on Palestine is just either A, shitting on every other pro-Palestinian content creator for the way that they are defending Palestinian emancipation, or B, undermining Israel as small being, but a moral democracy that's vibrant, constantly talking about how the attacks against Israel must stop. It's really fucked up. Or C, the new version of liberal Zionism he's adopted is like, well, there are some good Palestinians out there, the ones that are protesting Hamas. Well, guess what, Ethan? Israel's killing them too, okay? Turns out Israeli bombs don't make that distinction of whether or not you fucking like Hamas or not. They just kill you anyway.
With 60 posts in a row on my Instagram stories, adding Dick's Sporting Goods and sharing the posts with them.
That'll get their attention.
That was it. That was the roast of Ethan Klein from Chapo Trap House. Sorry for the jump scare. Asmongold Gets Political by Amon Animations.
Hey guys, I wanted to talk to you all about what my reason was for getting suspended on Twitch and also what my plans are going forward. I think this has been something that's a long time coming. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most psychopathic version of myself. I think that I've been devolving into this. I don't like making apologies because I think words don't matter. But I do think changed actions and changed behaviors do. And so you can take my apology as hopefully better content. And if you're not seeing that, I want you to hold me accountable. Hopefully this...
Have they held him accountable? Because I feel like it took him 3.5 seconds to revert back and go even harder.
This time I won't be stupid enough to ignore it. My mouth is pretty dry. Anyway, I'm just going to focus on myself for a while, try to improve my own life. You guys deserve a much better version of me than what you've been getting. And I hope that I can live up to that in the future.
Script by Asmongold.
Man, it's been a crazy 2 weeks, I'll tell you that. Trump is, he's coming out with some plans. This is the time where you can say elections have consequences. We are in for 4 years of some of the best content that I think we've seen in a long time. So, like, they're doing this thing with, like, these deportations where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content.
This is crazy that he said all of these things. Like, it's kind of wild that he actually said these things.
It would be. Your statement about not voting to disadvantage yourself is really blowing up on X with strong support? Well, of course it is. Of course, it's just a logical perspective to have. Now, there's a bunch of emotionally unstable retards on the internet that like to distort reality. But no, of course, I'm not going to vote for somebody who's going to say that someone else is going to have a privilege that I can't have. Why the fuck would I ever do that? That's the most retarded thing you can imagine. So, no, of course, that's, like, I mean, why don't I just vote to have somebody shoot me? Holocaust was a lie? I am, guys, I'm not one of these Holocaust deniers. I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that. It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German. Look at this. People wonder are tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games? Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens.
It's wild that he, goddamn, I can't. That was really funny when he said, like, USAID did Gamergate, or USAID made like titties smaller in video games or whatever. And I just want to know, like, bro, they didn't make you suffer. Not only did USAID not play a single role in DEI in video games or whatever, okay, you are making yourself suffer. Whether it be not implementing basic hygiene, taking care of yourself, fixing your diet, working out, touching grass, going outside and seeing the fucking sun every now and then, or talking to a real human being that isn't fucking blaring something at you over a screen. He's not even suffering. He's literally one of the richest content creators on the internet. Yes, he is. He is one of the richest content creators on the internet. But if you think he's not fucking suffering, you're actually wrong. What are you talking about? He's had health issues. He obviously has a lot of deep-seated insecurities in terms of like what his output is. Like right now he's riding high, and I understand that better than anybody else as a content creator myself. He's riding high currently with the massive amount of attention that he's getting. But if that viewership dried up, he would not be as excited to turn on the broadcast every fucking day. There's a reason why he doesn't stream on his main channel to begin with and went on his alt. So in some ways, yes, he's succeeding tremendously, but there is a time limit on that. And I know this better than anyone else because I'm in a similar boat. Like as a content creator myself, the major difference between him and myself is that like I do care about the things I talk about, whereas he transparently will say he's just doing it because people think it's popular and people like it. But aside from moral convictions, aside from the moral convictions that I have, there's a lot of shit that, you know, grounds me as a human being. Normies that I interact with on a daily basis, a fitness regimen that I have, a diet that I keep up, goals that I set for myself that I accomplish beyond content creation. If I didn't do any of that stuff, I would lose my fucking mind. If everything that I did was poured into Twitch streaming and nothing else, then I would probably have killed myself a long time ago, okay?
Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And we're coming. Mute the stream for about a minute if you don't want to hear something really bad. So I walked down to the store the other day, and I could tell that the back of my pants, my dick and balls, was getting a little bit too cold. Now that doesn't happen a lot. And I look and I realize part of the back of my sweatpants had been eaten away because we had a rat infestation in our house. And one of the rats had gotten trapped in my room, and it had eaten, I guess, sweat and dried cum off of the back of my sweatpants, and the entire back of it was gone.
Bro, that is the least disgusting Asmongold story. The dead rat as an alarm clock is another famous one. These are all things that he volunteers, by the way. It's not like this is speculation. He talked once about the dead rat alarm clock, which is in his room, where the sun shines on the dead rat and it starts smelling really bad, so he knows that it's time to wake up. Or the teeth wall, like the blood wall that he has, because his gums were bleeding a lot, and he would just like spit it out.
Incel attitude? Well, I guess I'm an incel. And I think everybody else should be too. And if there's enough of us, we can change the rules. And I think that's what we should do. Do I want my tax money going towards litigating people that like lollies? No. I think that if you're in this country and you commit any crime that's worse than jaywalking and you're not a citizen, I want you deported. Yep. Get the fuck out. People used to bring their families to watch lynchings. People are more than willing to do something that's horrible if they think that they're doing it for the right reason.
Has anyone in his orbit tried to get him help? No. I mean, yes, but it don't matter. Did you see this video about you and Asmon? Yeah, I did.
He did it again. Did you see what Trump said? Did you guys see that video on Trump and Elon today?
I know. I watched this the other day. You know we don't live in a meritocracy because in a meritocratic society would reject a person like Asmon? No. I think Asmon is all but a mere reflection of where society is. Okay? That's it. How many people do you think watch him out of morbid curiosity? No, it's not. It's something far more sinister and far sadder.
Donald Trump will...
I need you to understand this. People are not watching Asmongold out of morbid curiosity. I'm sure there are some. They come in here all the fucking time and inform me on the latest thing that he's doing, right? I'll be like, did you see what Asmongold said? It's like, why are you watching? I don't, I try to stay away from that. No, I think a big chunk of people, aside from the people that watch him out of morbid curiosity, which is a tiny percentage, a big chunk of people watch him because they find comfort. They see themselves reflected on the screen. They see someone with the same attitudes, with the same opinions, maybe the same outlook on the world, or maybe even the same way that they look. A lot of neats. Asmongold, regardless of being a multimillionaire, Asmongold, regardless of being a multimillionaire, is like looking at a mirror of a dude who's still trapped in their fucking mother's basement, you know? And that's part of the reason why they also have the same values, the same worldview. Are we just waiting? What? No. Cops apparently also watch him, as we saw in that video of a police officer that went into a shootout. Before they went into a shootout, they were fucking watching Asmongold in the car. Divorced dad galore, baby. Elon watches Asmongold. That's another person. A ton of it is just blood sports too. People just love the fighting, bickering, and don't recognize how morally repugnant this shit is. No, I think it's for a lot of it, it is just simply put a person that reflects their worldview. And it doesn't take much to reflect their worldview. You just have to say the right things. That's all you need to do. I'll tell you this much. I'll draw a broader point here before I get into the Ashley Sinclair drama, before Megaphonics explodes, because he really wants me to talk about Elon Musk baby mama drama. Okay? If you want to understand what I mean when I say like Asmongold is but a mere vessel for right-wing sentiment, I want to show you this YouGov poll that just came out, because I think this will allow you to comprehend. This will help you understand why so many Americans feel the way that they do. Maybe it'll terrify you. It certainly terrified me a little bit. Americans want Trump to focus more on prices, not tariffs. Most approve of deportation efforts, CBS News poll shows. This is also almost identical to the conversation that took place amongst myself and Ested Herndon of the New York Times a couple days prior, where he went back to the same people that he had focus grouped before the election and then after the election. And the conclusions that this poll arrives at are the same. Trump administration focusing on lowering prices, not enough. Putting tariffs, 7%. Right amount, 31%. Too much, 5%. 55%, he's putting too much effort on tariffs. Donald Trump won the 2024 election in large part because of the economy and the idea that he'd make Americans financially better off. He has not delivered that promise, lo and behold. Expectations versus now. Trump's policies are making you financially better off. Expected January. Views now, 23% say they're better off. 28% expected to be worse off. 42% now say they're worse off. 30% expected to be the same. 35% now say they are in the same boat financially. But as far as tariffs on prices, impact on new tariffs on prices, short term, it will increase prices. Long term, 47% say it'll increase prices. Only 5% in the short term think it'll decrease prices, and 29% only say it'll decrease prices in the long term. But that part is expected. What is, however, also kind of expected but really sad is, more responsible for today's inflation rate, Biden's policies, 38%. 34% say Trump's policies, 19% say both equally, which is really funny. Biden is still at fault. Former Trump administration is not at fault for the inflation experienced in the Biden administration, but the Biden administration is still at fault for the inflation experience under the Trump administration. Now, it's ironic because there is truth to the previous administration's failures or policies that don't address inflation playing a role in the administration afterwards and not being able to combat inflation, for example. Except then what the fuck? Then Biden also is not entirely responsible for inflation, which is hilarious. We'll see what happens. Now, here's the really scary stuff. Trump's handling of immigration, 53% approve, 47% disapprove. 48% approve, 52% disapprove of Trump's handling on the economy, and 56% disapprove of Trump's handling of inflation. His overall job rating is a 50-50 split, which is better than where he was at this point the first time around. One must ask the question, why? Well, the reason is because there was more resistance against Donald Trump. There was more of an interest in all the fucking wrongdoings, all the shit that he was saying, all the shit that he was doing. That interest is gone, which is precisely the reason why people are just less aware of all the awful shit that he's doing. Part of the reason why this is important to understand is because of, what? The Latina catfight old man is pulling the ripcord, by the way? He's still talking about me. No way. How much of that went to Hassan? How Ubisoft spent $2.1 million on influencers? All of it. They gave me all of it. Everyone else did it for free, baby. Another fucking weirdo villain, dude. It's awesome. Anyway, Trump's deportation program specifically retains majority approval. That hasn't really changed in recent weeks. 58% approve of Trump's administration program to deport immigrants illegally in the U.S. Now, the reason for that, as I've suggested over and over again, is the complete capitulation from the Democratic Party on the issue of deportation and the issue of immigration in general. This is precisely the reason why, without any sort of effective counter messaging and effective counter policies against this, even the simplest ask would be to say America's a nation of immigrants. That's a thing that the Democrats used to at least say, even if they didn't believe it, is gone. They don't say it anymore, which is precisely the reason why the only domineering attitude amongst the American population is the claim that migrants are responsible for an incredible amount of crimes, which, by the way, is incorrect. It's just a falsehood that is established with no retort whatsoever from the Democratic Party and barely any retort from the media overall. And beyond that, should federal judges be allowed to review Trump's policies? Democrats say 93% should. Republicans say 56% should. 44% of Republicans, on the other hand, say should not. Federal judges should not be allowed to review Trump's policies. Destroy the judiciary. 44% of Republicans say the judiciary should not exist. Impeaching federal judges who rule against Trump's policies. 59% of Republicans say they should do that. Only 41% of Republicans oppose impeaching federal judges who rule against Trump's policies. Once again, independent judiciary, gone. Not even independent judiciary, by the way. What's funny about this is that half of those fucking judges are right-wing Republican Trump appointees. Also, who are the 19% who support impeaching federal judges who rule against Trump's policies that are in the Democratic Party? I don't know. What the fuck is this opposition party, man? What an insane thing. In terms of the federal workforce, job cuts, cut staff at government agencies, 50% approve, 50% disapprove. Reducing federal workforce impact programs you care about, 31% of Republicans say yes, it will impact. 69% say no, it will not impact. That's, you could chalk that up to stupidity and people's lack of understanding of how the administrative state works. It's okay. It's not okay. They're stupid, but there's not really much you can do. Signal messaging app matter is very serious, says 44% of respondents. 25% say not too serious or at all serious, say 25% of respondents. One of his worst issues is the Signal app situation, Doge, and the cuts, but more importantly, his association with Elon Musk. Americans are responding to that very negatively, okay? So far, the situation isn't adversely affecting Republicans in their overall evaluation of Mr. Trump. An overwhelming majority of Republicans who describe what happened as very or somewhat serious will still approve of him. The thing that I wanted to talk about, 67% disapprove of him taking control over Greenland, and obviously only 30% want to try to find common ground with Trump. 70% want congressional Democrats to oppose Trump as much as possible. There are still 30% of Democrats who think that the Democrats should try to find common ground with Trump. This is the opposition party's base. We are so fucking cooked. Anyway, 14%, however, even if they want bipartisan consensus, only half of those people and the Democrats who responded to this poll say the Democrats are doing all that they can. So whether they want to concede to Trump or coalesce with Trump or oppose Trump, everyone is upset with the Democrats, with the exception of the 14% that say, what are you going to do? I guess all 14% of those people are oftentimes in my chat, constantly telling me they're doing all they can. What the fuck do you want? You hate Kamala Harris. You are responsible. Now, what's interesting about this poll that they didn't show in this CBS News article, and I find that quite interesting, is not just on the issue of inflation, but one of the subcategories that they polled on due process. I'm going to see if I can quickly find it, or if any chatter in here has that percentage that I want to show you. It is truly alarming. Because when I saw that due process number, I understood the Asmongold phenomena better than I ever had before. And I understood why there are so many blue check marks in my replies whenever I talk about the abolition of due process means you can go to jail as well. You're fucking stupid if you don't understand this reality. If due process goes away, you have no way of proving whether or not you have done a crime or if you are a citizen, for example. And that's something that I keep repeating, and yet people, I guess Twitter is Twitter is destroyed right now, but people simply don't understand it. Representative Victoria Sparks at a town hall says, you violated the law, you don't get due process. That's interesting because that is the only thing that is the only instance where you should get due process. Like when you violate the law, you have to get due process, because how else are we going to know if you actually violated the law or not? If it's just the word of a cop or, a judge, or not even a judge, but the word of a cop or a prosecutor against your word, then everyone is violating the law. We're going to have a 100% clearance rate. We're going to be putting so many innocent people in jail. People don't understand this. It's interesting because Republicans seemingly understood this dynamic when they were talking about Me Too. Whenever they were like, oh, innocent until proven guilty, how dare you? Turns out innocent until proven guilty no longer matters. They don't even care about this shit. They kept saying, this is a witch hunt, this is a witch hunt. Now they want to have witch hunts. Did they not understand why this is a witch hunt was a statement to begin with? Did they not understand what innocent until proven guilty means? Seemingly, they did not understand it. Here's an example of me describing. Where is it? Where did I tweet it? I tweeted about due process, and immediately people responded by not understanding my point. I said, Egg Price Suffer says non-citizens don't get due process. Without due process, there are no citizens. You are whatever the closest ICE agent says you are. To which I said, I'm afraid no matter how much we all repeat this point, lots of Americans are dumb and selfish and think this can never happen to them. Here's a dumb American who did not understand it. Was born here to parents who were born here by parents that were born here to parents that were born here. I'm good. Oh my God, right. How could he? Point at him and mock him. Lower him to uplift yourself. Yes. This is a person that did not understand the point. He also spelled it wrong. He spelled here wrong, which is hilarious. But that is my point. You being born here is irrelevant if there is no due process, especially if you actually look like this PFP, in which case you're doubly fucked. An ICE agent can say, you are an undocumented migrant. And you say, no, I'm not. I'm an American citizen. ICE agent says, that's not true. You're going to jail. How do you prove it? Oops, you're deported before you can fucking prove it. That is what happens without due process, which is interesting because that is what has been happening. That's the entire due process part. And that's been happening right now, as many Americans are seemingly blind to it. Aaron Reichlin Melnick has been doing phenomenal work on this front. Another document filed by the ACLU is an unclassified ICE document showing what it alleges are Tren de Aragua tattoos. The New York Post also published these in 2024, but reverse image search shows that these images were stolen from the internet and have nothing to do with Tren de Aragua. Detecting and identifying the fucking Michael Jordan Jumpman tattoo, an AK-47 tattoo of trains. If you're autistic, you're fucked. Ironically enough, there was a dude with an autism awareness tattoo who literally wasn't just any kind of guy. He was just like a genuine good dude. He got an autism awareness tattoo for, I believe, his autistic cousin or his autistic brother. And on top of that, he actually was a swim coach for autistic teenagers. That man was unceremoniously renditioned, rounded up, black bagged, had his hair fucking shaved, and is now sitting in a goddamn El Salvadoran slave labor camp. Crowns is another indication, they say. There was another dude who was a soccer coach who got deported for having a tattoo that resembled the Real Madrid logo, a crown with a fucking soccer ball on it. They deported him too. You know people with tattoos like this. The AK-47 tattoo posed by ICE Homeland Security Investigations Intelligence Report appears to be taken from a random Turkish tattoo artist profile. Train image, which he basically went back and image searched it to see where these images came from. Not a single one of them came from gang members. It's insane. It is insane that this is where we're at right now. And they just keep grabbing random citizens off the street, sometimes because they feel like they have a tattoo that they consider to be dangerous and scary, including the autism awareness tattoo. Other times they grab you off the street because they got deportation lists from individuals and groups that work alongside the Israeli Knesset, like Canary Mission, like the ADL, like Beitar, which is a fucking terror cell. Okay? These groups, these pro-Israel groups, are working hand in glove with the Department of Homeland Security, giving them lists of names to pursue, to deport. They have lists of every single person that's pro-Palestine. And from that list that they've compiled, they have suspicions of students that have student visas. And they send that information to the Department of Homeland Security to get them deported. This is the reason why all of the famous deportations that have taken place so far have happened. How is that fucking normal? It's not. It's fascism, for the record. Sorry, son, love you, but I'm Salvadoran, and there's never an L referring to something that's in El Salvador that's Salvadoran. What? Non-citizen students are being targeted for deportation by Zionist groups. They brag about doing it. If you're complaining about fascism, authoritarianism, or Trumpism, you have to add Zionism. We are losing our civil liberties because of Zionism. She was on our list. Many more jihadis are. We will be making a new submission Monday with approximately 1,800 more jihadis. Submit to us candidates with proof for ICE.gov to consider. Think about that. In any case, having said all of that, I will be attending the April 5th march and may even speak at it. And this should not discourage you from protesting against the apartheid state that is doing a genocide. Oh, he's saying you call something Salvadoran, not El Salvadoran. Oh, my bad. You're right, Chatter. I apologize. Boston District Attorneys collaborated with ICE to have a defendant detained in the middle of his trial. A state judge in Boston has dismissed a case against a man who was taken into federal custody in the middle of his criminal trial last week, citing prosecutorial misconduct, and found a U.S. ICE agent in contempt of court. Will the autism awareness guy be brought back? No, most likely not. Everyone is fucked. You have to remember that these guys are not even following court orders. Oh my God, the reason why I wanted to talk about this, by the way, was because I wanted to cover due process. Where's due process? It's supposed to be in this fucking document somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Is it not from this YouGov poll where they talk about, In this poll, they ask respondents, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, whether or not it is appropriate that they are deporting innocent people. In YouGov poll, strong support for due process, most Americans say that it would be unacceptable for legal residents to be mistakenly detained under Trump deportation measures. The exception is Republicans and conservatives, where 52% say it would be acceptable. That is what I was going to, acceptable or not if some U.S. legal residents are mistakenly detained. If some legal U.S. residents are mistakenly detained by immigration authorities, would that be acceptable? Would that be an acceptable part of a larger deportation program or not an acceptable part of a larger deportation program? Out of the total, 71% say not acceptable. But when you look at the party identification, 52% of Republicans say it is acceptable. 52%. The majority of Republicans say it is acceptable if U.S. legal residents are mistakenly detained. The majority of Republicans believe that it is acceptable if U.S. legal residents are mistakenly fucking detained. It is the most insane piece of information that I have ever seen. It's expected, but it makes sense. It makes sense for how stupid Americans are, but it really is crazy when you think about how little these guys care about self-interest. They are so horny to be resentful, angry, spiteful, violent to their perceived enemies that they don't realize that this could harm them in the long run or even in the short term. Just 15% of Americans think that all of the Venezuelans the Trump admin deported are actual gang members, as the administration says they are. It includes just 32% of Republicans. A majority of Americans think the admin has likely made at least some mistakes with deportations, and they still like the deportations. That's what's so crazy. The majority of Americans think that the deportations are good, even though only some. The question on page 77 is insane. 29. Wait, you mean page 29? No, there's no 77 here. There's no page 77, Chatter. I looked up 29. It didn't show up. Hassan, has it ever occurred to you that you're the idiot that doesn't grasp the fact that since this country was built as a white supremacist settler colony, then of course this number is very normal and actually lines up with its history? Sally, we're talking not just about white people, okay? The entirety of the Republican Party isn't just white people. We're talking about white supremacist values adopted and advocated for by non-white people as well, which of course happens, okay? It happens. What is your solution to this? Is it just to say, America is irredeemably racist? Or is it to say, hey, we also recognize the same things that you're saying here. Are you fucking dumb? Of course I know this. I say it every goddamn day. Simply saying this every goddamn day doesn't make for a convincing argument for those who might be in the margins and could potentially swing in the other direction of recognizing through self-interest, not through empathy for the other, but just simply through self-interest, that maybe this isn't the appropriate method. This is what I do. Welcome to my content. Welcome to what I fucking say. That's why I said it's not that shocking when I referenced it initially. Okay? Or maybe you just want, I'm going to shake you like the baby that you are, like a baby that deserves to be shook this way. Or maybe you just want to talk about how irredeemably white supremacist and racist America is and feel like you're the moral authority here. Okay, congratulations. Talk to me about some solutions about how to convince people not to feel this way, okay? Because if you don't have it, then you're just fucking regurgitating information that we already know. Roller Coaster Tycoon pick up the NPC-ass moment? Yes, that's exactly what it is. You messed up the poll. Oh, do immigrants have a right to go to court? As far as you know, do immigrants who are facing deportation have a right to challenge their deportation in court? 41% says yes, 29% say no, 30% say unsure. 60% of Democrats say yes. Only 22% of Republicans say yes. 51% of Republicans say immigrants don't have a right to go to court. Let's look at should immigrants have a right to go to court? 52% say yes, 33% say no. Let's look at ideology. 88% of liberals say yes, they should have a right to go to court, which is the law, by the way. That's just the law. They're asking people, regardless of your knowledge of the law or not, do you think that they have a right to go to court? And obviously, in this process, at least 30% were honest enough to say, I don't know. 29%, on the other hand, still was like, no, I'm wrong. I don't know the law, and I'm just going to be fucking wrong. In that same process, only 24% of conservatives say yes, 48% of conservatives say no. Party identification, 51% of Republicans say no, which is against the law, the existing law. Going back to that, 64% of Republicans, 64% of Republican respondents, when asked, should immigrants have the right to go to court, which is their right? It is literally their constitutionally protected right. 64% of Republicans said no. Not even undocumented non-citizens. We're talking all non-citizens. Do you think immigrants who are facing deportation should have the right to challenge their deportation in court? 64% of Republicans said no. I hope you now understand why Asmongold says the things that he says and why he has skyrocketed in popularity in the process. That's it. Understand? That's it. There it is. There it is, dude. Well, based. If you're wondering how this shit works, there it is. Now let's get to Elon Musk baby mama drama. Here is Ashley St. Clair, Elon Musk's fourth baby mama, selling her Tesla. I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support. I think this is, look, Ashley St. Clair is a Twitter troll and an Elon Musk reply guy that Elon Musk famously, and dare I say foolishly, decided to put his semen inside of. Okay? And now she's making the most of it.
Make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th.
But he's just not responding to you at all? How would you characterize?
You can check the stocks. I am.
Okay.
I'm not the only one.
We won't
who's
get you
looking
that.
at that trade.
We're not going to get you.
Can you explain in the chat why you chose the phrasing "put a semen inside of"? Because it's artificial insemination. It's not, or it's in vitro fertilization. It wasn't sex. Like he didn't pipe her. Anyway, so here's what took place after. Laura Loomer says gold digger and professional gaslighter St. Clair Ashley was caught on camera outside of a ritzy Manhattan condo paid for by her sugar daddy Elon Musk, selling her $100,000 Tesla she said was gifted to her by Elon Musk during their romantic relationship. To which Elon Musk responded with, "I don't know if the child is mine or not, but I am not against finding out. No court order is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I've given Ashley $2.5 million, and I'm sending her $500K a year." To which she replied with, "Elon, we asked you to confirm paternity through a test before our child, who you named, was even born. You refused. And you weren't sending me money. You were sending support for your child that you thought was necessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for disobedience. But you're really only punishing your son. It's ironic that your last effort in court was to try to gag me while you use a social media channel you literally own to distribute derogatory messages about me and our child to the entire world. It is all about control with you, and everyone can see it. America needs you to grow up, you petulant man-child." Makes me happy how awful she is, so I don't have to feel even a little bit bad about any of this. Get his ass, Ashley. Yeah. Laura Loomer apparently replied to this and said, "Ashley, you don't need $3 million to raise a baby. This is so outrageous that you had sex without birth control. You seem to have plotted for many years on how to get Elon Musk to knock you up, and now you're complaining because you want more money for a baby. Not to mention, you were making over $25,000 a month on X payouts. How does one person need that much money to survive? This is an insult to everyone, St. Clair Ashley. You are trying to cash out on a billionaire who you baby trapped." The party of conservative values, the party of family values, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. There it is. Once again, it seems to me like the conservative movement is not necessarily all too interested in maintaining or abiding by any semblance of humanity, nor party values whatsoever. They're being messy, if you will. They're being messy on Maine. They're being messy on the timeline. Anyway, I know Ashley wants to come on the broadcast. I have entertained the notion. I don't know if I should or not. So stop asking me, chatters. And it's not because of Elon Musk. Well, you see us on, they have to weigh their family values against how much they hate women. Yeah, ironically enough. I think Laura Loomer is just jealous that Elon has not put his semen inside of her. But I digress. Bring her on, hold the baby. Okay, you're crazy. When does Ashley say she wants to be on the broadcast? Through back channel communications, not directly. All right, that's the baby mama drama. But that's not the only fissure amongst the modern conservative movement. I must let you in on a new secret that I found that is not a secret at all, but in broad daylight, there is a new meta amongst the conservative movement, especially on the independent media side of things. As you guys all know, there's a couple different dramas taking place in the right-wing infighting, which is, albeit a rare treat, but a treat nonetheless. One of those fights, all of these fights revolve around one issue: Jews. That's right. Let me just get started on that front. All of the right-wing infighting is happening around the concept of Jews. Are they responsible for everything bad in society, or are they not responsible for everything bad in society? That is quite literally, and I'm not joking, the entire argument amongst right-wingers who agree on everything except for Jews. Some of those who also don't like Jews all that much either have a philo-Semitic perspective on the matter, where they think, no, Jews are famous and important magical money people, and we must control their power. Others are saying Jews are bad and doing the classic protocols of the elderly Zion shit. Okay? Having said that, this is a very interesting drama that I kind of talked about a little bit yesterday. Drama number one is around Jeremy Boring, who himself is Jewish, alongside Ben Shapiro, who is also Jewish, at the Daily Wire. A lot of the right-wingers that have entertained Ben Shapiro, regardless of him being Jewish, have now decided, especially in the aftermath of October 7, that they can't stand it anymore. They're just like too annoyed with Ben Shapiro being Jewish, regardless of how racist he is, which is such a funny thing to explain. It's a funny thing to mention, but that is literally what's going on, where people are like, come on, dude, like, we get it. Like, you wear the yarmulke. We love when you get racist, but like recently you've been a little too pro-Israel and maybe a little too Jewish. Okay. Yes, the age-old battle has now gotten to an unmanageable conflict. The soy right versus the Groyper right. Okay? Now, here's the thing. As I mentioned before, part of this problem began when the Daily Wire fired Candace Owens. Now, Candace Owens was always anti-Semitic, but she was never overtly anti-Israel. The Daily Wire hired Candace Owens, knowing full well that she was anti-Semitic, but maybe didn't know how anti-Semitic, and also, more importantly than that, how anti-Israel she was. Because famously, Daily Wire hired Candace Owens to be a broadcaster on the Daily Wire after she was pulled in front of Congress for saying Adolf Hitler only wanted to make Germany great. It was when he became a globalist by invading other countries that he became a bad person. Ironically enough, Adolf Hitler wanted to make Germany great. She wasn't wrong about that, except she was very wrong to make a positive association with Adolf Hitler's domestic policies that, of course, were racial purity politics and the rounding up of all Jews and putting them in concentration camps. So when she said that was a little bit of a commotion, and yet the Daily Wire knew that she had said that and still hired her. Interesting. But then the Daily Wire fired her after October 7 because she wasn't just anti-Semitic and racist in every variety, but also anti-Israel, and that is unacceptable. Now, this became a big problem amongst the right-wingers. It became a big problem amongst the Groypers, which are basically, at this point, every single fucking right-winger that is under the age of 35. Like, if you're under the age of 35 and you're like, I'm a right-wing, I'm diehard, you're probably posting Black Sun Groyper slop all over the fucking timeline. Part of that is also accelerated as a consequence of Twitter, Elon Musk's purchase of Twitter, and the subsequent unbanning of every single fucking Nazi. So biased and non-based. Yes, I am not based. You're on CNN. What are you saying? What are you saying? What? Dude, my cousin is an intern at CNN, and they're doing entertainment piece on Zoomers and online influencer personalities. She's having you on that, and I provided a pic for the article. It's a teddy bear with your face on it, because, you know, tiny head, wide shoulders. I swear to God, with fucking fans like these, why do I need enemies, bro? This motherfucker's like, oh, my favorite content creator is gonna be on CNN. Well, let me send them a meme pic. Thanks. Anyway, going back to this guy who says, so biased and non-based. Yes, dude. I, unlike the fucking slop that you demand, correctly do not attribute Israel's actions to Judaism or Jewish people because I'm not a fucking moron. Okay? It's not even like, oh, I'm so scared that they're going to call me anti-Semitic. It's just like, I'm not stupid. And if you believe that Jews are a monolithic force of mystical beings, you probably A, have never met a Jewish person, or B, are a fucking dumbass. Okay? That's it. No one is monolithic. If Jews were monolithic, there would be no anti-Zionist Jews, as a matter of fact, because goddamn has Israel tried. Oh my Lord. Israel has fucking tried so hard, so desperately to make every American Jew and every Western Jewish person living in diaspora to be singularly minded on the issue of Israel, and yet it still fails. So clearly, if fucking all Jews are not pro-Israel, then it is impossible for any group of people to be monolithic. Okay? It is not without many attempts. Understand that. Based, not based. Anyway, as I was saying, is Dan Bilzerian bad or no? He gives me pro-Palestinian slop. I don't know about his other policies. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Dan Bilzerian, Candace Owens, many of the prominent, overtly right-wing, anti-Israel content creators, with the exception of that one libertarian comic guy, Dave Smith or whatever, who I think himself is Jewish, most of the right-wing anti-Zionist commentary that I've heard come from unfettered, unrestricted anti-Semites. Dan Bilzerian is definitely one of those guys. So is Candace Owens. You got to look to, or Jake Shields, you got to look to like what they're saying about Jewish people in general, beyond what they're talking about when they're talking about Israel. Okay? Dan Bilzerian is a perfect example of this. Fresh and Fed, that's another one. Dave Smith is a freak in his own right. He's defended sexual assault. Yeah, I don't know anything else about what Dave Smith says and does, but in terms of his commentary on Israel, he is not, like, he actually is, I will say that he is not anti-Semitic. He's just anti-Israel. But he's right-wing. He's a right-wing libertarian, but he's definitely anti-Israel and not in an anti-Semitic way. But I just gave you an example of like one right-winger that I think is probably not anti-Semitic, but is anti-Israel. So most of these other guys, on the other hand, from low-level people all the way to high-level conservative commentators, are genuinely like ramping up the anti-Semitic thought and anti-Semitic sentiments, talking about the Talmud or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Saying like any and every catastrophic event that has taken place in the United States of America was never because of the CIA, but because of the Jewish CIA, Mossad, Israel's own, the Jews did 9/11, the Jews did this, the Jews did that. It's just that, okay? And those guys are like, given the deep and intricate connection between Mossad and our espionage agencies and the collaborative efforts that have taken place over the course of the development of either espionage facility, as a matter of fact, there are instances where Mossad and the CIA have aligned with one another. There are instances where they've been at odds with one another. Jonathan Pollard comes to mind. Having said that, these guys mysteriously never bring up the CIA aspect of things and the American government's moral culpability in these actions in an effort to constantly say, it's the Jews that did this. Yeah. Also, of course, Mossad is not the Jews. I was just using the terminology that right-wingers use. Mossad is the intelligence agency for Israel, and Israel clearly does not represent the interest of all Jews or any Jewish person, really. I mean, I don't think Israel has the best interest of Jews in general, but that's besides the point. So, where were we? But yeah, this has gotten to a breaking point on the right with some of the quote-unquote smarter, not really smart, but at least comparatively intelligent presenting Republican content creators finding a new terminology to call the anti-Semitic right, that is the Groyper right or the alt-right, that at the end of the day agrees with 99% of everything that, you know, all the other Republicans and conservatives believe, but they tie it all back to the Jews. Whereas the rest of the conservative movement actually agrees with everything, but they just don't tie it back to all Jews. Maybe they tie it back to George Soros sometimes, but like overall, they just kind of let that hanging. They just kind of leave that up for debate. Okay. Eric Weinstein is a man whose name you probably haven't heard in a while. I'm going to be bringing him up right now because he's the reason why I'm talking about this. Eric Weinstein's post last night took me down this rabbit hole. Eric Weinstein, a now completely fucking fallen off right-wing commentator, right-wing podcaster, formerly a college professor at Evergreen College alongside his brother, was a part of the intellectual dark web. He was a Joe Rogan orbiter, okay? Formerly at the Evergreen University, where he, I think, said some fucking racist shit or transphobic shit or something and got yelled at by a bunch of 18-year-old freshmen, and then dovetailed that into a short-lived but relatively robust media career, suckling on the long nipples of Joseph Robinette Rogan for as long as he could, okay? He is one of those guys who's like, oh, the left went too far left for me, and that's why I left the left, and now I believe everything that right-wingers believe. Oh, that was his brother. Okay, his brother did that, and then Eric followed suit. Anyway, my apologies. I don't know them that well. He says, things that I got wrong, one in a series. When I first heard the term woke right, I frankly thought it was extremely dumb. Then I thought it was a minor issue. Then I thought it was absolutely the wrong name for a real thing. Then I thought, even if it is the right name for a real thing it discusses, we should still call it something else. Then I just thought, well, sometimes James Lindsay is still pretty annoying. I don't love eating crow in public, and I never said any of this on the record, so I can get away with not apologizing, but I was wrong. So, James, for reasons both unbecoming and mysterious, I seem to underestimate you on a regular basis. My bad. What is he talking about when he says woke right? He's talking about anti-Semitic right-wingers. They're calling them woke. Because what is the worst thing you can call someone in the minds of conservatives? Woke. Amazing. I love it personally. James Lindsay says, we're already at the point where we're wondering which mainstream conservative institutions could survive the attacks by the woke right. And people still don't believe it exists. Either we reject it soon or it destroys conservatism, MAGA, America, and most of your kids. Soy right versus woke right, which is also pretty soy in and of itself. But yes, this is what is going on. This is what is going on in the modern American right-wing movement in the independent media sphere, where the likes of Ian Carroll are carrying the torch for the woke right. And what are they woke on? The Jews. That's right. Weirdly enough, because everything wrong is right and everything right is wrong on the conservative side, everything is swapped. They're using woke as a pejorative, chatters. Please understand that when they say woke right, they mean it as a pejorative, and these guys are actually against the anti-Semitic stuff that the alt-right is saying. I know it's very confusing because we're in the upside down world, but they're actually calling the anti-Semitic right-wingers woke, because that's the worst thing you can call someone. And here it is. Now, why did I bring up Ian Carroll? He said, Jeremy destroyed the Daily Wire all on his own, bro. We're just watching. To which James Lindsay responded with, right, whatever, fraud. And it's all, leave the Daily Wire, Matt. Do the right thing. Be your own man. Go independent from the Jew Wire. The genie is so out of the bag. Leave the Daily Wire, Matt. Develop the idea to leave the Daily Wire. Everyone wants, Groiperstein says, Matt, the dam is breaking. Leave now and preserve some dignity, and your legacy will be on a peacemaker. They're all saying leave the Daily Wire to Matt Walsh because they're like, we love how transphobic you are, but we can't stand that you collaborate with Jews. Now, all of these guys still love Donald Trump. Make no mistake. They hate Israel. They hate Jews. They think Donald Trump is owned by Jews. They think Donald Trump is far too kind to Israel, but they still love Donald Trump. So it's even more confusing. And they also love RFK. Now, I'm going to make your head spin even further. Some of these guys also love Israel, but many of them don't, right? Let me explain something to you. Remember, I told you, if you're under the age of 35 and you're right wing, you're probably a fucking groiper, okay? So a lot of Gen Z is anti-Israel. A lot of Gen Z also happens to be anti-Semitic, but that's, not the point that I'm trying to make here. But because they're anti-Israel, even if they're fucking groiper Republicans, they're still anti-Israel. It's the same principle amongst Gen Z that is like way more tolerant of gay people, and in certain instances even trans people, than the generations that are older than they are. So Gen Z still has the same politics, but with some differences, because if being gay is normalized since you were born, then you don't really have that same resentment towards gay people. You haven't developed it. Okay. And if you should be banned, Senator Rick Scott. Good one. Oh, that's funny. Senator Rick Scott is in the building. We have a famous senator in the chat. 6-month subscriber. Senator Rick Scott, you're a fucking multi-billionaire, broke boy. Give some goddamn subs right now, unless you want to get banned. Senator Rick Scott with the PFP. Oh, that's funny. Hi, Rick Scott. I'm a big fan. Okay. Getting back to the point I was making. So yeah, anti-Semitism is now seen as like a marker for decency and honesty on the right. And there is an understandable reason, in a weird, twisted fucking way, why this has become the case. Because you constantly want to push the needle. You're so used to pushing the needle over and over again to unimaginable degrees. And then what is the one edgy thing that you can't touch on the right or the left? anti-Semitism. So if you up the ante over and over again, a lot of these guys go, okay, well, I also am this, especially in a climate where Israel is pummeling Gaza. And even if these people fucking despise Muslims, as many of them do because they're Nazis, of course they hate Muslims, they still think that Israel is a Jewish nation state, and they hate the Jews and they hate Israel for that reason. Now, what's the second drama that I wanted to talk about, and Ian Carroll comes into, Ian Carroll is brought up in this situation as well. Why is Ian Carroll brought up? You'll understand in a second. There is another person who is beloved as a figure in the right-wing circles. His name is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Part of the reason why they love him is because Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as I've talked about quite a bit, is a deeply anti-Semitic man. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. famously, in a private New York dinner, once said, the COVID vaccine was developed, or COVID was developed as a bioweapon by the Chinese in partnership with Ashkenazi Jews. The Ashkenazi Jews developed COVID as a bioweapon to harm white and black people alongside the Chinese. Now, you say something like that, under normal circumstances, you're cut. You know, you're cut from polite society. You're cut from any kind of political any kind of political ambition. But of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was not cut from polite society nor his political ambitions. A lot of these people also suspect that RFK hates the Jews because RFK believes secretly deep down inside that the Jews killed his uncle. This is another conspiracy that a lot of the woke right, which is a term I'm not going to be using, the alt-right, anti-Semitic right-wingers believe. Okay? And what's interesting about it is that Ian Carroll has made numerous videos on the matter, and it's got 84,000 views. Let's take a look. The suspicion is now that RFK Jr. is being blackmailed by, and you might have guessed it at this point, you know what I'm about to say, the Jews. That's right. As always, it's, you know, they believe, the anti-Semitic right believes that RFK Jr. is secretly their guy. And it's not so secret. But the reason why he's so unimaginably pro-Israel is because he has been blackmailed by Mossad. That's their opinion on this matter. Part of the reason why they believe this is because RFK Jr. obviously fucking, like, I mean, he was blackmailed by Mossad. It's not the Jews, but, you know, he was besties with Jeffrey Epstein. He very openly volunteered this information. Why are they acting like this is new information? This guy says, fuck Palestine. Nice, man. Cool. You have a lot of cool thoughts. Waited fucking an hour to say this. What a miserable loser you are.
Bobby.
Breaking. The RFK Jr. blackmail story is breaking from multiple angles right now. It's bad. Even worse than I say in this video. Blackmail by ... certain people at the highest levels of American politics right now in 2025. Buckle up. It's about to get weird. I hate how soy they are. I hate it. I hate how fucking soy these guys are. Buckle up. It's about to get weird.
Kennedy blackmail story is currently breaking in many directions.
Like he's doing the, me thinks it's kind of crazy.
All across the internet. And American politics is not going to be the same after this weekend. That's not hyperbole. This is not just a hook. And I don't really know where to start. But this is the kind of story that I've gotten enough calls from enough people tonight, and enough people, there's enough going on that
Dude, people are hitting him up. They're giving him there's phone calls happening at the Ian Carroll residence, okay? They're like, dude, you gotta talk about the Jews again. He's like, come on, man. I talked about the Jews every day before this. They're like, nah, you gotta talk about them again, dude.
I feel like we need to make a video right now to keep some people safe and to get as much as we all know out on the internet right now so that everyone can be safe.
Safe from what?
And the best place for everyone to start is at Candace's video that she put up today, that she very aptly titled, One Nation Under Blackmail. Go watch it. She does a way better job of explaining a bunch of what's going on than I could.
This is such unimaginable cope. Even from an anti-Semitic perspective, it's so funny to me that these guys are like, no, these guys would never be pro-Israel unless it was like Jewish people blackmailing them. It's like, yeah, no, these guys are actually fucking awesome. I promise. They're really cool guys. No, it's just Israel is blackmailing them. That's why they have to do this. I promise. Oh, it's awesome. It's so funny. It's like, yeah, no, definitely. RFK Jr., who spent most of his life, he was always brain broken to a certain degree about the vaccine shit, but like spent most of his life as a fucking climate justice advocate, associates himself with one of the worst climate denialist regimes of all time. And you think he has like firmly held convictions and he's actually on your side. But it's just, if it wasn't for the Jews blackmailing him, he would be out and about doing the damn thing. Like, no, they have no convictions. They just want power. You're fucking stupid. Like, ay.
But as soon as I was like 10 minutes into it, and then I started getting phone calls from sources telling me more information that is corroborating and taking it even further than what is exposed in that video. And I have sources telling me that there are people in like media and around Bobby that know about this and know it's coming and are trying to protect him and save him from this. But it is past that, and there is no saving anyone from this, I think. And we just have to deal with what's about to happen. So I'm going to leave all of that out, and we're going to start the story here with our girl Jessica, House and Habit. She had tasked one of her writers, Emily Hagan, with writing a hit piece about Candace Owens. They were trying to create or dig up some dirt on Candace's husband for some reason to take her down. For reasons we'll kind of get to in a second. Emily.
Yeah, because she's anti-Semitic. Like, and that's the reason why they're doing that. She's anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. And yes, for that reason, they want to do fucking oppo research and write a hit piece. The problem here is his association with all of this revolves around it's the Jews doing it. It's not. It's the American government doing it. And you're a fucking idiot for thinking that there is like some kind of Jewish blackmail operation happening that is causing them to do it. No, it's because they don't care about you. They don't care about anything. Okay? That's it. That's it. Like the idea that these guys that are so pro-Israel are pro-Israel because like of a comprehensive, sophisticated blackmail operation, which by the way does exist for the record. Like I'm not saying that doesn't exist. Okay. But the notion that like all of these people are fucking pro-Israel for this reason, or all of these journalists are fucking coming after like Candace Owens or whatever the fuck is just because of Mossad or just because of the Jews is idiotic. A lot of these people also love Israel, or even if they don't give a fuck about Israel, you know what they love? Their careers. They want to get elevated. They want to be promoted. So they know what not to say and what to say. They know who to go after. Why, however? Is it because Israel is a Jewish nation state, or is it because Israel is a nation state that has profound importance for American strategic interests in the region, that plays a very important role in the grand plans that the United States of America has for this region, that they want to dominate a resource-rich region, mind you. And also on top of that, because of this reason, Israel, seeing all of the issues that apartheid South Africa ran in as it maintained its apartheid and a failure of a project at that, has also fucking deeply interwoven Zionist ideology into a lot of fucking institutions where they're like both financially tied to Israel, where Israel has more fucking companies in the American stock market than like India and numerous other countries combined, and also have a lot of contracts back and forth with Israel. Israel has made itself impossible to decouple from the United States of America. That's why the United States of America and Israel are basically hand in glove. Okay? That's it. There is no like Judaism association with this, unless you're one of the ironically woke people like fucking Jake Tapper, who does say Israel is for the Jews, and if you're anti-Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Or Chuck Schumer. That's the thing that I don't understand about these fucking anti-Semitic guys who are like, how you're saying the same things that Chuck Schumer is saying. Like, what happened? The fuck? What do you mean? It makes me lose my mind that you got dudes like Jake Tapper and Chuck Schumer saying the same shit that these guys are saying. It's just they have a negative association with the Jews.
Emily submitted a draft kind of, and Jessica, House and Habit, was having her girl, I believe Olivia Nuzzi, read through it, and it was like, we can't publish that, it's too 4chan-y. House and Habit clarified that it needs to be a clean shot to take down Candace Owens. Good fucking luck with that.
If you believe land should be given back to the indigenous people, should Anatolia be given back to the Greeks, Armenian, Kurds, and Georgians, etc.? That's funny. Yeah, they can live there all day, every day. I don't have any issue with that. Many of them do. Some of them have gotten dominated by the Turkish government, and I think that's completely inappropriate. That's the difference between you and I. I don't have any fucking issue with people living wherever the fuck they want. I'm a Turkish person living in the United States of America. Why the fuck do I care? Dumbass. You fucking moron. Yeah, go ahead. Go ask Israel if they'll let Palestinians live side by side with equal rights and equal opportunities. No, the answer is no. So shut the fuck up. Also, ironically enough, you're talking about, kebab, Mongol. So it seems to me like you didn't give a fuck about anything. Immediately, kebab, Mongol, back to Central Asia. You fucking bitch. I'm gonna fuck your mom. How about that? I'm in America, baby. And you know what else I'm inside of? Your mother. That's right. That's right. White genocide is happening. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing your mom. You're going to have a bunch of little brothers that are half Turkish, and you're going to hate yourself even further. That's right, baby. Woo! How does that make you feel? Line up the whitest women you've ever known in your entire life in a fucking single file line and ask them, would they rather fuck me, a Turkish Muslim man, or you, a pathetic fucking chinless loser? You will hate the results. Let's continue.
If you don't remember who Olivia Nuzzi is, she's the woman that had the sexting scandal with RFK last year, who then cozied up to House and Habit for reasons that are not entirely clear, and sort of started secretly editing there behind the scenes and kind of replacing people and getting really
40-year-old doing your mom jokes is wild, bro. What do you mean? It's age appropriate, dumbass. You're grounded. Take 30 minutes off. Go to your room. I fucked your mom too. Now you're grounded. How do you like that? You need a better father figure in your life. I'm the father figure. I'm the father that stepped up. I'm no longer the stepfather. I'm the father that stepped up. I should do that more frequently. I forgot that was a weapon I had in my arsenal.
Really close to Jessica Reed Krause, House and Habit, for reasons that are still not entirely clear as far as I'm aware. To be fair, there's a lot that is not entirely clear because this is so complicated, and everything in this video is hearsay and rumors. And obviously, when they tried to come to Candace and it created all this drama, and Candace don't take no fucking shit, and Jessica had been super mean to the writer of the article and that had then fired her. And so her and Emily had all this drama, and then her other best friend, and it had gotten super fucking vitriolic. And eventually Emily was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to Candace and come clean and say what's going on.
You forgot misogyny was in your arsenal? Yes. Like, unironically, yes. Your mom jokes. I like that a hypothetical consensual sexual intercourse moment with a racist reactionary's mother is still seen as misogyny. It's misogyny if you ever think about having sex with women. Like, the joke there isn't necessarily that I'm belittling this person because having sex with women is belittling them or some shit or whatever woke mind virus you have here. Yes, viewing women as objects. No, dude, I'm talking about what the broader joke there is white genocide, okay, and how it's not real and how I'm the object of desire. Why are you so fucking dense? I'm objectifying myself. To assert your manliness over a reactionary, shut up. You're not going to make it. Oh my God. I will reassert the position that I would 100% rather have dumb fucking racist morons in this community who at least I can like mold into being normal human beings than people with firmly held convictions that have a well-established worldview that still entertain the notion of cynically presenting what I'm saying in a humorous way back to me as though it's actually somehow reactionary due to your own personal misunderstandings. That's it. Don't worry, chatter. I'll fuck your mom too. For gender equality, will you fuck my dad as well? Of course. Of course. I fuck many fathers and many mothers, as you all know. Misandry and misogyny alike. All right, let's keep going.
That's how we got this video.
Yes, I love racists. Exactly.
And I was only 15 minutes into this video when I started getting interrupted by all kinds of calls from all kinds of people all over the country that have more information about this.
By the way, I hope that chatter writes an effort post about how fucking misogynistic I am. Okay? I hope you go to the subreddit of a person who calls women bitches like on a daily fucking basis and write a call out post about this was my turning point. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm sick and tired of it. Here's my effort post. Hassan Piker is a radical misogynist.
Because this story...
Multiple TikToks on the matter too.
...is way past the point of no return. And it is way bigger than some girl drama. So at the second Trump Butler rally in July of last year, House and Habit was hanging out with some of the people that I know and apparently receiving a bunch of phone calls all about this blackmail situation with the Olivia Nuzzi sexting scandal. And while she was taking calls, she was kind of filling them in excitedly on the story as she was getting it, kind of as though she was going to write a piece about it. And what they were told is that it was many, many, many, many instances of recorded video sexting stuff.
Bro, get to the point, dude. What is the point? So what is it? So what? What is it? What is it? What is it? Like RFK is a secret soldier for the anti-Semitic cause, but he just can't say it out loud. Is that what it is? Or Olivia Nuzzi is also like a Mossad operation. Is that what it is? I can't. I hate how fucking soy his presentation is. Like, I can't stand this shit. Oh my God. It literally is just like 9 minutes. Like, Johnny Harris at least puts like flashy ass fucking animation so it keeps me entertained and interesting. Anti-Semitism is very similar to transphobia in the sense that you start seeing Jews in every fucking shadow, you know? Everyone and anyone could be trans at any given moment. We'll never know. And it's the same principle behind like how these guys just think like everything that's happening is Jews, which are a fucking hive-minded singular unit organism.
With the Olivia Nuzzi sexting scandal. And while she was taking calls, she was kind of filling them in excitedly on the story as she was getting it, kind of as though she was going to write a piece about it. And what they were told is that it was many, many, many, many instances of rumored around. So what we got was a story that Olivia Nuzzi and him had a romantic, emotional connection over the phone that had caused her, it was inappropriate, and he apologized. And so she left the campaign sort of, and then went and got real cozy with House and Habit.
You're like a Roman praetor. Don't hate gays, but hate soy bottoms? What the fuck? That is an insane statement.
Who had a lot of details, who was right. I don't know what happened there, but I know.
I love soy bottoms. I just don't like this. This presentation is incredibly fucking annoying to me. I love my bottoms, okay? I'm a bottoms right advocate. But this is just like, ugh.
I know that what a very trusted person on my end told me that they heard at that event was that it was not just that. It was recordings of video sex. There's also a lot of swirling rumors of other people to learn that in 2013, just out of university, actually while still in university, she volunteered as an intern for Anthony Weiner's New York City mayoral campaign. If you don't know about Anthony Weiner, look it up. And that is a direct tie to Huma Abedin and to Hillary Clinton and to, at that point, just pick your term for whatever deep state groups you want to talk about.
Wait, what? Wait, he's just saying that like she has what, third degree association with Hillary Clinton? Okay, but like Anthony Weiner tanked Hillary Clinton with his wiener, ironically enough. What is going on here? What does this have to do with anything? This is so, how is this an association? What? Yeah, Huma Abedin is married to Alex Soros now. Brace is very upset about that.
That blackmail could be anywhere by now, but I think we all know who has it. And Candace certainly knows who has it.
That we're all doing at the moment is pretending that RFK Jr.'s unflinching loyalty and, quite frankly, his fear of saying anything negative about Israel. I pull up Dave Smith here.
The worst humanitarian catastrophe.
Bro, RFK has been omega cucked by Israel for forever. Like, this is not new information. What the fuck are these guys doing? And he's like smugly in the corner, like, that's right. If these guys watched any leftist commentary, they would have already known this. I've talked about this like a million times over. RFK is so funny because he's like, yeah, fuck Ukraine, but Israel, I'm Israel, hi. He's like, he said Palestinians are the most selfish people on the planet. Okay? He is a fucking monster. Yeah, RFK is increasingly deranged as he expresses his love for Israel. He begins with pure genocide denial and says Palestinians are better off living under apartheid than that Israel has never attacked another country because of model democracy and hence peace-loving. And this is from June 13th, 2023. This is before October 7, all this shit, okay?
Everything has a historical context in Israel. And if you look at why we don't have a two-state solution in Israel, which everybody now says they want.
Oh my God, I got it. RFK's brainworm is Jewish. That's right. I had a lot of people call me, and they told me this. That's a lightsaber, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and find out. You won't like me before I have my first cup of coffee. My sources have told me RFK might be Jewish. The brainworm. Sorry. I can't do
but
this.
both in 1947 and 1947, 1948, and then again in 2001, it was the Palestinian leadership that walked away from a two-state solution and pledged itself to the destruction of the Jewish people. Oh, and that, that's a very, very clear history. And I think at a time when they had a very, very generous solution on the table. Now, the other thing I say is Israel is a democracy, but it's a flawed democracy, just like the United States. But if I was a dissident Arab Palestinian, would I rather be a dissident in Israel or in Saudi Arabia or Oman or Qatar or any other Arab nation? If you're a dissident, you get up in the middle of the public square and denounce the government.
Yeah, Israel will fucking jail you and then rape you to death in its fucking military prison. What are you talking about? Like, no. Anyway, this is System Update with Glenn Greenwald, which is weird. Where the fuck is Glenn here? Come on, you're not going to chime in, Glenn? What's happening?
It's going into the West Bank and killing children. It's never doing that deliberately. Never.
Oh, there's never.
And nobody has ever said it is.
Well, a lot of people have said it. A lot of people have said it is. But let me just ask you, because I just want to focus the.
In all of those other.
Come on, Glenn. What's happening? Where is Glenn at? This is the one issue where he has been consistent on.
Countries. It is the deliberate.
Do you think he's blackmailed by Israel? I don't really care, and I don't think so. I don't think that he has to be blackmailed by Israel to take these positions. Okay? For many people, it's just like, of course we're pro-Israel. What are you talking about? If you're over the age of 40, for example, there is very little information you have ever received, unless it's like the secret dark scriptures, like fucking, Elon Pape or some shit, that you have never even entertained the notion where Palestinians are worthy of humanity and sovereignty. That's it. That's it. It's just not even, it's out of the question. You don't have to be fucking, you don't have to be what do you call it? You don't have to be like blackmailed by the Israeli government to be pro-Israel. It's fucking ridiculous. I think the reason why they say that, being pro-Israel is the American position. Israel is America, okay? It's just like, I think these guys are coping where they think like, no, RFK is like a loyal soldier. He actually knows the truth about the Jews, but he can't say it because Israel's blackmailing him. No, he's just anti-Semitic and pro-Israel. These two concepts are not at odds with one another. Many anti-Semites are pro-Israel, man. It's so fucking stupid to just like constantly operate on this like weird playing field where you're like, well, he's one of our guys, he's noticing the Jews.
Policy of those countries to attack and target civilians and to kill them. Israel is the
like, dude has never met a fucking
described it.
Dude is ironically, these guys have, I think, never met a like evangelical Christian in a fucking mega church who thinks Jews have devil horns, but also believe that they should all go to the chosen land, Israel, so that, you know, the rapture can happen. That's it. Like there are in the United States of America, there are more anti-Semitic pro-Israel people than there are Jews total, like pro or anti-Israel alike. Okay? Not that many Jews in general on the planet. Lots of fucking evangelical Christians, many of which are deeply anti-Semitic, but also insanely pro-Israel. More pro-Israel than like a fucking liberal Zionist in Israel, as a matter of fact. Like a more important servant of the Zionist project in terms of like forcibly sending every Jew to Israel, more on board with that than like the average the average Jewish person is by a fucking wide margin. So it's just like, it's just very strange to me that these guys have to constantly come up and be like, no, the Jews are doing blackmail operations on every American that is like anti-Semitic but also pro-Israel, when it's a very normal position.
Catastrophe in the world right
now. I mean, it's not a normal position, by the way. It's a fucking insane position, but it's a position that unfortunately is all too common.
And the idea that you, who are supposed to be the anti-neocon, anti-war presidential candidate, are immediately on October 7th, before we even had an investigation, before we even knew what happened there, you immediately say, what basically you said everything they say about Ukraine. You said it was an unprovoked attack, which, like, come on, give me a break. An attack from Gaza against Israel is unprovoked. And then you said, we have to support them in whatever it takes. Well, look, sir, we're watching it right now. This is whatever it takes.
And just to clarify, there's a lot of other evidence that Israel and Israel-aligned people are involved in having this blackmail, but I don't want to get into details just yet because that would kind of compromise some of the journalists that are currently a
by the
little
way,
at
ironically,
risk.
that was Dave Smith, the guy I said is like a libertarian, but I don't think is anti-Semitic, but is definitely anti-Israel. That was ironically, that's the example I used of a right-wing dude who I don't think is anti-Semitic, but is definitely anti-Israel.
Is unprovoked.
He himself is, Dave Smith is also Jewish.
But I don't want to get into details just yet because that would kind of compromise some of the journalists that are currently a little at risk. Right now, Bobby's own staff around him they know this, and they have been trying to find the handler that's close to him, because it must be very close in order to be managing his tweets and managing his appearances and everything.
Yeah. Any day now, RFK is going to come out with the secret of the Jews, but his handler is handling his tweets. Dude, sometimes things don't have to be like this secretive, okay? It doesn't have to be everything doesn't have to be a grand conspiracy, or rather conspiracy in the term that you normally would use, like to conspire. Groups that align, that have the same interests, for example, will often conspire in broad daylight. A great example of this is AIPAC, okay? AIPAC is a foreign lobby that does not have a foreign lobby designation in this country. AIPAC dominates American politics. AIPAC openly funds American Democratic Party primaries for the crime of speaking out against Israel. They don't have to do it in secret. They do it in fucking broad daylight. Why don't you talk about that instead of fantasizing about some like hidden secret handler that's stopping RFK from being able to say the truth about the Jews or whatever the fuck? Or maybe RFK is openly an anti-Semitic person because he has literally said that the Chinese and the Ashkenazi Jews created COVID, which was my favorite anti-Semitic conspiracy because, like, have you never met an Ashkenazi Jewish person? Like, the idea that they would be spared from COVID is fucking laughable. Ashkenazi Jews are not spared from gluten. What are you talking about? Anyway, that's besides the point. Like, it's so stupid to come up with such a dumb conspiracy theory. Having said that, he has openly said anti-Semitic shit. He has also openly said pro-Israel shit. So clearly, it's not something that he keeps a secret. Also, Elon Musk is another great example. Elon Musk has actively entertained genuine anti-Semitic conspiracies. One that literally led to the synagogue shooting that took place in Pennsylvania. Okay, the idea that Jews are doing unrestricted, great replacement immigration from the third world into this country. Okay, Elon Musk looked at that conspiracy theory and said, "You have said the exact truth." Elon Musk is also super pro-Israel. Is it because there's a shit ton of blackmail on Elon Musk? Or is it because he is an American defense contractor who is anti-Semitic but also pro-Israel? Stop coping. All of your anti-Semitic heroes are pro-Israel, okay? That's it. It's so strange where these guys are just like, they have associated being anti-Semitic with honesty. Because in their worldview, because up is down and right is wrong, okay, they feel like the more anti-Semitic you are, the more truthful and the more honest you are. Ooh, it's a big dark secret. You can't say this. So, the people that do say it, they're the most honest. They're the most brutally, ruthlessly honest people, right? Except then these guys are a lot of these prominent figureheads are anti-Semitic, but then super pro-Israel. How does that work? Oh, it must be because of a intricate blackmail operation. To say that there is no intricate blackmail operation in collaboration with Mossad and in collaboration with the CIA does not exist would be stupid. It would be foolish. Jeffrey Epstein absolutely was doing that. But to tie back every single overtly anti-Semitic person who is also insanely pro-Israel to this blackmail operation is fucking idiotic. No, they're just pro-Israel, dog. They like the weapons. They like Israel's enemies getting fucking murdered. And they like the grand plan, the grand design that they have for the region. And Israel plays a very important role in that. Sometimes it's that simple. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't come out and just say anti-Semitic shit. Do you think they're actually anti-Semitic, or do you think it's just a branding thing like Elon and being a gamer? That's funny. No, I think Elon probably has like real anti-Semitic opinions. Many people do. A lot of people do. A lot of powerful people do. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. There's no like institutional anti-Semitism in the same way that like institutional white supremacy exists. Okay, it's not like Donald Trump or Elon Musk, who's anti-Semitic, is like, I'm not hiring a Jewish person. That would be fucking insane. And more importantly than anything else, more importantly than all that, they're super pro-Israel, and it's seemingly the only thing that fucking Jewish advocacy groups that are actually Israel advocacy groups that masquerade as Jewish advocacy groups care about. That's all they care about.
Everything he's doing, and it sounds like there's a lot of people that are trying to protect him from this coming out, but it is already coming out, and unfortunately, it is out enough that journalists are in danger. And the point of this video is to let everyone know that the journalists are all in connection, and we are all talking, and we all know the story, and we have all shared it already, and we are all location sharing with each other, and we are looking out for each other. And so Emily Hagan,
thank God he's looking out for each other, dude. 84,000 views. The story's old. It's just the slow folks are starting to figure it out. What happened is old. What's about to happen is a whole different story. So other conspiracy theorists are mad at him for fucking running with the whole... My only goals are to decouple RFK Jr. from his blackmailers, to save Maha and the health freedom movement from the blackmailers, to save America from the blackmailers. The first being their means, the second to the ends. I do not have the tapes. I haven't seen them, but there's only one way to save a man from blackmail, and it isn't pretty. Damn, we're about to see some RFK porn out there, dude. Hell yeah.
take down our...
It's kind of funny because like so many Jewish journalists are also so many Jewish journalists in media, especially like brilliant, smart, very good reporters, are also deeply anti-Zionist. So how the fuck does that work in terms of the Jewish cabal? Yes, there are a lot of publications and a lot of newspapers that also have Zionist writers, and there's an overwhelming amount of writers that are super pro-Israel, Jewish and non-Jewish alike. But I would go so far as to say, like, you know, some of the most important journalists that have uncovered deep, dark secrets about the American empire, from Cy Hirsch, even down to fucking Glenn Greenwald, really. Like, sure, his new version of existence is something entirely different than what he used to be. But like, you know, those guys are all Jewish. How'd that happen? How the fuck that happen?
Let's clear up all the misconceptions about the RFK Jr. blackmail story. First off, the point is not to take down RFK. I am a huge Bobby supporter and I'm a huge Maha supporter, and the point is to support RFK. In talking about the blackmail angle, we are showing Bobby that we don't care. We don't care about his sexual infidelities. There is no evidence that I have seen.
He's like, release the tapes, RFK. We want to see your stroke game. He's like, RFK, we want to see the stroke game. It turns out the real conspiracy was this guy just wants to see RFK's penis, dude. I thought there was something else going on. He's like, come on. It won't be real blackmail if we all see it and jerk off to it. I mean, I wouldn't jerk off to it, but I have too much respect for you. But I do want to see your penis. Ian blocked us after we presented him to acknowledge this. Can you think of a solution that will spill less blood? I'm genuinely asking. Yeah, stop arming the Israeli ethno-state. Stop running cover for the Israeli war crimes at the UN. Impose sanctions and force them to comply with the international law. Leverage U.S. protection of Israel in the region. They would be toast without us. What, Ian blocked us after we pressed him to acknowledge this? Thank you, Ian. Ian Carroll, host of the Ian Carroll Show. The funny irony is that APAC Tracker hates me and crashed out on me claiming I'm a Mossad agent, but thank you. This is accurate. Wait, why did they block him for this? Why did they block APAC Tracker for this? Oh my God. Okay, I take it one step further. He wants to see if Bobby is cut or uncut. As a Catholic man, if Bobby Kennedy is cut, he's going to be like, oh, a Jewish doctor did this. They got to him at birth. Oh, he was defending Trump's Gaza plan? Oh, nice. Interesting. Interesting. He was defending Trump's Gaza plan, you say? Doesn't seem to me like he cares all that much about Palestinians.
Seen that anyone has talked about in any of the circles that it has to do with kids or any of the actual like illegal style sexual blackmail. We just want Bobby to save our country. And that's what he's here to do. Blackmail only has power if it's a secret. And
what is the inception for all of the RFK's compromise narratives, though? Like, what did he do recently that these people were like, oh, he's actually compromised? Where did that come from? Trump's announcement of taking over the Gaza Strip at a slightly different angle. What do you notice? I mean, I can't help but notice. Doesn't look like anyone told him in advance. Help me out here, Ian. What's the best outcome for the Gaza Strip and the good people that live there? To use a time machine and go back to the Battle of Waterloo and stop the Rothschild messenger from reaching London? Present day solutions. Honestly, I can't think of any plan that will stop the killing other than U.S. occupation. I don't like it, but I can't think of any other way to spill less blood. So wait, I'm sorry. So this guy who suspiciously always talks about how Jews are compromising our politicians still likes Donald Trump and also completely subscribes to Donald Trump's, do the final solution on Gaza message, and thinks that the only way to save Palestinians is by ethnically cleansing them, but with our weapons and our soldiers? Interesting. You are really one of the dumbest motherfuckers on this website, and that's a major accomplishment. Congratulations. Huh. Yeah. Oh, they always use the Rabbi Shmuley thing. It's so funny also to be like an overtly anti-Semitic guy and also love Rabbi Shmuley and love Israel. RFK Jr. is, if he wasn't in such a damaging position of power, leading the HHS, he would be the funniest character of all time. Because like, this is like something that I would invent as a human being with a fucking brainworm who is anti-Semitic and is straight up fucking homies with the dildo salesman rabbi who is, and they're both insanely pro-Israel. Like, what the fuck is happening? Like, it just comes across like an anti-Semitic cartoon almost. Like, every part of this is insane. Basically a kick streamer. I know. Dildo what now? Yes, Rabbi Shmuley is a rabbi whose daughter, and he also promotes the stuff, sells sex toys, kosher sex toys. That is not a joke. That is a real thing that has happened on this planet and is still happening to this day. It has not changed. This is not a joke. Yes, kosher sex toys and kosher lube. Yes. Least anti-Semitic Twitter user. I've been gone for 4 weeks. Someone fill me in on what the Jews have been doing. Jesus Christ. Anyway, none of these guys make sense when you scratch the surface of their commentary, where you're like when you envision a reality that is observable, when you finally see that someone can definitely be anti-Semitic, overtly or covertly, and also incredibly pro-Israel, all of a sudden, every part of this conspiracy falls apart, okay? Everything here, all of a sudden, falls apart because everything that this guy believes is like, you can't be anti-Semitic and also pro-Israel at the same time. That's what it is. And it's ironic because that's the largest group of supporters of Israel in this country are people who are themselves very anti-Semitic. So I don't know how to explain this to people.
It stays in the dark and it's used as leverage. So here's a speed run of what I personally think is going on right now. I have spoken to many people involved in the campaign, from the Maha moms from before the campaign, people that have been around Bobby for a decade and more, that have had serious concerns about this kind of stuff for a long time, but have been afraid to speak about it because they don't want to damage Bobby's reputation or the campaign. Many of these people have been pushed out despite great contributions. Many of them have decided to leave because they just couldn't handle this environment that this kind of control seems to be creating. And the most awkward part is that everyone has different theories about who is controlled within Bobby's camp, who is controlling him, who is an op and who is not. And it's all just allegations without smoking guns at this point. Starting to throw mud and allegations at specific individuals around Bobby without any evidence of it, or at least without a smoking gun, is super complicated. That's why blackmail environments are so effective in the political arena. This is a learning experience for all of America about how blackmail works and how it is not simple and it is not black and white, so to speak. Anna Mattson just posted a video today on X that is aligned directly with what I'm talking about. She was inside the campaign, no longer, and she talks about one of the people that she suspects might be in on this and about her concerns from during her time around the campaign. And she is not the only one that has these feelings. They are many. But I'm not going to try to dig into who is bad and who is good. It's like, I don't know. I'm going to try to dig into the big picture. And this is what I think. My opinion, make your own. Always think for yourself, especially in blackmail environments. Think for yourself. Because Bobby has gotten a lot of great things done for Maha so far. He's going after the GRAS system. He's getting dyes banned from foods. He's doing a lot of great stuff, mostly.
Wait, what? But he drinks dye personally. Wait, he's getting dyes banned from food, but he also literally downs. Is he getting dye banned from food so he can drink it himself, so he can keep all the dye for himself? What does he know that we don't know? I've seen that man drink blue dye straight from the fucking tap. Wait a minute. Is he hoarding all the dye? What does he know that we don't know? What did the Jews tell him about the dye? Is that also connected to Jewish people? What's going on with the dye? Also, I don't think he's getting the dye banned, for the record. It's got to be really fun to live like this, though. You're having fun with it, where you're just like leaning into your paranoid delusions. Everything is a fun little detective work that you're engaging in. It's just basically QAnon. Oh my God, these guys went from QAnon to JUAnon. Oh my God. I guess QAnon was also kind of anti-Semitic too. They just need to have something. Like there's always got to be a grand conspiracy. You know what I mean?
Around food. But what is the elephant in the room here?
Fury, would you recommend that parents get their children vaccinated against HPV?
I recommend that children follow the CDC schedule, and I will support the CDC schedule when I get in there.
The elephant in the room is the COVID vaccine, and also just the vaccines in general, childhood schedule in particular. And that childhood schedule now includes 3 doses of the Pfizer COVID vaccine at 6 months of age.
Whoa.
That is unconscionable. And for anyone that's read Bob...
Whoa, he's been compromised, dude. Or maybe a lot of the stuff that these guys entertain is to get elected, and they're not like full-blown real believers, even though RFK, I think, is a real full-blown believer. So they probably were like, dude, you can't do this. Like they probably gave him a stern talking to. And the they here is not the Jews necessarily. The they here is just members of the administration that were like, yeah, we can't let you kill all the children, dog. Sorry. Like, I know we gave you this cushy position. You can run around and say, Maha, get these fucking idiots on board. But like, no, you're not, you know, you can't kill the next crop of laborers for, you know, our future. Like, there's definitely a limit to how much damage you can do.
Bobby's book, this doesn't make any sense. This book is very clear about how Bobby feels about the vaccine.
Yeah, the they being scientists, but also I don't think it was the scientists that talked to him. I think it was probably adults that were like, you can't do that. That's insane.
And everything. Do you remember during COVID when we were all well aware at the time that kids are not at risk? Kids are not.
I'm willing to bet this motherfucker is super vaccinated, by the way. Straight up.
COVID's not killing kids. They don't need vaccines. And there's lots of evidence that the vaccines are.
Look at, oh God, the presentation is killing me. COVID's not killing kids.
They're extremely harmful to children and to everyone. Like, the VAERS data clearly shows there's something wrong. More VAERS reported deaths from the COVID vaccine than all other VAERS reported deaths in all of history of VAERS.
Yeah, VAERS, which is definitely infallible. That's some real ass data right there, okay? VAERS, where you can just self-report that, you know, Harry Potter fucking died to the vaccine injury. How are we still talking about VAERS in 2025? Oh my God.
That blue bar right there is when the COVID vaccines were introduced. This is VAERS data, straight from the CDC. That's not to mention the data about cardiovascular disease in young people, the data about turbo cancers skyrocketing. Who do you think makes money off of treating all of this and all of this for the next?
I low-key, I gave up on the anti-vaxxer shit. I'm like, yeah, die. Like, I genuinely am just like, I can't deal with it. Like, yeah, okay, kill yourself then. What do you want me to say? Okay, if you want to die to fucking preventable diseases, then go off on it, okay? If you want your children to fucking die, I wish that wasn't the case, but like, I can't stop you. It seems like you're adamant about killing your children. Like, there was a point in time where I was just like, every fucking day I would yell about this shit, okay? I would yell about this shit nonstop at the fucking peak of COVID when I was like, oh my God, finally, like the vaccines come out. I'm like, oh my God, now we don't have to worry about this fucking disease that's just like murking people at an alarming rate in one of the fattest fucking countries on the planet. Thank God for medical innovation. And then I saw all the rich people cutting the line and getting the vaccine before anybody else, Rupert Murdoch being one of the famous cases, right? And I was like, that's really annoying. And then I saw rich people go, oh, we shouldn't give this vaccine for free to the third world. That made me really mad. But all of those things, if you are a conspiratorial person, if you're a conspiracy mindset kind of person, all of those things should be alarm bells in your head going, oh shit, the rich people are taking this vaccine too, and they don't want the poor to have it for free. Maybe it's actually not a fucking poisonous thing. Nope. I'm going to break my brain further, okay? And there was a point in time when I would duke this out every fucking day, pour through the available data from the CDC and just talk to all these people who were just like, I'm not going to get my parents vaccinated. I'm not getting vaccinated. I would try to talk them off this fucking cliff over and over again. And that was 4 years ago. Now, if someone is like, I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm like, fucking have fun with that, dude. Have fun with that, okay? I'm sorry. I give up. That's why I don't want to watch the Dr. Mike video. I don't want to watch the fucking Dr. Mike video on the Jube because I'm like, it's just like, what am I supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? You can't fucking either develop a method to inoculate people in secret without them even fucking finding out, which if they ever found out, they would go crazy. Or just let's not have this conversation anymore. I can't do it. Fuck it. Legionnaire's disease. Okay. Measles, polio. Fuck it. Bring it all. Okay. Oh my God. It's crazy.
Forever. This whole situation is feeling very 2008 to me, where the bad guys make a huge problem that's right in front of all of our faces that drastically damages millions of people around the world. And then we elect someone that comes in and their mandate is to fix that problem and to hold those people accountable. Obama was going to hold the bankers accountable. But actually, in the background, Citibank was telling him who to put in his cabinet, and he put a whole bunch of Citibank people into his cabinet, and then they all walked free and took their bonuses with them. And right now, that is what it is feeling like is trying to happen with the COVID stuff. Bobby Kennedy was put here with a mandate to deal with the COVID vaccine accountability, the manufacturers, the money, the bioweapons, all of it. And instead, we have 3 doses of COVID vaccine being given to 6-month-old babies by our own CDC. A CDC that is now led by the second pick that Bobby endorsed, Susan Monarez. The CDC is the one that's technically...
Maybe there's an analog here with Donald Trump claiming he was going to be the peaceful dove and then instantly bombing Yemen, which every president does. You have to do it, okay? In the Baki manga, every American president has to meet with Baki, and Baki will take a piece of coal and showcase how strong he is by basically turning that piece of coal in his fist into a diamond. And then he gives that diamond to the new incoming American president. And the American president is tasked with keeping that diamond safe in order, or not Baki, sorry, Yujiro Hanma is the one who does it. I apologize. The name of the manga is Baki. The name of the anime is Baki. But Baki Hanma the Grappler, this is Baki's father, Yujiro. Okay? That does this. Now, I said it wrong. I apologize. Of course, I know the fucking real names. Calm down. It's kind of like that for American presidents. They have to bomb Yemen. They have to bomb Yemen. So that's maybe why Donald Trump is not a peaceful dove. He also said he was going to solve the Ukraine situation in one day. He said he was going to solve Israel-Palestine in one day. He said he was going to be a peaceful dove once again. Now he wants to fucking invade Greenland, annex Canada, invade the Panama Canal, and maybe even send military to the Ecuador. So maybe he's not a peaceful dove. I don't know. Maybe there's a reason why the Felford Again Award is being blasted every goddamn day on the timeline, up and down. He said he was going to lower prices instantly. It hasn't happened yet. He said he was going to be wonderful for the markets. Hasn't happened. The exact opposite has happened. So what's up? Maybe RFK Jr., not dissimilar to Donald Trump, is, understandably not having the fucking impact that you thought he was going to have. Also, why does this guy want RFK to just kill children? What an insane position to be an advocate for. What the fuck? It's so psychotic where it's like everything sucks in America. And this guy's like, you know what we need to do? Kill the children with preventable diseases. Like how? How is that possible? It's like anti-human. Being against medicine is so shocking to me. It's deeply alarming. I don't know how people get this way. It's so fucking dumb. Like,
in charge of deciding the childhood vaccine schedule, although theoretically the HHS director could overrule it. Susan Monarez was formerly the head of ARPA-H, which is like the DARPA of biomedical advanced research and weaponry. And it sounds a lot like the new CIA bioweapons programs, sprinkled in with all the other sciencey stuff. They are partnered directly with Palantir for all their data. They've got funding deals with defense contractors, and they're into programs like developing nano robots that can go into your body and do surgery, and personalized vaccines, i.e. mRNA vaccines. This is all straight from the ARPA-H website.
I used to think this guy was a Fed. I think he's just stupid. I don't think he's a Fed. I don't think he's. I was wrong. I thought it was like an operation to just like kind of shepherd people back to like a weirdly pro-American State Department position while simultaneously beefing up like anti-Semitic rhetoric. But nah, I think he's just not very smart. I think he's just regurgitating shit that he sees from other videos. You're wrong. Nah, it's just like I think Alex Jones would be better served as a Fed, as a PSYOP than this guy.
They got their nice little acronyms for programs that in theory are hopefully going to make the world a better place. But I do not feel confident when you read through these, not confident that there are not weird, sketchy programs hidden in here, like bioengineering our cells to give them specialized instructions to do different things to adjust how they fight diseases in our bodies. Like what could go wrong? Sort of like when we found out through leaked documents that the COVID virus itself was bioengineered in a lab. Not to mention when we also found out that the CIA had worked with Moderna to make the mRNA technology for the vaccines in the first place. This is the Board of Resilience, the company that helped Moderna make those vaccines. They have Pfizer represented. They have In-Q-Tel, the CIA's investment arm, represented. Oh yeah, and the...
Yeah. Wait. What is it? What is the argument? Yes, the board of directors has fucking people that have worked in the State Department and in In-Q-Tel and shit. In-Q-Tel funds everything, like Google Maps. What?
CIA had worked with Moderna to make the mRNA technology for the vaccines in the first place. This is the board.
CIA worked with Moderna to make the mRNA vaccine. What?
Board of Resilience, the company that helped Moderna make those vaccines. They have Pfizer represented. They have In-Q-Tel, the CIA's investment arm, represented. Oh yeah, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Not to mention direct connections to Palantir.
Yeah, I can't believe that fucking Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation would be a part of a mass inoculation scheme. It's kind of all they do when they're not undermining education in this country. Yeah, they fucking love vaccines, dude. That's why you guys hate them, right?
Roseanne Barr recently freaked out on me as though I had never Googled Pfizer before, and here's a snapshot of some of the notes about the COVID vaccine, about the CIA involvement.
Wait, this guy has notes like this? How do people not look at this and go, you're insane?
Believe it or not, I do research on things other than the Jews. I mean, the fact that COVID shots are still being given out at all is criminal. And we all kind of are realizing this. And this recent Joe Rogan episode with Dr. Suzanne Humphries is a great example of how we are way past realizing that we need to look at all this.
They would take pus from other animals, scratch it into the belly of a cow, then take the pus off of the big pimples that would form on the belly of a cow. The cow could become...
Dude, there's 0% chance this gotta be entertaining for you, right? Like watching Joe Rogan talk to this fucking... Okay. This psycho grandma. Like, what?
Very sick. And yet...
We need to stop what we're doing and think really hard about the vaccine industry.
Dude, I hate the way that people who understand the process of creating antibodies or people that understand the process of even doing scientific discovery will then explain it to those who will be shocked by it in scary terms. It's another stupid person thing that people do all the time. I've talked about this before. I can describe open heart surgery in that gruesome way as well. And if I were to describe to you open heart surgery in this incredibly gruesome fashion, you'd be horrified. Be like, oh, we shouldn't be doing this. Doctors literally fucking put you under, where your body is paralyzed, where your throat also shuts down, where you have to have a ventilator stuck to your fucking throat so you can manually breathe with an outside source. A doctor comes in, breaks your fucking rib cage, slices you open, breaks your ribs piece by piece. They come in with scalpels and cut your fucking skin. They go all the way down to your heart. Think about how gruesome this process is, except it is an incredible medical innovation. It's just it's surgery. It's open heart surgery. If we let dumb guys who are afraid of everything turn around and be like, well, that's scary, we got to ban that, you would not be able to have open heart surgery. Hasanabi Medical Hopeless Corps.
Epidemiology is a hoax science anyways. They don't know shit. You're a fucking baboon, dude. Not even a baboon, because I feel like even a fucking baboon would be like, there's disease, I think, here. I should move away. You, on the other hand, are rushing towards the fucking disease. What do you know? You're a fucking Twitch commenter, dude. What are you talking about? What happened to the fucking universe, dude? All technological advancements, fucking academia, the field of research, scientific discovery, cast it aside. Throw it away. Look alive, gentlemen. There's an American here. People just straight up, they go, excuse me, thousands of years of research, ain't never seen a guy like me before. All of the fucking experts are stupid. You're not even literate. Shut the fuck up. Americans unironically think they know better than people who have poured their entire lives into this shit. So much of the shit that you take for granted is unironically experts working tirelessly behind fucking closed doors so you don't get trichinosis from the fucking meat that you're consuming, but you just take it all for granted. You know nothing. I don't know what a germ is because I can't see it, so it's fake.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel when I see guys like this.
Blanket immunity to liability and what kind of science they are cooking up there. And that is Bobby's true mandate. But that is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And the people that just did that to the American people and the people of the world, they're sitting on billions of dollars of profit and potential criminal charges that should put them away in prison for life if they're held accountable. You're telling me you don't think the people that manufactured that bioweapon, manufactured the vaccines, took billions in profit, you don't think that they would do everything possible to target Bobby and stop him from coming after them? So no, there's no smoking gun at this point. And there might never be. Like, they might not release the blackmail. I have been told by multiple people in mainstream media, in the Maha space, like that were in the campaign, that are around the administration, that the footage has been shopped around and no one wants to take it. Everyone kind of agrees that it's probably because it was recorded in a two-party state illegally, so it can't really be published in part of it.
Every time he says Maha or Bobby, I lose it. So his views that the Jews created the virus to kill people, but also the vaccine? Yes. Yes. Why did they do that? I don't know. Yeah. The Jews both created the COVID vaccine, but then also the COVID virus, but then also refused to give the Palestinians the fucking COVID vaccine, as a matter of fact. Because everybody in Israel got it, except for the Palestinians. They took their sweet-ass time to give them the fucking vaccine. So I don't know what you did. I don't know what it is. Is it fake? Is it real? Is COVID real? Is it fake?
Journalism piece. And ultimately, it doesn't matter because the American people don't care. And we want Bobby to know that. We want Bobby to see that we do not care. I know it might be seriously embarrassing. It might cause some serious harm to friendships or relationships in your life. But we don't care as American people. We're here to support you and to manage the Maha mission and to change this country and to have.
He 100% is like, no, there's real compromise out there on Bobby Kennedy. But I'm here to tell you, I don't care, dog. I want to see your stroke game. I want to see your stroke game. I don't care. I want to see your penis. Even if they release the blackmail, be honest, be true to yourself. Say the truth. I will compliment your stroke game regardless. You know what I'm saying? That's what Maha means to me. Make America horny again, Bobby. You make me horny every day. I want to see if your penis is circumcised or not. Come on. Or maybe he is anti-Semitic and also pro-Israel. Maybe that's what's going on. And also, he is an anti-vaxxer, but also there's limitations to what he can do in terms of melting the next generation of Americans by causing them to not get fucking vaccinated. I don't know. Maybe kind of there's a limit to how fucking stupid people can be. He is not pro-Israel, lol. Robert F. Kennedy is not pro-Israel? Are you fucking insane? I would say in the way he talks about Israel and the way he talks about Palestinians, he's fucking almost as pro-Israel as Donald Trump, if not more.
Healthier kids and a healthier future for everyone. And everyone should think for themselves and look at the whole state of Maha right now and the CDC situation, the vaccine situation, and think, is it possible that this is a partially controlled space? And if you think that might be possible, then you should just don't worry about it. It's it is what it is. It's politics. We are Maha. We're the American people. And we can Maha. We can change our lives.
Oh my God. He just says Maha so much. I don't think he's a Fed, dude. Oh, wait. Let's see what Alex Jones has to say about the RFK thing.
I'm out here hiking Saturday morning. Met with my buddy Sean, and we were both already on X watching Candace Owens and Ian Carroll. Literally watching the same video of him talk about Candace, and then we just hiked for.
Okay, you can't be an anti-vaxxer, but then also fucking take Ozempic, by the way. I think that should not be allowed. Can I just say, I think it's very fucked up. You can't be an anti-vaxxer and be pro-TRT. You can't be an anti-vaxxer and be pro-Ozempic. It's you're disrespectful. You're disrespectful to the art. How come no one ever calls that hypocritical, by the way? Motherfuckers be like, oh, you can't be a socialist but rich. But ain't nobody's you can't be an anti-vaxxer and be pro getting the jacked vaccine. How is that allowed? That's messed up, man.
An hour or so, and we're listening to her. And so I'm just going to respond to this. I think Candace Owens is a great person, super smart, super funny, super witty. So is Ian Carroll. And I think all the investigations they do and the things that they research are really helpful to society. And they're coming from what they do from a place of really trying to make the world a better place. And we really should have open debate about everything. That said, this whole RFK Jr. thing with, oh, you know, there's these women and people at events and he's with women and
low-key, part of the reason why I used to say Alex Jones I don't think is a real conspiracy theorist is because he was the one guy who would basically do all of like the Jewish conspiracies, like the Rothschilds and whatnot, but then would then also say like, maybe I'm wrong about this actually, but I feel like I've heard him be like, oh, it's not actually the Jews. And I feel like if you're that much of a fucking conspiracist, like why aren't you also saying the final thing that every conspiracy theorist says? You know what I mean? Like he would say like it's reptilians or whatever. Like he would literally he was telling Kanye West like don't say it.
This is going on. There's this writer over here that, you know, attacked Candace Owens and, you know, Rabbi Shmuley, who is a demon. And you know, I don't like the fact that Kennedy sits there and says nice things about him. It's ridiculous. So you do have to ask what's going on there. But Kennedy's always supported Israel. And me personally, I don't like the whole Palestinian thing and Iran and Hezbollah, and I also don't like the stuff Israel's doing. Israel clearly stood down on October 7th. You know me, I don't think that's the biggest problem in the world.
What did this person fucking give me a crazy... Is that a $50 dono? What the fuck was that? God damn it, I missed it. Mistakes were made? What did the dono say?
I spent some of my time on it, but, you know, millions dead in Ukraine, Europe, the UK, and France openly sending troops now to fight Russia, and Putin saying it'll be a bloodbath, we're ready for total war. That's getting about 1% of the coverage of just this total Israel obsession. So from my perspective, I'm just so...
Oh, he's like, everybody got to stop obsessing over Israel.
Sick of being on air 30 years and people always being obsessed with Israel. The Christian Zionists that just worship it and think it can do no wrong, no matter who's in charge there. The other side that just thinks everything's run by Jews. I'm just freaking tired of it, okay?
Oh my God, he's Jew agnostic. I'm telling you, dude. He's like, enough, cut it out with this. Cut it out with this shit. Cut it out with this shit. You keep saying it's all Jews, Jews, Jews, Jews, Jews. I'm sick and tired of it.
I got attacked by the Israel lobby. I got attacked by the Nazis. I just can't stand any of it. What I'm into is policy and real results. The fruits of the tree, as Christ said. I'm a Christian. And if you look at what RFK Jr. is doing, they killed the new COVID shot rollout. They just fired that.
Dude, I'm thinking he's been compromised. He's been compromised. That's what it is.
A guy at HHS that was trying to block stuff. They've already put the notice in that all the thousands of chemicals that are in foods that have this grandfather clause that they can be poisonous and deadly and addictive, and there's no testing or no rules, that's being taken out. And they're all starting to pull the garbage out, the poison dyes, all of it. They're going after aspartame. They're going after all the GMO stuff. I mean, this is a real revolution. RFK Jr. has been doing this for decade after decade after decade and targeting real environmental crises, cleaning up toxic waste spills, you know, stuff that actually matters. So I'm going to say this right now. Kennedys are famous for their zest. I got my own zest, and I've never been, somebody that sits there and lies and says that I haven't, enjoyed.
I like that in this process, he's gotten progressively sweatier and sweatier. Like his boob sweat has gotten worse. Like, look at the video. In the beginning of the video, he's like, there's like a little bit of boob sweat, but he's just getting more, he's getting more and more sweaty. You start seeing the pores. It's awesome. He's sweating because he's worried the compromise is going to come out.
I got my own zest, and I've never been.
Compromise is going to come out, not compromise.
Enjoyed some females in my time, though I'm married and all the rest of it, and I'm a good guy. Currently, the point is that King David had his best friend killed because he was lusting after his wife, and then he repented to God over it, and God said, "You're a man of my own heart," because he really was upset about what he did and turned it around. So if you look at RFK Jr., I don't care if his wife's okay with it, if he's been with 20 chicks, okay, in the last couple of years, okay, as long as it's consensual. I don't care. I'm not saying it's morally the best thing. I personally have not done stuff like that, but you know.
Dude, what is this conversation? Oh my God. I don't care. He's a zesty guy. He's got a zest. He likes to fuck. RFK Jr., he likes to fuck. Me, I don't like to fuck.
When I was younger and stuff, I was wild. So, but I understand the mindset. And if you think the Kennedys, who are famous for their prowess and for their drive, what you also see in life, in other aspects, if you think that's the reason to have some big scandal, even if it's true, and to do all of this and then let them continue with the poison shots and the GMO and all the additives and stuff, it's bullshit. So I am not saying Candace shouldn't cover this and Ian shouldn't cover it, but man, I just listened to an hour plus of this stuff. And Ian's like, well, this isn't really just girl stuff, you know, yeah, it is. I mean, this lady attacked Candace, sneaking around, take out his husband, take a shot, you know, all that's bullshit. That stuff happens to be my family all the time. I just ignore it. I don't even read it because it's always BS. And they're jealous of Candace because she's smart and funny and witty and just hilarious. You know, all of it was great. I was just, so it was very entertaining. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, people ask why I don't get involved in all this stuff, and it's because I am really about policy, controlling the border, finding the hundreds of thousands of missing kids, getting the real Epstein files out that they've now gotten and are being distributed to all the FBI offices around the country. That's confirmed from my sources directly.
Yeah, his sources.
I really want to stop these people. I want to stop the whole system. And Trump and Elon and RFK Jr. are making.
I think he wants to fuck Candace Owens, by the way. Like, not even low key, but high key. Like, Candace, she's a dime piece. She's sexy. She's one strong woman. Powerful.
Making the cleanest, biggest move at that right now. And it's like when everybody's about to turn on Trump. When the Grandmother Pussy clip came out. It was just him joking around. And I just said, no. Trump.
Imagine being these guys, completely oblivious that one of the most famous conspiracy theorists is on your hike, only mere moments away, sweating, lactating like an animal, okay, in heat, talking about how Candace Owens is one fine woman, talking about how RFK Jr. is zesty, just like Alex Jones is zesty. Amazing. Oh, man.
He's never said he's some big fake, super Christian. He believes in God. He loves God. He's just joking around. And I went on air to all the mainline Christians and I said, don't turn your back on Trump. He's not a hypocrite. And they got that. And Roger Stone's on record that helped turn the tide of people just saying, drop this. Okay? Drop it. Drop it. Trump never said he wasn't a playboy. RFK Jr. is a freaking playboy. Okay? And look at all the kids he's got. He loves kids. He loves life. Look at Elon, 15 kids. People are like, that's not very Christian. Folks, he wants more kids. He wants more people. The globalists want.
Dude, this is such a funny. God, modern conservatism is so funny to me because, like, they have to basically react to the changing attitudes in real time, and they have to somehow like massage a fucking South African billionaire who is using the goddamn like a fucking fleshlight, but because he's the administration's guy, because he's a regime puppet, he has to make it seem like this dude who wants to literally chip people's brains, who has put satellites all around the fucking country or all around the planet, as a guy who's the most powerful guy on the planet, as a good guy. He has to sit there and be like, no, everything he's into is actually really good. Yeah, he's just, he's a breeding fetish is not weird, actually, as a matter of fact. He's a Christian man. He's a good Christian man. Like, he's doing everything that Alex Jones has talked about his entire career, okay? Elon Musk, in broad daylight, is fucking doing it. And on top of that, he has factories in China. He is not only aligned with the Saudis, but he also has factories in China. Like, an honest conspiracy theorist who is not trying to be a regime puppet would be going insane mode over Elon Musk. He is everything that these guys have claimed other billionaires have been doing in one person. They say Bill Gates wants to chip people in the brain. Elon Musk is actively trying to do it. They say billionaires are engaging in mass surveillance. Elon Musk bought a fucking social media platform. They say these billionaires are actually working with the Chi-Com. Elon Musk has factories in Shanghai. He is an amalgamation of all of the conspiracy theories that these guys claim every other billionaire is doing. It's kind of funny.
Less kids. So should it be in marriage? Is that better for kids overall? Yeah, but it's also better than being aborted.
He's also like openly a deadbeat dad, and they have to defend that position. He's too busy.
To have people that are pro-life just in general. So get your priorities straight. Get the beam out of your eyes before you get the speck out of RFK Jr.'s. And again, that's not a message to Ian Carroll or Candace. I'm saying just everybody in general. Fine, spend 10% of your time.
He's not even Jewish, though, so he's saving the conspiracy. Neither is Bill Gates. Bill Gates is not Jewish either, you know?
On defending yourselves and all this speculation and all this crap about these nobody writers. And then let's spend 90% trying to stop the war in Ukraine that endangers the whole world. And 5%, 10% on Gaza. But meanwhile, the UN's murdering Africans in the Congo in mass. The left is allied with the Palestinians. It doesn't mean I'm against them either. I'm just saying it's part of a dialectic to take all our time and all our energy. And that's why Israel got caught in the 50s and 60s all over Europe, Spain, and the Middle East, bombing synagogues and blaming it on outside groups to make Jews move to Israel. The more you attack Israel, the stronger it gets, because the cult that runs it manipulates and controls the white supremacists and all the groups that then come in, not all of them. So there's a bigger dialectic here, and there's good people in Israel too. I mean, most of them hate Netanyahu over there. So it's very sophisticated, but I think most of this stuff about RFK is bullshit. If it's all true, I don't care as long as,
Alex Jones, who 24 hours after 9/11 famously once said, Israel did 9/11. This is all for Israel so we can go to war in Iraq or go to war in Afghanistan or go to war in the Middle East. This is what Israel wants. We have to go to war in Iran. Is now assuming the role of a liberal Zionist who's like, well, everybody hates Netanyahu, There's it's a dialectic. It's a dialectic. A lot of people don't like Benjamin Netanyahu either. Yeah, you know who loves Netanyahu? Donald Trump. That's your guy. Yeah, here's Alex Jones. One day after 9/11.
Palestinians.
On 9/12/2001.
I don't support the Palestinians either. They're all hyped up and psychotic. But Israel's going to get us nuked, always backing them up like this. Israel calls the Palestinians goyim or cattle or dogs or subhuman. They keep them on concentration camps. I got video of them taking Palestinian women's tomatoes they grow and breaking their water containers and stealing. That's why you have this crap. And our children are going to die. We're going to get nuked because of this. Iran's got the nukes now. Syria. We're going to have nuclear war because Israel likes to go around bombing everybody. I'm sorry. It's just the facts. And Israel absolutely is beside itself with joy right now. They are talking about how they're going to blow everything up, how they're going to attack everybody, and guess who's going to get bombed because of it?
He didn't Alex Jones used to hate George W. Bush. He used to fucking Obama broke his brain, for the record. Like, definitely. He was like a black man as president, not on my watch, okay? But like he would constantly shit on Bush. He was like Mr. Surveillance State. I think Sandy Hook also broke his brain a little bit, where he bit off more than he could chew.
I have been supportive of Israel for many years. When I found out what they do, shooting little Palestinian children in the genitalia and laughing, it's on video. Little 10-year-olds walk around throwing rocks at tanks. A guy sits off a half mile away and blows their testicles off. They call them goyim. They call them dogs. They call the Arabs cattle. And then the corrupt Arab governments that are in league with this government, it's really a sick Hegelian dialectic, order out of chaos, bringing the world.
He was equipped with a dialectic. He was equipped with it back then.
World crises, bringing them terrorism, so we'll accept a highly dictatorial police state regime. It's happening.
Dialectic. Classic scene with base Alex Jones in the movie Waking Life. Yeah, he used to. I mean, this was like Alex Jones is a fascinating character. I mean, I've been a fan of Alex Jones for many years, as you guys know. It's not a secret. Okay. But yeah, he is the regime man. So now he has to, like, as the regime man, there's only so much he can say. Like, he can't step out of line. He doesn't want to sever the ties that he has with the Trump administration. So for him, this is all he's got. He'll just be like, yeah, Israel's bad, but I hate the Palestinians too. But also, a lot of people don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, which is not enough for where the conspiratorial minded right has gone to. They want constant, unlimited, like, Jews are responsible for everything shit, which is why here it is. Hold on.
Like yesterday I saw, and I click it, Alex Jones, won't stand up for our speech. And then I see in the video, I've made a deal with Elon. He's paying me. And what else was it? And my bankruptcy's fake. And none of this is real. And they're not trying to shut down InfoWars. And I won't stand up for these people. And one of them I know, there was two guys on the show. And the other one I've seen and know he's a fighter, MMA and stuff. I mean, I've seen all of his stuff, but don't really know much about him because usually, what he's saying, it just gets old. It's about Jews all day. And I'm just like, oh, more Jew stuff. Let me move on to the next thing. And it's just, but I'm supposed to know it.
He's talking about Jake Shields. It's like, God, move on. All you talk about is the Jews.
Everything about these people. But I'll be sitting there all the time. I'll be reading something and I'll be like, what does that mean? It'll say something. And it's like, oh, I'm surprised Alex is on air on Saturday wearing his little hat. And I'll go, little hat. Oh,
it is kind of funny, if not very dangerous, that the right wing is basically having this knife fight right now, where because they have all the power, they inevitably have to fight amongst themselves. And on the one hand, you got the Jewish cabal people that are like, everything is Jews. Everything is Jews. I stubbed my toe. It's the Jews. Okay. I had a lunch where my avocado toast wasn't salted. It's the Jews. And then you have the other side, which is like, yeah, we don't really like the Jews either, but we love Israel. Shut the fuck up. Like that's the battle that's taking place right now.
Orthodox Jews don't work on Saturday and they wear little hats. And it's like, dude, you're obsessed with Jews. And look, talk about them all.
Low-key, he's not wrong though. Jake Shields is, as a matter of fact, obsessed with Jews. He is right about this.
They just say the word over and over again. It makes you have orgasms. But my point is that I'm not Jewish. And I'm an Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And I don't hate Jews or anything. I just like, dude, you're obsessed, man.
Oh, God. Yeah, he's... let's see where all of this goes. I don't think it's going anywhere good. Because there's this very weird, unholy allegiance taking place right now. On the one hand, you have the American government being like, shalom, we're deporting people because they've said stuff about Israel. And then you have a lot of supporters of the administration going, what the fuck do you mean? I thought we all hated the Jews. What's going on here? Why are you so pro-Israel? Will their horniness to enact vengeance upon marginalized people get in the way of their anti-Semitism, or will the anti-Semitism be so alluring that it will capture the attention of more and more of the base and then inevitably turn the Republican Party full tilt against all Jewish people in a way where they also present institutional anti-Semitism? We shall see. But I'm very tired. It's fucking 8 p.m., dude. I did 9 hours today. God damn. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop, great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown, a full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There